Oh, India Cup. Man, it's amazing yet again.
Yes.
We were here last year as well with some of the new faces out coming in, but some of the OGs.
Yep.
And you are one of the man who knows them, Spartas. How are you doing right now and how are you feeling?
I'm so excited for today. A tournament that started with open qualifiers have came to the decider phase.
Yeah.
LAN finale it is, and we have our best performing players from all over the nation. It is going to be a hell of a battle.
The top 8 out here on the LAN final at the Delhi Comic Con, ladies and gentlemen. You know this is a festival that pops up almost every year. Last year, it was CJ to lift up that trophy. Yet again, he is here facing a new set of opponents, and I'm pretty sure we always talk about the same thing, that when he's here, you're trying to compete against him for that first place prize. But since we're already talking about all of that, right, I really want to talk a little bit more about this event itself, with how it started versus where we are right now.
But before that, I think we need to look at the format and how it started. Because the journey that began with open qualifiers where you could register in the PlayStation tournaments, on the PlayStation itself, you have to play number of matches, qualification rounds to be in the top 8 and then get the opportunity to play the LAN finale. And by the way, the LAN finale is a double elimination format and every game is a double leg matchup.
That is one of the best things out here, right? You lose one, you do not get eliminated. If anything, you've got another game to try and equalize the scoreline, or if anything, move all the way forward. And at the end of the day, even if you lose one entire series, you still have that lower bracket to fight for that absolute biggest prize pool.
Exactly. 4 lakhs worth of prize pool is on the line. If you become the champion, if you lift the trophy of the PlayStation India Cup Season 4, you get 1,20,000 rupees alongside DualSense Edge wireless controller, one of the finest controller to ever exist in the console market. And if you come out second, if you are the first runner-up, 80,000 plus the DualSense Edge wireless controller. On the third place, we have 50,000 rupees, and from 4th to 8th, that is, if you have made it to the top 8, on the bare minimum, you are getting that DualSense Edge wireless controller.
I know that you've got your eyes set on that one. Please stay away from CJ. You're not getting that signed up there. But yes, man, one of the big things, if you made it through the online qualifiers, if you've already moved all the way up here, you're not going out empty-handed.
Yes.
That is one thing you will absolutely receive. And I really love that, man. I love it, dude. I checked the market price, and it's so much worth it. It's such a good controller. Talk to me about it a little bit.
Well, being an FC player, this controller is like a dream for you. You have the offside traps behind that bar, so it gives you so supreme advantage. But before you go on that, we have the brackets in front of us.
Absolutely, man. Double elimination bracket out there. We've got the winners one as well as the losers one out. For the people who are all the way down there, they will not have that extra opportunity, right? For people like Warsi, you've also got Silent, right? Paraboy. These people have only got one chance remaining. So it's a do or die for them. For all the people who are in the upper bracket, like CJ, Tikka, Saransh, Floppypenguin.
Yes.
We've seen these names previously, right?
And now, when we talk about seen people previously, there are 2 guys who are new to the scene. Paraboy and then Silento. These 2 guys have been fairly new here, but alongside Jahaan as well. These 3 faces are the newcomers to the scenario.
Yeah.
They have played open qualifiers and made it to the top 8. Jahaan has been competing for around 2 years at this point. But now, he has the opportunity to play the finest in our nation.
That's one of the big things out here. And I really want to see how these new kids are eventually going to perform out. Because even last year, we had a couple of new players, if anything, at least one. And yes, they were not able to move all the way up, but still competed pretty well. And at the end of the day, we know the upper bracket journey most of the times. It's always going to be 3 people at least. And Saransh and CJ, we are no strangers to all of them. Just like how they're no strangers to the entire set out here, ladies and gentlemen, because it's an absolute fire arena. And if you're anywhere around Delhi, make sure to hop at the NSIC Exhibition Center. We are live at the Delhi Comic Con out here for the FC26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4. Now, Shubhang, talking about the entire schedule, fixtures, everything, you know we can go yada, yada, yada. Talk to me about that first matchup. CJ against Tikka. It's going to be exciting.
Well, it was previously, before this match, it was Tikka taking on Warsi for the upper bracket matchup. And then, we know the result. Like, Tikka won that match, he is here. But now he has to play the finest person. Playing CJ in the opening match of a tournament is a nightmare in itself. But if you want to create history, if you want to overrun the tournament defending champion, it has to start from the first match itself. CJ being the best player in our country by a mile, now he has to face Karman Singh Tikka, who has been on and off from the tournament. He has been there, but then some days he is not able to qualify, and then he comes back again into the scene. Has been pretty on and off, but if he is able to clinch a victory today, man, it will make headlines.
It's going to be big, and I 100% agree. And what better than FC26 to play it on, right? Because last year when we were here, it was FC25. Now everything's been changed. There's so many new things out. We'll talk about that as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the first game itself. Again, it is going to be CJ taking on Tikka, man. No strangers yet again. But now coming back to the conversation. Talk to me about those changes in the 26.
Man, it is humongous. From last year compared to this year, the game is completely different. And keeping in mind that we have received a patch 2 days ago, which removed the goalkeeper movement entirely. And I had the opportunity to talk to the players yesterday at the media day, where finally I was able to take their bets and how the goalkeeper movement removal feels to you. I don't think there was anybody who was against it. Every single pro player I have talked to, he is very happy. everyone knows that it was a gamble according to them. It was a 50-50 chance, and if you take the 50-50 right, you are able to save that chance you should have conceded. Keeping that skill gap on a smaller level, things have been pretty different. But now, finally, we are into the action of FC26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4. It's Chelsea CJ12 taking on Karmansikh Tikka.
One of the big things out here, I absolutely love the names that they've eventually put down. But yes, CJ, for now, we've already talked about this man multiple times and the experience that he eventually possesses. I really want to see how Tikka would eventually take it all the way forward out here, since they're still moving the round ball in mid. Not a lot of changes though, but I want to see some wing plays.
Well, that has to be the through ball matter, right? A 4-5-1, keeping in mind that we have Zico at the CM, so yeah, I'm guessing a 4-5-1 is being played.
Yeah.
But now Tikka with Dan Burn on the defending team, so he has the pacey centre back, and Eden Hazard on the wings as well. I talked about the Hazard pick, and he is pretty happy with the dribbling Hazard brings to his side. But at this point, CJ, good press, wins the ball back to Vitinha. Zico trying to build up a chance. Zico just twisting and turning. Vitinha, he has the finesse. The man of the match card has been pretty crazy into the game. But now back to Zico, trying to find that through ball. And surprisingly, there is not a single counter-attack till now.
Yeah, for now, it's all the way out in the mid as well. And again, it's being stolen away from CJ. But hold on a second. There could be an attack building up. Zico controlling right to the box. What a block at the last second by CJ. You can't really beat him that very easily out early into the game itself. But I like the pressure that's constantly on by Tikka, right? He's not really letting it go at all whatsoever. CJ not have a lot of time to breathe. A through ball inside. What a press from the defender. Hasn't really allowed any openings.
The thing is, CJ has queued up pause. I just want to see what he wants to change at this point. Like, the game has just started. But now Zico from the side of CJ. He has Larson in his starting 11, and that's a big surprise. But Aaron, the Evo card inside the box, takes the first shot. Could not make it happen. A good attempt though. But the thing is, both the players have been playing a different style altogether.
Yeah.
I expected a lot more through balls than the first time through passes, but nothing of that sort has been worked out till now.
Let's be honest, we have really seen a lot of Claudia Pinas as well, along with the Lamine Yamals on those right wings, but I don't really see those cards being picked up out here. So that's a bit interesting for me as well to see how the meta has been changing a little bit, but still, players are using the cards they're most comfortable with, or it could also be possible they might have not got it yet. But hold on.
Oh,
that's such
the switch of play.
Exactly.
Yeah, offside. Yeah, should be offside.
I could imagine.
That's a tactic you generally use at the kickoff. But yeah, Tikka just using everything in his arsenal. Now Zico, a player lock. CJ is trying to man mark everybody, and he has done it phenomenally well. But Tikka inside the box has the opportunity. Claude Maurice could not take the first touch properly. But now, opportunity for a counter. Zico finds Aaron the first time through is not good enough.
Again, being taken away from the other side. So, not a lot of chances. It's constantly from the center, right? We were expecting a few wing plays as well, but none of that has been happening yet. Finally, Hazard moving all the way towards that left wing. Tries to get inside. Lovely cut on the defender. Not the perfect tackle coming in from CJ. So, no problems yet though. Sends it in the center. Still taken away. Back to Zico. Right towards that right. Now there could be an opportunity for a through as well as Vitinha moves it back in the center. There's another run being triggered. Changes the play, but the pass stolen away yet at the defense line.
I'm loving the way Tikka is defending CJ right now. He is bringing out the players at the very right time and then intercepting the final third pass. We know that the striker pass, the through passes are broken at this point.
Yeah.
And he is able to cut that striker passing lane so very well. The CJ has not a clear-cut chance till now, but now Tikka on to run. Claude Maurice trying to dribble out Bergwall. The Evo card, one of the finest. He is not able to create a chance, but now back to Zico. Finds Claude Maurice, twisting, turning, needs another pass to Vitinha. He has the finesse plus, could not get an angle, but now Claude Maurice gets intercepted by the Ibanez.
Yeah, and Mbappe again sends it all the way forward as well. He's triggering him for a run too, but haven't really got that space. And I really like the fact how you mentioned that Tikka is literally defending it to utmost perfection out here. Just making sure he's not making any reckless tackles and he's cutting off the passing lanes. That is one of the big reasons the scoreline is still 0-0. Hold on, through chance, no. Could have been an offside out here. CJ defending it well, that too pretty high in the field. That gives him a chance to make that counter.
A game that speak defensive structure to me is looking that it might go in CJ's way, but now Kabal good interception onto the face, and Bhagwal yet again wins the ball back to Meduize. So the wing play from the side of Tikka is pretty different. He has some off-meta picks in the name of Eden Hazard and Meduize, but now he's trying to dribble around that area. Basically, he's running some Chelsea players in his side. But now a perfect through. There could be an opportunity. A finesse could be on its way. But Theo, he's just way too quick.
I wanted to think if there could be an extra pass out in the mid though, but that was blocked off by CJ perfectly. So he had to take the shot. Eventually being stopped at the end. The header, no. Big chance. Hold on. Could be a big steal though. Still an offside. It's going to be sent all the way back. CJ relieving that pressure off of him. Making sure that he's not getting conceded that one in the mid out, sending it forward. Again, Zico could be a through run being triggered, but the defending placement from Tikka could have been perfect. And on the back of that, he defends another play.
Man, the wings are being blocked completely. But now a good player lock. Time to find the striker. Aaron, he's in wide open area, but nah, has been blocked yet again. And CJ, opportunity to take a counter. The players are offside. Ousmane Dembele gets a touch. Aaron back to Kylian Mbappe running down the wing. There could be an opportunity to drag back. Shot! Could not make it happen.
Shot right at the keeper. No problems for him in collecting that one. And I like the fact though, keeping his calm under pressure. Tikka is just making sure that he's not crumbling down under it right now as CJ wants to build the attack again from the wing. Mbappe, I think so, he's finally found his idea. Mbappe back into the mid. Sends it back in the center. Zico, one-touch passes to Larson. Dembele finally finds that opener and scores the first one for him.
CJ yet again onto the scoreboard, and at the brink of the first half. 45 minutes, and CJ is able to find the opening. And the look of things, the tiki-taka passes in and outside the box, the first touch passes have been working phenomenally well, and Tikka, he is not happy with that. He knows he could have defended it so well, but the thing is, the ifs and buts are not going in his favor, and at the 45th minute, there is so little he could have done.
At that point, he couldn't have done anything better, right? Because that was literally CJ's brilliance showing off. And Dembele just turning around, taking that shot all the way towards the left corner top. I think so he was doing a phenomenal job till then.
But now, since we have a lot of time to talk about the game, the wings are the most crucial part in FC26 at this point. CJ, he is so fortunate that he has Ousmane Dembele and Kylian Mbappe on the wings.
Exactly.
While the majority of the players are running with either Yamals or, for example, Tikka is with Eden Hazard on the left wing. The players are good, but not as good as Kylian Mbappe, right?
It's just the pace, man. He wants to run it down the wing, and that's exactly the first through passes which you were talking about.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that your wingers are free and they can eventually outpace the left back and the right backs if anyone tries to take it onwards. And I think so that is one of the big openings which has helped CJ take the lead in this game right now. Again, positioning Mbappe right in the center is Dembele, the person who scored the first one, moves up close to the box. Wanted to send it in though, but well kept outside.
The patch has definitely made goalkeeper stronger, so an angle for the low driven will never be created from that very, very little margin. But now Zico from the short corner finds Ibanez inside the box. The last player you want to find in the penalty area. But now Aaron finds Larson. Switching inside, Kylian Mbappe back to Zico, has been intercepted. Tikka blocks off yet another chance, but now an opportunity for a counter, has player lock set for himself, but there is no runner switching the back lines. But now finally Meduke rather, running inside fair. Nutmeg finds Bergwijn, but nah, the passing lanes are completely choked.
Hernandez himself isn't really that slow as well, keeping up with the pace on the other side too, but I could probably say that Tikka, his own wingers aren't really as spacey though. Sends it back in the center, CJ though on the other side. On the back of that steal in his own defense, tries to create another one, and guess what? This time is the bottom corner on the left side, right from the center of the box. And finally he's finding his own footing.
A low-driven finesse, an unstoppable shot, and Ousmane Dembele on top of it. Keeping in mind that he has the scream card, so Ousmane Dembele has got the 99 boost yesterday. So even better all-rounder at this point.
Yeah.
But now Cabal on the same side, he is going with the same fortune. But now a player lock could not make that happen. And Karman Singh Tikka, one of the most aggressive players, he is yet to find the back of the net.
That's one of the big problems out for him. We were talking about his defense though, but it's being broken instantly. Another attempt at the shot. But finally this one's been kept outside. He's finally queuing up a pause as well, right? So he's got to take that shot. Evidently sends it all the way to the right wing. Finally, Hernandez could be beaten up, but there's no one for the cutback though. Sends it back in and a perfect one right as I mentioned it. What a selective dribble there, man. He kept the ball with him for a second longer so that his centre play could move all the way forward in the box.
Medueke using that pace and then keeping the composure inside the final third was the key for this breakdown. But now, with the score, with being just a +1, things can get even better from here on. CJ, he definitely can feel some pressure, but he is still in the lead. But knowing FC26, no lead is safe until it is a 5-0.
True.
Goals can be scored every minute in this fast, pacey attacking on the wings. So you need to make sure that you don't change the pace of the game, and Tikka, he is definitely in the better slot.
Now since he's got a few changes as well in, right? I want to see who's basically hopping in and who is subbed out. That is one of the most interesting parts for me to figure out. But on the other side, CJ through the kickoff itself. Not a lot of space for him to work with. So again, he's just moving the ball around the pitch though. And that's exactly what you want to do when you want to break down the defense.
Oh, CJ has brought in McTominay right here. So, chunky defender, CDM type structure. You generally don't see one of those from, especially from side of CJ when the left stick switching. And the left stick dribble are so much crucial to keep the ball under pressure, and he has brought in McTominay, so that's a big surprise for me at least. But now, if you talk about Tikka, João Felix on the wings. Off-meta cards after off-meta cards for Tikka right now. But now, Hansen Aaron has the ball. Larson, Kylian Mbappe for CJ.
Oh, what a through.
Zico, perfect first-time pass. The incisive plus sticky combination works out phenomenally well, and CJ has taken the advantage yet again. 3-1 he leads, and he is in cruise control.
That's why Zico's been playing in that position. Just to forward those passes. And what a timing on the back of it. You mentioned about no lead is just enough out here. But in 72 minutes out, considering Tikka is struggling out, maybe with the smart attack, he can lower it down again. But very well defended. CJ not throwing it all the way out and wants to send his player back in the center as well with the player lock. Eventually moves it back into the wing. McTominay will send it back forward. Ousmane Dembele on towards that right side. Wants to try and push it forward. Guess what? McTominay right around the box as well. Tries to send it in the center. Another one though. This should be an offside though. Was it an offside? I think so it was.
It was, I believe. It was margins, but yeah, it was an off. But now a 4-4-1-1 might switch to a 4-4-2, I believe. Because the thing is, Tikka needs to go aggressive. There is no way to make a comeback if you don't go all in, and maybe even a 4-2-4 at this point. Man, that's a formation that every pro has been running to make some comebacks, and it works.
All in or nothing.
All in or nothing. It surely works. With 2 strikers and 2 wingers, the defense gets spread out completely wide, and then you have the box-to-box CM, 6 players attacking, and you can't do much about it. But at the same time, it is very prone to the counter-attack, so if you lose the ball in the build-up, you are 99.9% conceding another goal. It's a high risk, high reward.
I mean, at this point, might as well go for it. But here's the big thing, right? I think so that kind of strategy could be pulled up in the second leg. Right now, yes, I understand he's technically losing it, but you've still got one more leg to go. So you might want to just lower down that goal deficit to make sure that in the next one, you don't have to score a lot more.
That is also true. You need to keep that in mind because, as you said, the second leg is going to be a crucial one, although there are 14 minutes plus stoppage time remaining in this game. So has to be more like a game control area from the side of Tikka. Should not concede more than that. But now Claude Maurice, he has a good run, but the striker got blocked in the face. A foul though, but a chance could have been created. But now Bergwall finds the ball. Frankie de Jong. Has he brought in Yamal now as a substitute? That's a different change. Instead of a starter, he has been playing on the left wing as well. So
beautiful.
Different starter, but now Ousmane Dembele just running down the wing. Cutting inside, has the ball. Pina is back into the action and the low driven has been stopped there. And out of everybody, it is Falcone on the goal post.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I want to see the starting 11 so bad.
I want to see that as well because that's not what we normally see. Zico again moving it around. Pina, you know you don't want the ball to get to her. One of the best cards that's been kept in the deck, and I have no clue why CJ did not bring her out yet. And guess what? A counter attack on the other side.
Grinders.
Could be a goal. Oh, through the post, man. That is the most unfortunate, or rather you could say the most lucky moment in this game for CJ.
Could have been a turnaround, but now he's on to a counter attack. Claudio Pina has the ball. McTominay finds Pina yet again. First time pass, but Burn. He's there for the defense. Bugwal finds the ball. Cloud Maurice. Tikka is unleashing. Could be the final attack of the game. Lamine Yamal has the ball. Reinders. He needs to find the pass, but completely choked off. Frankie de Jong finds Felix. Cloud Maurice. Joao Felix. Twisting, turning back inside, but has been completely marked out. And now Claudio Pina can make a run. He's not fast enough, but Kylian Mbappe giving that advanced support he needs. But CJ, he is playing out time so well. He knows this is the last attack for the game. He does not want to give out possession so easily, and he will play for the final attack.
Beautiful. Just making sure to run down the clock as well, and Tikka knows too. This ain't happening out here. He steals away the ball to send it all the way through in a Hail Mary play, but it's going to be collected easily by the keeper, and with that, we should have the final whistle blowing up. CJ winning 3-1.
Oh man, the scoreline could have been so very different if and only if that Reinders scored his opportunity. It was a good chance
True.
he created, but again, being goal Reinders, you don't have the best of the finishing. So that's understandable. The team diff is there on his face there. So bit unfortunate on his side, but hey, that's the nature of the game. And CJ, the chances he has created have been just one-touch passes and no exploit on the wings. There is no one just running down the wing and constant spamming on the first time through. He is taking his time. Tikka is defending well, and he adapted it so well that in the second half, he is able to create at least 4 to 5 chances from the center of the pitch.
Exactly, and out of that, he was able to score 2 of them as well, right? So I absolutely love what he tried to pull here. And that is what you really needed to do. He understood that Tikka was just keeping his defense line at the box. He was making sure that he stops those last touch passes while also not giving any opening for those finesses right outside the box as well. I like the idea, but then CJ just passing it all the way around, right from wing to wing by bringing in a couple of players more in the center, eventually creating that first opportunity with Dembele. I absolutely loved it. And on the back of it now, bringing Pina at the very last, man showed that yes, he has got that card, he just doesn't want to use it yet.
Well, to be very honest, Aarons is a better card overall than Claudio Pina. Claudio Pina is the cheap best striker you can get. Because the thing is, Pina has the incisive and ticky, and a 5-star weak foot works around, but at the very same time, she has just 78 pace, so she is not fast enough.
Yeah.
There is no advanced forward plus, while the Aarons Evo, by the way, was a bronze card. It was a chain of at least 6 to 7 Evos back to back to back, so you have to play somewhat around 20 plus games with a bronze card into the game to reach to the level where you could replace Claudio Pina.
Yeah.
That's the grind he has put in, and he's working with pretty well.
It's been working wonderfully well now, but at the same time, I want to talk about Tikka a little bit more, right? Bringing in Yamal so very late, and that too when you understood that your winger was not really bringing in that kind of impact, which on the other side, Mbappe and Dembele were bringing. I think so it's time for him to eventually put him in the starting lineup itself, if not really exploit the pace or anything, but make sure that he keeps the ball with him for a few extra seconds, just so CJ could eventually thin out his own defense as well. I think so that could be something he might want to use, but we'll have a look at that a little bit later. First, we'll take a look at the highlights of the previous game and how things went through.
Well, alongside highlights, I really want to see the starting 11 from the side of Tikka. Man, the goalkeeper he is using, the wingers he has made UAK, I have not seen anybody use that. And then Eden Hazard, technically he is a crazy UCL-like hero card, but at the very same time, the body type that Eden Hazard has in this game, he's not agile enough, at least for my liking. The left stick is not as smooth, he is not fast enough, the technical dribbles are not that fast enough, so I'm not sure what's the objective of keeping Hazard there, if not chemistry. But other than that, even Gold Yamal is better, and yesterday we had the Player of the Month Yamal as well, so if Tikka wants, he can definitely bring that card too if he is able to do the SBC in the break he has, because that's somewhat around 350k on the market value, so pretty expensive. But yeah, definitely worth it.
Seems like you would really want to sponsor that card for him. But yeah, at the end of the day, he's got to make work. He's got to make do with whatever he's got left out in the tank, right? And even with all of those, he still was able to score one early on. That means he will get more opportunities like that, but not the same one. CJ doesn't make the same mistake twice. So you've got to create something new and adapt just like he's been doing throughout the game.
Well, at this point, the defensive structure from Tikka is very impressive, but as you said, he created early chances,
Yeah.
but when in the later stages of the game, there was no clear-cut chances, except for the Reindeers one. Other than that, his passes has been just blocked off, there is no passing lanes. He's trying to just dribble around that area, but no card has, I think, technical plus in his team, because I think other than Zico, who has technical plus on his lineup, I believe no one, and without tech plus in the midfield, it is very difficult to break it down.
And that is exactly where CJ was picking up the ball as well most of the time in that second half. It wasn't really going through towards the box, as you rightly mentioned. Not a lot of chances were being created by Tikka. That's because the ball was constantly being stolen away in that midfield, and then another chance came in for CJ as he kept moving it around. And I really like the analysis which you brought in, right? Having an extra technical plus card out in the mid could eventually help you to create some more chances, or at least keep the ball with you for a while. Find that open space, either move your player around, maybe use the player lock as well to send one through, or just send it all the way towards the wing man. That's what's really been one of the broken mechanics out here in FC 26. But since we've constantly been discussing about that, for the second leg, Tikka, what he has to do in order to get himself back mentally, I mean, not just in terms of card.
Buy Bonmati first of all. You need that Bonmati card in your lineup at this point, Tikka, if you can hear me. You need that CM to do something for you.
Yeah.
Reinders is definitely not working out. Maybe just swap out your squad. You need something good. But hey, before he can make some changes in his lineup, let's give him some time to think about it, because the second leg will be very crucial. And before we went to the second leg, we'll jump into the action after a very short break.
एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद वापस से देवी और सनोम आ चुके हैं FC 26 प्लेस्टेशन इंडिया कप सीजन 4 की तरफ। स्पार्टस पहला गेम CJ 3-1 की एक बहुत मजेदार विक्ट्री, बट फाइनली टिक्का नाउ एक दूसरा लेग अब उनके पास है मौका ताकि इक्वलाइज कर सके उस स्कोर को।
क्योंकि दूसरा मौका है तो थोड़ा सा भाषा में भी तब्दीली हुई गई है। अब हिंदी प्रसारण देखने को मिलेगा आपको, थोड़ा मजा आएगा इस गेम के अंदर। एंड लेट्स सी क्या करमन सिंह टिक्का कमबैक कर पाते हैं या नहीं। डबल लेग मुकाबला है, सो आपको सेकंड मैच के अंदर वो एग्रीगेट स्कोर लाइन को मैच इन करना है। 3-1 के साथ अभी ट्रेल जरूर कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बात वही है कि FC 26 के अंदर ये 2-3 गोल्स की लीड कोई ज्यादा सब्सटैंशियल नहीं है। आप चाहें तो इन चीजों को बहुत जल्दी एक हाफ में भी तब्दील कर सकते हैं।
फन फैक्ट इज, आपने मुझे पहले भी बता रखा है, हमने कई सारे ऐसे प्रो मैचेस देखे भी थे जिसमें 4-4 5-5 तो गोल इजीली लगते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती। पर यहाँ पे एक सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस ये आ रहा है कि दोनों ही प्लेयर डिफेंस बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं, अपनी लाइन को बिल्कुल ब्रेक नहीं कर रहे, वो एक्स्ट्रा टैकल्स मारने के लिए नहीं जा रहे, बट रादर पासिंग लाइंस ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं। उसकी वजह से वो जितने स्कोर्स हो सकते थे उतनी अपॉर्चुनिटी अभी तक एटलीस्ट टिक्का को तो नहीं मिली थी। यस, 2 चांसेस मिले, एक कन्वर्टेड था, राइंडियर्स पोस्ट पे लग के वापस बाहर आ गई। बट CJ की अगर बात करें दूसरे एंड पे, he was able to break through that defense and I think so उसी की सबसे बड़ी रीजन की वजह से he is leading in this department। बट कितनी देर तक, वो सबसे बड़ा सवाल।
Well, at this point, better wingers definitely काम करें CJ के लिए। On the other side, I just had a word with Tikka and he is happy with Hazard's pick। So the thing is, so चलिए अब उनका मन है Hazard के साथ खेलने का, लेकिन अब इम्पैक्ट कितना आता है, क्योंकि ईडन हैजार्ड ने अभी कोई मेजर असिस्ट या गोल स्कोर नहीं किया। वहीं किलियन एम्बाप्पे on the other side, just counterpart on left wing, has been able to create some good assist for his team।
एक इंस्टेंट रन भी बनाया था उन्होंने लेफ्ट विंग के थ्रू, then passed it into the center, I believe Zico को पास हुई थी जी, and then he passed it to Dembele जिससे वो पहला गोल आया था, वो पहली लीड आई थी। and I agree, Hazard उस टाइप का इम्पैक्ट अभी तक नहीं लेकर आ पाए है उस डिफेंस लाइन को, और जो हम थर्ड लाइन बोलते हैं बिल्कुल बैक लाइन, उसको बिल्कुल ब्रेक नहीं कराया उन्होंने। so I kind of want him to see what he's able to do, right? अगर ड्रिबल अराउंड भी एक्स्ट्रा करना है तो वो चांसेस कैसे क्रिएट होंगे, वो स्पेस कैसे क्रिएट होगी आपके एक्स्ट्रा प्लेयर के लिए, अब वो डिफेंडर्स को कैसे अपने पास लेकर आ पाएंगे। बिकॉज अभी तक तो CJ ही जस्ट ट्राइज टू स्टॉप ऑन दैट पासिंग लेन ऑन द एंड ऑफ द डे। क्या पता फॉर्मेशन में भी कुछ चेंज हो, बिकॉज अभी तक तो हमें दिखी नहीं है, बट मन मेरा बहुत है देखने का।
देखिए 4-4-1-1 एंड 4-5-1 के अलावा तो आई डोंट थिंक कोई दूसरी फॉर्मेशन खेलने वाला है। Until you are me, a 4-3-3 flat formation definitely works out so well। I played it so intensively, and by the way, there are players who has been trying it, but क्योंकि वो फॉर्मेशन थोड़ी ज़्यादा ही अटैकिंग हो जाती है, फिर आप डिफेंस बिल्कुल नहीं कर पाते, विंगर्स ट्रैक बैक करते नहीं है, तो फिर परेशानी हो जाती है। But that is the formation that you can use for a comeback, a 4-3-3 flat। You should have that in your arsenal।
मतलब अगर आपको बिल्कुल ही फुल फ्लेज्ड अटैकिंग खेलना है तो 4-4 भी चल सकती है, बट
why not?
That is the Hail Mary play, आखिर में चलता है वो, करेंगे उसके बारे में बात eventually। चलते हैं फाइनली गेम के ऊपर वापस से, ऑलरेडी a minute and a half into the game itself। वो 3-1 की स्कोर लाइन पिछले गेम की एग्रीगेट स्कोर लाइन थी, सो वी गोना बी मेकिंग श्योर कि इस वाले के अंदर एटलीस्ट टिक्का वुड वांट टू मेक दोस कमबैक्स, बट क्योंकि CJ अभी तक बॉल परफेक्टली कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, मूविंग इट अराउंड, ही इज नॉट गिविंग हिम अ लॉट ऑफ चांसेस। सेंटर में दोबारा एक हल्की सी ओपनिंग, सेंड्स इट बैक इन मिड, बट दोबारा से स्टोलन अवे परफेक्टली।
CJ इन द क्लासिक रेड किड्स, अभी भी ड्रिबल बहुत अच्छा था बॉक्स के बाहर, लेकिन बात हुई है कि स्पेस ज़्यादा कुछ मिल नहीं रही है। होल्ड ऑन करना जरूर चाहते हैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ को, एंड किलियन एम्बाप्पे जस्ट ट्विस्टिंग एंड टर्निंग सो वेल, फाइंड द स्पेस ऑफ वितीनिया, द न्यू मैन ऑफ द मैच कार्ड, ही इज केपेबल ऑफ द फिनिश। लेकिन बात हुई है कि वो टाइमिंग और स्पेस मिल नहीं रहा है, बट नाउ Zico फाइंड द फर्स्ट टाइम पास, क्लाउड मोरीज फाइंड मेडुएके,
दोबारा से
साइड Zico, अपॉर्चुनिटी, वितीनिया ट्विस्टिंग एंड फाइंडिंग द स्पेस, बट CJ द प्रेस इज जस्ट टू गुड।
दोनों ही साइड पे विटीनिया के पास एक हल्का सा मौका भी आया था, बट डिफेंस लाइन भेज नहीं पाए बिल्कुल। उसी के पीछे भी आपका वो प्लेयर भी पूरा ट्रैक बैक करता हुआ, सेंड्स इट वन टच इन, Zico दोबारा से आगे थ्रू, वांट्स टू कंट्रोल अ बिट मोर, मेंडीज लेफ्ट बैक की तरफ, मेंडीज मूविंग द बॉल इन मिड, ब्यूटीफुल, स्टोलन अवे CJ, इंस्टेंटली रियलाइज किया, बट गेस व्हाट, आंसर बैक फ्रॉम टिक्का, बर्गवाल controlling yet around, Zico passes it to Vitinha, Claude Maurice,
Manja, he just trying to find some space, just space देखिए बॉक्स के आसपास अवेलेबल ही नहीं है, कोई भी पासिंग लेन बिल्कुल भी ओपन नहीं है। CJ की तरफ से ये स्विचिंग बिल्कुल ऑन टॉप चल रही है, नाउ जस्ट कीपिंग द पोजीशन एंड फाइनली ब्रेकिंग थ्रू द डिफेंस, एक एक करके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। एरन फाइंड द पास एंड ऑन द विंग उस्मान डिम्बेले, एक और बार वो अपॉर्चुनिटी बना जरूर सकते हैं। The ball roll into the scoop turn, back inside, Aaron, Kylian Mbappe, agile dribble inside the box, twisting, finding some space, Aaron, back to Zico. Oh man, has been blocked, but now Tikka An opportunity for a counter attack. Eden Hazard is just not fast enough and
could have been off.
Mediocre. He was offside, so could not receive the ball.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा offside था, तो he just decided to leave the ball itself. वापस से CJ के पास possession. Tries to bring it in, first touch through into the wings, stolen away easily. ज़्यादा space मिला नहीं था उस time पे एम्बापे को. अगर वो हल्का सा और आगे आ जाते, that could have been a dangerous position. But उसके अलावा Tikka has got an opportunity for a counter, but आप देखिए कितना perfectly दोबारा से CJ is just cutting off all the passing lanes, not giving an opportunity. और बिल्कुल आखिरी moment के ऊपर जाके he tackles it down when he knows that he's winning it.
Aaron has the space, लेकिन बात वही है कि इस बार भी वो डिफेंसिव स्ट्रक्चर बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्पैक्ट है. कोई स्पेस फाइनल थर्ड में मिल नहीं रहा है. ऑल्दो सीजे की कोई ज़्यादा परेशानी नहीं है, ही स्टिल हैज़ द +2 एडवांटेज. लेकिन वहीं करवन सिंह टिक्का एक कमबैक चाहिए इन्हें यहाँ से. ये 2 गोल का डेफिसिट ओवरटर्न करना बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है इस अपर ब्रैकेट के अंदर, वरना लोअर ब्रैकेट में धकेले जा सकते हैं.
और वहाँ पे बिल्कुल नहीं जाना है आपको, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी बहुत सारे दिग्गज भी वहाँ पे बैठे हैं. इस गेम के अंदर कमबैक जरूर टिक्का को करना है, बट कांस्टेंट अटैक सीजे के चल रही है. और वही प्रॉब्लम जो कि पहले चल रही थी, स्टिल कंटिन्यूइंग डाउन टुवर्ड्स द विंग. ज़ीको इन द मिड, कोई भी एंगल नहीं, कोई प्लेयर नहीं पास करने के लिए, सो ही जस्ट कंट्रोल्स इट अ लिटिल बिट लॉन्गर. आरन डेम्बेले विंग पे, दोबारा मौका, नो लाइन फॉर अ कटबैक व्हाटसोएवर. गेस व्हाट, लार्सन मूव्स इट इन, टैकल एट द परफेक्ट टाइम. टिक्का not really letting it through, no mistakes this time around whatsoever. But अभी भी सिर्फ 30 मिनट का ही गेम समाप्त हुआ है. You still got 15 more minutes in this half to play with, or this could be the first opportunity for Tikka in a while. Zico moves it in with a finesse on the right. फिर से एक और बार इस पूरे मैच के अंदर एक पहला गोल निकालने में कामयाब हुए हैं.
फाइनली वो अपॉर्चुनिटी, वो रन यहाँ पे बनाते हुए कामयाबी. अब इस बार वापस से फर्स्ट टाइम थ्रू पास एंड ही इज एबल टू फाइंड द फुटिंग. क्लाउड मॉरिस, ही हैज दैट फिनेस एंड ही ट्राइज दैट येट अगेन. लेकिन इस बार शेवलियर ब्लॉक करने में कामयाब. बट नाउ टचडाउन हेडर, द कॉर्नर टैक्टिक वर्क्स आउट. Zico can take a finesse and again a good save. Back to back chances, another corner tactic, touchdown header, edge of the box. Zico trying to run it down but now has been blocked. But अब एक मौका यहाँ पे सीजे के पास एक काउंटर अटैक बनाने का. प्ले लॉक टाइमिंग ढूंढना जरूर चाहते हैं, लेकिन वो सारे पासिंग लेन्स को ब्लॉक करके बैठे हैं टिक्का. एंड नाउ फर्स्ट टाइम पास, Zico finds Usman Dembele, back to Kylian Mbappe. Usman Dembele एक और बार बॉक्स में स्पेस बनाने की कोशिश. Zico inside the box, finesse near post and he has it yet again. फिर से अपनी बढ़त को मजबूत करते हुए
वो 2 गोल की लीड अभी तक कंटिन्यू कर रखी है सीजे ने. एंड आफ्टर दोस कांस्टेंट अटैक्स बाय टिक्का, इवेंचुअली इज एबल टू मेक दैट काउंटर. वो एक कॉर्नर पे हेडर के थ्रू आपको एक काउंटर का मौका मिला था, जिसपे सेंटर में Zico को बॉल मिली. दैट थ्रू वाज पिक्चर परफेक्ट आउट देयर. And again, halka sa deflection, so CJ gets the ball back in his own hands. No problems, a few more minutes for this first half to concede. At the end of the day, abhi bhi CJ is the one who's controlling the possession more often though. Aaron, center mein wapas jate hue, Vitinha has got an opportunity. Dembele with the finesse though. But Falcons, he just manages to put it out.
Leap बहुत अच्छा था. I think he has a far reach plus at this point. But now corner tactic from the side of CJ completely missing out. लेकिन अब एक मौका यहाँ पे टिक्का के पास एक काउंटर अटैक बनाने का. The left wing is completely wide open but has been marked off now. और ये pass is an offside from side of Zico.
Way too big offside. Ambitious.
ज़्यादा लेट थे जी हाँ.
I'd just say ambitious.
और वो धीरे-धीरे करके लेफ्ट विंग के ऊपर वो फर्स्ट टाइम थ्रू बॉल्स वो मिलने लगी है टिक्का को.
Yes.
वो पासिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी की जो अब तक तलाश थी वो सक्सेसफुल हो रही है.
वही सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर था, पर ये क्या ज्यादा लेट आया है, क्योंकि अभी तक सीजे इज द वन हु स्टिल कंट्रोलिंग इट. बट एक ऐसे चांस जो कि टिक्का को बार बार मिलने लगे, अगर इसमें एक आध और स्कोर हो जाता है फिर प्रेशर आएगा. एंड उस केस के अंदर आपके पास एक और अपॉर्चुनिटी बनेगी. फिलहाल टिक्का राइट एट द एज, विटिनिया एम्बापे को देते हुए वापस. वन मोर डिफेंडेड टू बीट. जहां पे शॉट नहीं लिया वहां पे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी और बनाने का चांस, बट even after that it's going to be the half time. Well defended by Tikka, man, well defended.
सीजे के पास जितने अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, 60% पोजीशन बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज लेके जा रहे हैं. पोजीशन ज्यादा गिव अप कर नहीं रहे हैं, बहुत देर तक ड्रिबल आउट करने में कामयाब हो रहे हैं. एंड टिक्का ही इज हैविंग अ रफ टाइम, ऑल्दो एडवांटेज केवल एक +2 का है इस समय. लेकिन बात यही है कि अब केवल एक हाफ और बचा है
जी.
45 मिनट्स इज व्हाट टिक्का गॉट. और अब इन 45 मिनट के अंदर आपको 2 गोल लगाकर स्कोर को बराबर करना है. चीजें थोड़ी ज्यादा कठिन होने वाली हैं यहाँ से।
बहुत ही ज्यादा। अभी तक के जितने अटैक्स थे आपको उतने बनाने ही नहीं है, बट अब कन्वर्ट भी करने हैं। And then at the same time you got to defend as well, CJ man. It's gonna be tough. 60% possession था अभी तक उनके पास. Now that shows you numbers. Chances फिर भी I'd have to say टिक्का के भी अच्छे खासे बने हैं. But he's got to keep that up for a while now. On the other side, sending it constantly back. Stolen away on the other side. एक मौका हल्का सा बन सकता है. Deflection still. Ball वापस मिल गई. Aaron. He's got an opening in the center. Zico marked perfectly. Both the defenders just moving all the way in now. Zico on the blue kit. Wants to send it back. How do we get back to Zico? Wants to reposition. That is a pretty good one though, to be honest. With the first touch right in the center. Claude Maurice moves it around. But perfectly well kept out. Right through the corner. Ek aur baar chance. Header to the or rather play out here. Stopped in perfectly at the edge. But possession abhi bhi maintain kar rakha hai. Tikka is not really letting it go whatsoever. CJ finally is able to steal that one away. Mbappe पीछे की तरफ दो. Guess what? Stopped right in the mid. एक और बार मौका. Hazard sends it to Vitinha though. Deflected well. Zico collected. But the pressure, man, the constant pressure is just impeccable.
There's a place where this really happens and that really happens. Where adventure, resilience, and impossible comebacks happen. Flying fish, it happens. Creepy heads with tentacles, yeah, it happens. A place where what the just happened happens all the time. It happens on PS5.
PlayStation.
some unexpected occurrences, but it's all been fixed, ladies and gentlemen. And again, thank you so much for your patience. The team worked really hard out there to fix it all now. But as far as, it was a tough one at the very specific moment. There's a few things that the audience needs to know at this point.
I'm just waiting for the confirmation from the admins at this point. We will see that when the game goes live in front of us, because when the turbulence happened, there was a clear-cut chance for Tikka, and that could have been converted. And that goal, if scored by Tikka, would have changed the dynamics of the game. So I'm still waiting on the confirmation what is going on the back end at this point, because the admin team will take a fair and square decision, because it is a very important result at this point. Because any goal from Tikka will entirely change how the upper bracket will look like.
Absolutely, because right now again is the second leg. You only had the last 45 minutes to play around with as well. So it was a crucial moment of the game now. We've got both the players ready. Everything's been fixed, good and dandy. And we're going to be starting it pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, really appreciate all of your patience as well. And we do apologize for those minor inconveniences. It's fine. Sometimes the small things happen. The main thing is how you bring yourself back up from it. And the team did a phenomenal job for that. Now Tikka has to do the same thing.
Well, he is on the verge of a comeback at this point. So, but the look of things, he is playing a really good FC.
Yeah.
The second leg looks very much comfortable overall. On the other side, CJ, he's not able to get the goal Goliath as he was supposedly in this matchup. But let's see how the remaining minutes of the game will roll out, since we were in the second half of the second leg. So those 45 minutes, how many minutes were remaining, we are not sure of that. We will see when the game goes live, and the admin team is deciding on everything possible so that match is completely fair for both the players.
And that is one of the big things, right? Maintaining the integrity, which is why everyone's been working on pretty hard for that. And guess what? We're all going to be starting things off at that exact very moment. And if I'm not wrong, Tikka was able to get that goal as well for himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, the scoreline is now on an aggregate of 3-4. And all Tikka needs is just one more goal to equalize things.
Well, and if you look at the clock, there is still 30 minutes plus stoppage time that remains. So there is ample of time in the game as well. But now CJ in the classic red kit is twisting and turning with Usman Dembele's cream car, who has got a 99 upgrade yesterday. But now finding Zico inside the box, finds nothing. The possession has been lost. Back to Corrado. Medueke finds Claude Maurice. Back to Bergwall. Zico has a through pass available. Good track back. Just wins the ball now. Back to CJ. Ibanez. Back to Vitinha. And just trying to bang some space.
Yeah. On the left wing now, Mbappe sends it back to Vitinha. He's kind of ready though, but even more is going to be Tikka on the other side. Now there's an opportunity. Claude Maurice sends it to Zico. The through right towards the deflected man. And it falls into the legs of CJ yet again as he controls it. Tries to send it more forward. Zico on the other side in the red. Back and forth with Aaron. He tries to get it through wing. Eventually being stolen away by Nuno Mendes.
Claude Maurice on the counter-attack. A player lock could have made a difference, but now finally inside the box. Oh, barely offside. And CJ, look at that breather. A sigh of relief. He knows this could have been an equalizer, but now back to CJ, back to Vitinha. Finds Aaron. He's onside. Back to Vitinha and just trying to dribble around that mid. But there is no free pass. And now back to Usman Dembele. Vitinha dribbling inside. Agile dribble and perfect pass. But what a tackle from Cabal.
Phenomenal tackle coming in by Tikka, making sure that that one doesn't go through. Oh, it's a mistime pass though on the other side. Being deflected by the man in red. Eventually CJ, he'll be able to control it. Theo sends it all the way back. Mbappe now back in center. Zico being tracked by 3 defenders there. No chance for him to score whatsoever. Eventually, 20 more playtime minutes remaining in this game. You have to find the equalizer right here, right now. And guess what? The attacking chance is for CJ. There's an opportunity right in the center as Mbappe puts it in. Right at the top right corner in the back of the net, increasing the lead again by 2.
Another +2 advantage for CJ, and this guy just cannot stop scoring. 5-3 he leads, and now Tikka, he is in complete pressure. A good elastica there. Oh, but Claude Maurice does not have enough space to take a shot. And now Usman Dembele keeps the ball. 15 minutes plus stoppage time is what remains from here on. And by the look of things, CJ is just controlling the tempo of the game. He is playing it real slow. He's playing the possession football right now. And the more possession he can keep, the more pressure will surmount on Tikka. And now, 13 minutes. He needs to unleash a counter. He needs to go the player lock. He misses that tab. He can feel the nerves.
Oh, wants to make a Hail Mary run out of their wing with Hazard. Sends it all the way back. Vitinha. Bhagwal on the other side. Madueke wants to dribble it around a little bit more though. But look at the pressure from CJ. One missed tackle though. This could be an opportunity. Wants to set it in, and guess what? Right as the clock hits 80 minutes, Tikka is again one goal behind only.
76 minutes. CJ takes the 5th goal. 80th minute. Karmanse Tikka strikes back with 1. And now the deficit is just of a +1 advantage. Aaron from the side of CJ finds Kylian Mbappe. Finding the edge of the box. Has Vitinha. Has the finesse plus. Could not take a shot now. Colorado still has 8 to 7 minutes remaining. First time pass. Zico. There is ample of space. A through pass indeed. Cloud Morris. A finesse. And Karmanse Tikka. He is back into the action.
Make this one an absolute entertainment, people, because the scoreline is 5-5. You can't have a better game than this one. Tikka making sure that CJ is feeling the pressure.
5-3 to 5-5. And now we might see some overtime from here on. Vitinha has the ball. Karmanse Tikka. He's unleashing another attack. Could be the last one of the game. A through pass was indeed incoming, but now has been missed out. Zico finds the ball back to Vitinha. He is just trying to dribble around that area. Zico has the ball. Aaron back to Larson inside the box. Cancel pass. Zico finesse has been blocked. 89 minutes is already up. The last attack from the game. Tikka, can he make it happen?
He's got to make it all the way through out here. Keep the ball on the other side, and guess what? A through ball. He sends it in. What a score from Tikka right at the top left corner. And he's able to get that one in, and on the back of it, win the entire game with one extra goal. And CJ is disappointed with that.
He is not happy. He is just not happy right now. No, man. Scenes in the arena at this point. What a thriller we are having.
It's a cinema, man. It's a cinema. And guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, you can find all of that action all the way at the Delhi Comic Con. The NSICF Exhibition Center. Do not miss out on any of that, because it's filled with absolute energetic people who wants to catch all of this action right here.
Man. Karmanse Tikka trailing in the first leg, and then a 5-3 deficit all in all to overcome in the last 10 minutes, and then scoring that winner at the 90th as well. A lot of things going on, but Tikka, oh man, this is an incredible journey already.
CJ falling down to the lower bracket, man. That's something I'd never really imagined. The defending champion all the way from 2024. That's a big upset though, but guess what? Tikka, man, he made that comeback possible. And you could see that happening in the entirety of the second half itself, right? Not just about that 90+1 goal, but also the way how he made that comeback to make it a 5-5. That was the most crucial part of the game.
But well, how things worked out in the favor of Tikka, let's have a look at them, because these goals that he has scored, the last 3 goals have been pretty much phenomenal. He started off trailing in the entire game, but then those finesses from Zico and then from Eduke's through pass. Although CJ was trying to get himself back into the action and then keeping the scoreline in his favor for the majority of the time until the last 10 minutes.
He scored 5 in the second one, man. That is the big thing. You could really see that. He only scored 1 goal in the first leg, and then he kept on being super aggressive after super aggressive. And eventually, the scoreline after that 5-5 sends in another through, and this was the game winner, which we were looking at. Eventually closing this entire leg out with a 6-5. Couldn't have been any more closer. There couldn't have been any more chances.
Well, you know, this is the reason this is called an upper bracket. Goliaths facing each other, and despite the fact that CJ was a clear favorite, he has been defeated at the very last second of the game. A final counter-attack unleashed by Tikka, and that's why it is said, whenever the clock hits the 85th minute marker, You need to time manage. You need to make sure that you don't give up a cheap possession. But that's the mistake that CJ conceded. And the result of it was a goal that was considered a winner for Karman Singh Tikka to move ahead.
And at the very last counter-attack, that too as well, right? Exactly at the 89th minute mark was when he stole the ball. He passed it around for a second, saw a player running through. He was not marked by anyone. The defender was a little bit back, sends that through in to score in the goal, did not lose the nerve. I genuinely thought he might have gone in for an extra pass over towards the bottom if there was a player, or maybe it was the goal before that. But yeah, that wasn't really the case. So I'd have to say this was a phenomenal performance coming in from him. And if this is how he's playing in the upper bracket, I want to see who is going to be facing on, right? Because the next one, you've got another big players playing in, and one of them is going to be Saransh.
Yes. Saransh versus Aditya Chadda, or aka Floppy Penguin, is the next matchup. And these two lads have a pretty incredible record as well. Saransh, he has been a phenomenal player. Mr. Consistent, back-to-back championships in his name, in his golden era. Has been the star lad in the FC scene in our country as well. But on the other side, Aditya Chadda, he has been one of those players who is considered a maestro of the game, but again, very inconsistent.
That inconsistency is something that eventually leads him to fall down in that lower bracket, right? That is one of the big things, yes. But at the same time, I feel that a year has passed. I'm expecting him to change a lot of tactics too. Considering in the way how this entire game's meta has been shifting, you could clearly see that even if it was last year, I'm pretty sure we would have said, yes, CJ should be able to win this one. Tikka should put up some competition, but CJ should close it out. Today we are seeing Tikka win it out. So I think so, if you're following the exact same storyline, we could say the same thing for Warsi.
Well, that is a big shout, to be very honest, because since Warsi, he's in the lower bracket all by himself, and he's facing, I think, Silento there, and Silento is a new person. So a new lad versus Warsi, now that battle will be really, really good. A veteran for almost 6 years, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And then someone who has just started playing FC. Has been playing FC for a very long time, but competing for the very first year.
Exactly.
So that is a different scenario. Also, one of those matches in the lower bracket has Jahaan.
Yes.
One of those lads who has started competing just last year, and he had made it to top 8 in the nation.
I mean, that is the kind of consistency we always look forward from him, right? Yes, last year he was a rookie. Now he's an experienced player as well. And I want to see how much he can bring in on the table too, right? In the lower bracket, a bit of a tough point for him. But I don't think so there should be any major problems out here as we finally have a look at as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the scoreline, the aggregate 6-5. Tikka eventually winning this one out. Now, he will continue his journey into the upper bracket. One more game is what separates him from the grand finals.
And this is what needed, I would say, because Karman Singh Tikka having the advantage, making sure that he goes in the upper bracket run, making the biggest upset of the PlayStation India Cup Season 4. Because everybody thought, including us, including the fans out here, including even the pro players who are competing, everyone was like, yeah, CJ should win the game, but that is FC for you. There is no clear winner, especially this time around. Because the number of comebacks we have seen, it is humongous.
And the big things is most of these comebacks are eventually, you could say, started from those wings.
Yep.
You have to utilize your wingers to perfection, right? Even towards the end, that's where we saw Mediuka and Hazard being used up a little bit more. And then the passes were being sent in the center too. Those throughs as well. I could clearly see Tikka using the Nuno Mendes a couple of times, keeping the ball with him for a little bit longer, just to free up a few extra players so that they could make some more plays on towards those wings too. And I was really liking that style because that just gets you an extra player to move all the way towards the defensive line, create some more openings, some more space, or if anything, just have a free player so that you can pass the ball around, open that defense line up, which CJ did in the first game, but eventually succumbed to in that second leg.
Yes, but now the first match has definitely ended. Karman Singh Tikka has made the progress ahead, but now the second match, Saransh's game against Aditya is one which is pretty interesting to me.
Yeah.
So that match, like, if there's a comeback in this match, so I'm not sure what to say about the next match either.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, right? And since we've been talking about those brackets as well, let's have a look at the updated brackets, ladies and gentlemen, because it is 6-5 aggregate scoreline. Tikka down, moving all the way forward in the upper bracket as CJ will be sent back down in the lower bracket, waiting between Warsi and Silento. The winner will face him, but before that we have Saransh and Floppy Penguin, aka Aditya Chadda, who will face each other. We've been constantly talking about that as well, right? And if I'm not wrong, Saransh and CJ, they used to play a lot together too. They've been playing for a long, long time though. If anything, we always talk about these two players as being the top 2 FC
Yes.
players in India. And now
For
we've got to
sure.
face one of those top 2.
Well, this is one of those days where the tournament begins and you already facing the giant.
Yeah.
So this is something which is very hard on the player itself, but Karman Singh Tikka, he had the same fate, but he was able to make a crazy comeback in the final 10 minutes. But now, Aditya Chadha, he has to go through the same. Not keeping him short, but the thing is, Saransh, he is a very, very good player.
Yeah.
But Aditya Chadha, can he surprise us as well?
Depends on the cards that he's using and the formation that he's going for.
Let me give you a sneak peek. Aditya Chadha's squad is 90% similar to what CJ was running.
I'm going to like it. That's all I'm going to say. If he's able to use it to perfection.
Although, last year when Saransh was here on the stage, he had some very mediocre cards.
Yeah.
He was playing a very gold squad and everything, and I was very surprised. Like, at this stage, you need good players because we know that good players make the players in the game much better.
Yeah.
Saransh had some very average players all around.
True.
And despite all this, he was able to make it to the grand finale.
That is one of the big things, right? Even after using the nerve team, as we would per se say, right? He still was able to move all the way back up. But on the other side of the spectrum, I really want to see his own cards as well. I really hope that he's got some good cards too, because guess what? If you can make it to the grand finals with not so good cards, I don't know what he's going to do right here, right now. But the pressure should be on him, right? Because even though CJ was the favorite in the previous one, 6-5, comeback, last minute, that eventually adds on a little bit more pressure on you, don't it?
Well, that surely does. But Saransh being one of those lads who knows how to handle the pressure more than anybody else in the entire circuit. Mr. Calm, I would like to call him. He's always so
True.
calm and composed. Even when he scores 5 goals in a row, he is not hyped up, he's not celebrating. Because he knows the job is not done until the game is over.
Yeah, that is one of the big things, right? You'd want to make sure that you have that mental momentum to have, you know, keep yourself in that game itself. You need to keep calm just so you don't lose your nerves. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let the players have their own time to set things up. In the meantime, we're going to make sure to send out to a short break. You guys grab your popcorn if you're around the Delhi, if you're around NSIC Exhibition Center, show up here and you can eventually meet your favorite players. Though I know you could see all of that happen. But guess what? We'll be sending it to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
वेलकम बैक एवरीवन। छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और बार फिर से इन द FC26 PlayStation इंडिया कप सीजन 4। मेरा नाम है स्पार्टस और अब इस डेस्क के ऊपर फॉर अ वेरी स्मॉल सेगमेंट मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं एंड प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर अलोंगसाइड वन ऑफ द प्लेयर्स हु इज कंपीटिंग इन द टूर्नामेंट। सो लोकमान, you and Jahan, how you guys are feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to be back here, Shubhank, with you once again. Last year was incredible as well, and I think today to be back on the casters, there's going to be a lot of fun. New players.
Yes.
We have a new upcoming pro player by the name of Jahan. How are you doing, Jahan?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me here, and obviously I'm excited to play. Along with that, I'm also excited to do the media today.
नर्वसनेस है थोड़ी सी, लग रहा है ऐसा कैमरा प्रेजेंस, कैमरा नर्वी, लाइट्स वियर्ड लग रहा है।
My dad is an actor, so I don't really feel that much.
Wow.
I'm used to इसके लिए। So you are used to this, but now okay. First of all, tell me about your journey. अभी तक LAN तक आने की जर्नी कैसी रही आपकी?
Journey started last year only, and I knew when I started that if I want to do something in FIFA, I need to do it fast because I saw the scene was ending, EASL was not happening. So what I tried to shift my focus was to FGS and all. So for that I also took coaching from Saranshjain9 in the start, and then after that it's all hard work, man. I used to play a lot. I used to give up a lot of things just to play, but I feel like it has worked out for me, and I'm doing quite well. I'm coaching people as well now. I'm playing tournaments. I'm making LANs, doing well in FGS. So yeah, that's been my journey.
Pretty fantastic though, Jahan. But I think, given the fact that you've said that you've taken coaching from Charanjot and that you're an upcoming player, so we have a few questions from you, from the community, that they've been wanting to ask from pros like yourself and other pros who are present here with us. And given the fact that you've made to the LAN of such a big event, we have so many people watching us here. And we are going to start with the questions quickly with you though. So again, this is, I think, the topmost question that we've asked a lot of pros last year also this, that who's the toughest opponent you've faced in India? So I think pretty much I know the answer for this.
Oh yeah, I know. Like the answer obviously for everyone is going to be CJ. But then along with CJ, I feel like there's one more opponent that is tough for me usually. Like CJ and Chadda both are very tough for me usually. Like other pros also are obviously very good. But I feel like Chadda's attack is even better than CJ's sometimes. So it depends on the day, man. Like Chadda sometimes plays better than CJ, sometimes CJ. But like these two are always on the top of my list.
That's great. I think that those are the two top answers that even I was expecting.
Yeah, but how about Saransh? Like we have seen Saransh being the finest guy, but
Saransh is also very good, bro. Saransh, one thing I like about Saransh is that he's very consistent. He's playing since 8 years, 8+ years now. But if you'll see, he's like the game doesn't matter. There's people who abuse meta. Saransh, without doing that, will play very well. So yeah, Saransh is also quite good.
That's interesting. I mean, there are a few pros who are at that level. I mean, it's very difficult to like pinpoint, given the fact that there are different achievements that pros have now. So I think, of course, that pretty much sums it up. But I think mostly for everyone, it's going to be Charanjot for sure. All right, question number 2. Which pro has the cleanest attacking build-up, in your opinion? That's a very interesting question.
My answer for this is going to be unique. It's actually Genesis that I've seen.
Oh.
He has the cleanest build-up because one thing about Genesis that I've noticed, I've watched a lot of his games and I used to try what he's doing. He never loses the ball in the opponent's half. He's always going to make an attack. He's always going to reach the goal. And he has the cleanest build-up. Yeah, sometimes he keeps the ball a lot, but that's just his play style. You can't say it's the game. You can do anything you want. I feel like the cleanest build-up is Genesis. Final answer.
that's a really good call. Like Jenna being one of the most veteran players in the scene. So that is true, and we are kind of missing him here as well. But at the same time, Jahan, I want to ask you your opinions on the 4-5-1 formation that is currently just exploiting the meta.
I feel like the game has become very mechanical now. Like FIFA earlier used to be like, let's say before 20, it used to be like you can play any formation and you have to play what's in front of you. But now I feel FIFA has become so mechanical. There's like 3 formations every year. You have to either choose between them and just play them, and you need to just copy tactics and just play that. If you want to win against good opponents, you have to do that. So I feel 4-5-1, yes, it's very repetitive, it's the same thing. But if you want to play at a high level, you have to use it.
That's a very good question as well that you asked, because I think for a lot of people, if you're watching here, are interested in the formations that everyone is playing, and all these pros are trying out different formations. But as Jahan correctly said, that there are only a few formations that work every year, and pros keep tweaking around it, and then most of the people follow that eventually. So that brings us to the next question. I am stuck in the same division for 3 months. What am I doing wrong? Now that's a question a lot of you people watching ask the pros, and people who are giving coaching to them also are being asked these questions. So what do you think is the answer to this?
I think I'm going to drop the final wisdom on this, and I know what exactly you need when this is happening. When you're stuck in the same division, one thing that you're not doing, I know you're not doing that, and you must know you're not watching your games back. All you're doing is you think that you're going to play a lot and that's going to improve you. But if you're playing a lot, you're just repeating the same bad patterns that you have. Even if you play less and you watch more, something that I tell my students is like, if you're playing 2 hours, you can watch 3 hours also. But when you're watching, you have to implement those things in the next game, and that's how you improve. If you're not watching, you will be stuck in the same division always.
Like, that is so true. WOD reviews are something which are very consistent at a pro level. Like, I have done it myself, so I know that the value of WOD reviews. But coming on the same topic, like, when you are WOD reviewing yourself, is it better to learn a playstyle from a professional player or try to build your own?
See, I feel like even when you're learning a playstyle from a pro player, you're always going to have your touch in your game. Like, let's say I'm watching Anders, for example, and I'm trying to do what he's doing. That's not going to make my game 100% like Anders. Obviously, there's some things that I like that I'm going to do myself. So yeah, I feel like you're watching pro players, just take, you know, some patterns that they are doing that you don't have in your game. Other than that, you can just play your game and you go add those patterns initially, because everything is not going to work against every opponent. So you need to see what the other pros are also doing.
Well, that is so true, and thank you so much, Jahaan, for joining us. That is great insight from you about the game, and hopefully you guys have learned a lot from the insight that he has given him. And now we'll give him break, so the players get ready for the very next match. It is Saransh taking on Aditya Chadda. वेलकम बैक एवरीवन। छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद फिर से स्वागत है आप सभी का इन द FC26 PlayStation इंडिया कप सीजन 4। अब समय आ चुका है आज के दिन के अपर ब्रैकेट गेम नंबर 2 का, जहां पे सारांश फेस करने वाले आदित्य चड्ढा को।
आई थिंक काफ़ी अच्छा गेम होने वाला है स्पार्टस। आई थिंक ये ऐसा फिक्सचर है जो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इंडियन प्लेयर्स के बीच में है। वी हैव ऑल दीज 4-5 टॉप प्लेयर्स इन द कंट्री and these two are definitely amongst the best. They've faced each other multiple times in so many different tournaments that it's so difficult to put a pin on it that who's going to eventually win this game.
And keeping in mind जो अभी पिछला मैच था CJ बनाम करमन सिंह टिक्का, वो एक अपसेट में कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पे चेंज हुआ है, and a last minute that winner, ये ना चीज़ें हर्ट करती हैं। ये फट चांस वाली चीज़ें अगर आपके साथ एक टूर्नामेंट लेवल पे हो जाए, the 90th minute goal, वो hurt करता है और अब वहाँ से जो momentum है वो दिखाई दे रहा है. There is no one favorite to win the tournament at all.
There is not. I mean, these 4 players which were in the winners bracket, as Aditya Chadda, I was seeing stories on the Nordwin page yesterday where Aditya was saying that these are the top 4 predictions. And he backed himself up. Then he said Saransh is there. Then he said Charanjot is there. And then he said TikkaTown is there. Karman Tikka. So I think these 4 players, according to me also, are like one of them was only going to win. Now CJ has dropped down to the losers bracket, which is of course a big upset. We did not expect that to happen, right? But now that it's come down to that point, we are actually going live with the game now. So I think it's time to take you guys through the second game of the winners bracket. It's Aditya Chadda versus Saranshjain.
Time to pound, I guess, is Aditya Chadda in the black kit, if I'm not wrong there, T2P. And then we have the white kits for Saransh. So I guess that's their name, if I'm not wrong.
That's correct, that's correct.
Yeah.
Aditya Chadda straight up on the attack. So just for the viewers again, welcome to the EAFC 26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4, where a prize pool of 4 lakhs INR, Spartus. That is incredible what these guys are competing for. And right when I said that, Saranshjain in the white kit attacking from right to left, has the ball, tries to rotate it, but Aditya Chadda so good with his pressing and tracking back, wins the ball.
He has a Lamine Yamal on the right wing. Finesse plus बहुत ज़्यादा काम आने वाला है आज, but the Costa, the Evo, he is running down the flank, a pass, oh, clean Mbappe. Clear good opportunity, just the chance goes begging. Corner tactic, touchdown header should be a goal, but good block from Dalot. तो अच्छे chances बनाए हैं यहाँ पे already, लेकिन defend उससे भी ज़्यादा अच्छा.
I think what Aditya Chadda is doing is trying to find spaces behind the back line. Has a chance, goes for a shot, and that is Yamal for you. That left foot is magical, and what a start that is for Aditya Chadda, taking the lead against Saranshjain in a very important game.
Oh man, सही कहा था मैं जहान ने कि cleanish attack, बहुत ज़्यादा aggressive game play है यहाँ पे आदित्य चड्ढा का. One of the most ruthless players in the FC26 circuit right now. और देखिए गोल जस्ट स्टार्ट होने के बाद एक और बार एक काउंटर अटैक अनलीश कर दिया इन्होंने यहाँ. Zico has the ball, just trying to find some space. Another inside the box out. Diego Dalot yet again a good interception, लेकिन possession फिर से आप lose out करते हुए एक और finesse just off target.
Yeah, that's a shocking miss, honestly, because that is usually a goal, and that could have given Aditya Chadda that advantage going forward in this game. It's just been 15 minutes, and you can see how time to pound is quite literally up there.
सारांश के लिए I don't think कुछ ज़्यादा मौके बने अभी तक पूरे गेम में. It is just Aditya Chadda trying so many chances, and now yet again around the Evo card inside the box, low driven Chevalier. The Evo version has far reach, has the footwork, has all the meta play styles, but still struggling in front of goal. Another corner kick and another short corner tactic, or rather the player log to the touchdown header, and yet again he goes touchdown. Zico has been blocked by Dalot, and at this point it is very weird to see Saransh completely on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean the pressure that Aditya puts, like again he's just been getting the ball constantly. This is like his, I think, 8th attempt on goal, and that is quite incredible in the first 20 minutes. That builds up that pressure on the opponent because you're constantly on the back foot. And now this is Saransh's chance to build that attack. Tries to play it through, but great step up from Stam. Stam, of course, one of the best centre-backs in the game, Spartus. He's really, really good. There's a reason why everyone has him in the team. Zico now tries to play a pass, but now Saransh has finally, seems like it, finally found some balance in the game.
Yeah, he's trying to get his footing, and the good thing about Saransh is, despite the fact he has seen so many chances against him, has conceded just one, but now the first time through, a finesse, unstoppable Aditya Chadda right in front of us. 2-2, he already leads, and Saransh, he has to cue a pause. He's not sure what is going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a good decision to take a pause to sort of break the momentum of Aditya Chadda. A lot of players do that, try to just, regroup themselves because they really have to sort of take a pause, take a breather, work on the fact that nothing is working out for them in the first 20-25 minutes. So I think that's a very important pause. Best part about competitive mode is you get those 90 seconds as well, so you can just have some water. That's again a tip for all the people watching, that even if in a game of champs you're conceding a lot of goals, right? Like, you should just take a breather and not continuously playing. A lot of people end up rage playing. You and I, one of them, of course.
Yeah. I'm being the prime example. I'm like, yeah, you score one, I'm going all in attack yet again. You need to calm your nerves down, and I hope Saransh has done that. Well, at this point, it is just 25 minutes into the first half of the first leg, and he's already down to 2 goals. He needs to make at least one shot on target at this point. Finally, he's driving inside, but the pass is just not good enough. He's looking a bit restless in front of the goal and in the final third.
Yeah, I mean, if you see, Aditya has been very clinical going forward. I mean, even though he's doing those drag backs, making those passes, yet another chance, but that is offside. Great build-up once again from Aditya Chadda, but of course, not good enough to get that third goal. But as I was saying earlier, I think Saransh has to be a bit more clinical going forward. He is making those passes, but those angles are being cut off really well by Aditya Chadda in those angles. And every time he gets the ball with the CDM, he's straight up doing a player log, sending players forward. The confidence is oozing out of this man. Can he get this third goal? But Saransh has been a bit more stable defensively compared to the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's looking a tad bit better, but now Saransh finally onto the attack. Should take a finesse, takes his sweet time, a low-driven finesse, finally gets on the scoreboard. And it is a unique card from the Saudi League. The Evos are working fairly well.
The Evos are working really well, and I think from what I've seen, the teams of all these players, I was chatting with them, and I see some very interesting cards that you wouldn't normally see in a team of champs, because you have certain restrictions to play with. Just when I say that, Yamal, beautiful cutback, goes for a finesse shot. Just not enough to extend his lead by 2 goals. But again, the corner routine drops it down nicely for Zico. But Saransh, I think by this time, after like 5 attempts, has finally figured out how to stop those corners.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more learning for everybody who's watching this game, because his corner tactics are pretty much unstoppable. But Saransh has done a pretty well job. But now, finally onto a counter-attack, Kylian Mbappe. He needs to find a cutback. Claudia Pina has been intercepted, and Klosterman. The quick step definitely coming into the play.
Yeah, as you said, the quick step is so important because he's got 87 pace, and you have a combination of that with Yap Stam. Of course, that's a very solid defensive combination that Aditya has. He's obviously got the likes of Mbappe, and what Aditya was telling me right before the game when I was chatting with him, he's got most of his attack has finesse plus, which is of course the meta at this point of time, because the goalkeeper movement has been nerfed in the latest patch. So all these things, people who are watching, they are aware of it, and they know how the pros do it best.
Exactly. The double tap triangle is completely gone out of the picture, so even if you kind of expect a finesse incoming, you can't do much about it. And now Aditya running down the middle of the park. Larsson has the ball, takes a sweet time. He's not forcing the attack. So patient in the build-up, has found a low-driven yet again. And Aditya Chadda, he's just running riots. Third one to his name. Floppy Penguin. Man, this guy, he's unstoppable.
He is unstoppable indeed. I mean, a lot of people might have not even heard about this card, but what Aditya is doing with him is exactly showing why you should be using him. Again, Mbappe down the wings. Look at that left stick dribbling. That's beautiful. Right on the mark of the half-time. Plays a pass from Yamal, but the wrong foot to take a shot with. That could have been such a beautiful goal. He still has one more chance though. Can he drop it down nicely for the corner? Still gets the ball. A lot of chaos. Saransh has to just clear the ball out. And with that being said, the first half, a very entertaining first half, has come to an end, where Aditya Chadda is leading by 3-1.
I've never seen Saransh back completely against the wall. This is the first time I am seeing this lad struggling to make attacks.
Yeah, I mean,
defense can be something where you might struggle a bit this season, that's fine, but not able to attack is something where we have to commend how well Aditya Chadda is playing.
he is actually, yeah, and Aditya was very confident at the start of the game. I mean, of course, both the players have so much of experience. Saransh constantly talking about, you know, how much he listens to music before the game. But as you rightly said, we've not seen him on the back foot so much. And of course, this is unfamiliar territory for Saransh. But again, he needs to know that he's playing against a player who's got one of the best attack in not just India, but the entire Southeast Asia. So Aditya, of course, he was in the top 4 players in the last South Asian qualifiers that happened. So that is being displayed here at the PlayStation India Cup Season 4.
Man, this guy is so good. Especially the way he's controlling his CMs to build up the attack, then taking his sweet time in the final third, making sure that no pass is rushed out. He's not making some nasty and hasty decision in the final third.
Yeah,
Lamine
absolutely.
Yamal, we have seen some quick finesse from him. Although if taken on a strong foot, would have been 5th or even 6th goal to his name. But at this point, just look at him. Hansen Aaron just taking his time, wins the ball back yet again. The right stick switching is working absolutely perfect.
Had the chance to play that pass through, but then again, solid defending there from Saransh. But Aditya quite relentless with those player locks. Plays a pass through, again a finesse shot. But Chevalier is there to stop that. I mean, again, the corner routine is constantly trying to look for that stamp to Zico, head down, trying to get that chance in for himself, but just not enough.
And I think at this point, Aditya might try go short in the corner because the head down, the knockdown headers aren't working. But at this point, Saransh might get one goal back, finds the final third, takes a shot, and Paqueta, the Evo centre-mid, finally gets one back to his name. 3-2. Saransh, he is closing down the gap.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that if it's the commentator's curse that we call it, that the players almost sort of hear us and they come back into the game to make it more exciting, because Saransh was completely on the back foot, gets a beautiful second goal to come back into this game. Aditya, on the other hand, is constantly pushing for a goal. Even after he concedes, he's not worried about keeping possession. You look at his approach towards the game. Saransh not able to find that space, has to recycle possession there. Paqueta tries to force the pass again, and Stam always so good at stepping up and winning that ball. Aditya once again tries to play that ball. Carlos Alberto was right there to stop. That could have been very tricky for Saransh over there.
SBC of the year, I would say. Like one of the best cards you are getting for like 500k on the fodder value. Pretty much perfect. But also at the same time, Loki, we have not seen much players playing with the shadows off in the scene. So these graphics, like whoever perspective is this, no shadows in the field, making it look a bit weird, but maybe something hidden meta for them. But at the meanwhile, Kylian Mbappe the first time through, finesse, and this guy is just wrecking goal after goal. 4th one on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that through ball is always so nice to play through. Whenever you see that chance, you have the best possible player on the left wing to play. Kylian Mbappe, as we say, the OG position that he has. He keeps evolving into being a striker, but Mbappe cutting in from the left to always score that finesse shot is the key for all the pro players. And that's exactly what Aditya has done so nicely, where he's played that through ball and extended his league by 2 goals. Mind you, this is a best of 2 affair. So Saransh is still in it, has the chance, goes for a shot, and great save there from the goalkeeper. It could have been almost a comeback instantly from Saransh.
Yeah, Sheva just some Superman save there. I thought Bonmati can never miss from that angle, but Chevalier, crazy save. But now Hume back to, that was Pina if I'm not wrong. Good block, but okay. Bruiser coming into the play, but foul has been committed. Ball goes back to Aditya and just taking his sweet time on the back lines. A bit risky though from the high press. Gets it out with the player lock. Back to Vitinha. Finds Larson. Driven pass. Aaron Zico, the 4-5-1 is working phenomenally well, and another through pass might be on the way. A chip incoming, and there we have it. The vision, the finish is just extraordinary from the man. Floppy Penguin. He has scored 5 goals already, and this is just the first leg.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic goal that was. That through ball was almost 50-50, Smartest. I think it was not easy for him to sort of judge that pass and play it, but the finish was so exquisite. That chip, perfection. Looks for a through ball again. He's constantly looking for those through balls behind Saransh's defense. It's been very difficult for Saransh to defend it. Now has the chance to play a through ball. Beautiful pass. Can he convert? Aitana Bonmati. And that's the goal that Saransh needed to come back into this game. It is going to be so crucial for him in the last 15 minutes. Great run, great finish.
3-5. 15 minutes remaining in the first leg at this point. Vitinha finds the ball. Saransh, he's still looking for the 4th one. Claudio Pina trying to find some space. Finds Paqueta instead. Paqueta just taking his sweet time, and just look at the defensive structure. Not moving the piece out of the puzzle, and never mind. Sometimes the precision shooting just doesn't go your way.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking about the 4-5-1 as well, here it is for you. I mean, of course, if you see the teams, interesting to see the tactics of the players. You only get a quick look at them because pros, of course, being super fast with their menus. just quickly setting up their teams. But you saw the 4-5-1, quite a stable formation with 3 centre mids. And it is not easy to break it down. That's why those through balls become even more important to play from the wings. And there, that shot, that it was a precision shot gone wrong. Otherwise, Saranj could have changed the game entirely for the last 10 minutes.
Exactly. If he aimed it right, Claudio Pina is not missing that. The low-driven plus will surely get you at least a corner on the bare minimum. But now, with almost 15 minutes remaining on the clock, Saranj is still trailing by 2. Although this is the first leg, but now the first time through pass from Pina is just perfect. Nico Williams, player nutmeg, finds the space, trying to agile dribble, but loses the ball in the possession. But now Paqueta could be a time for a counter-attack, but the 4-5-1 and the 3 CMs, the best possibility to stop a counter-attack is coming from it.
Yeah, I mean, that was another attempt from Aditya, but right when we say that, Saranj, is he through on goal? Just offside. That was a close call. And Aditya leaving a lot of gaps though as well. He's winning the game, and you can still see he's doing player logs. He's not holding on to possession. He wants to get the goal for the second match, and he doesn't want to hold back because his approach is constantly to attack. And attack is the best form of defense, as we know, and that's the approach he's taking, although he's risking a lot of gaps because Saranj has yet another chance from Paqueta to play a pass to Xavi Simons. Can he dribble through? Almost did. Great defending there by Aditya to stop that attack.
One extra touch from Xavi Simons and could have been the 4th one there. But now Saranj finally winning the ball high up the pitch, finds Vitinha, back to Nico Williams, could have been a goal. Xavi inside the box. Was that deflection? Nah. 3-star weak foot, I guess. Just not working in his way.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough one. The angle was looking at least well, but I mean, that shot again did not have that accuracy he wanted. Aditya once again constantly in the attack. Kylian Mbappe has a chance to go across the goal, and he does. Low driven. There is no stopping that goal. No goalkeeper in the world can stop that. Fantastic finish from none other than Kylian Mbappe. Love the celebration as well. And it is 6-3 on the 89th minute. It's going to be a tough challenge now for Saranj. 3 goals now.
Oh, this is just not looking good, to be honest. I think this will be for the first very time that we might see both Saranj and CJ in the lower bracket at this pace. Because 6-3 is a big scoreline to overturn, and by look of things, Saranj is not having the luck in his favor as well. A near post Rivella is a tad bit gamble to take it. And now the short corner is not working out as well. Just loses out in the possession, and 6-3 will be our total scoreline until Aditya scores the 7th one, because he is just through on goal. Claudio Pina might take a lower driven bruiser, activated, possession lost, but the game comes to a close. The first leg ends in the favor of Aditya Chadda. 6-3. He takes the scoreline completely in his favor.
I mean, that was a hard-in-the-mouth moment there when Kylian Mbappe was approaching the goalkeeper who was trying to stop.
Yes.
I mean, if that would have gone in, I think that would have been pretty much GG's for Saranshjain. But then again, I mean, look at the attacking prowess from both the players. Saranj, it's not like he's not had enough chances. He's had multiple chances in the game. It's not that he does not have the intent to score. So I think it's very important for Saranj to sort of get back into that zone where he knows that he can get those goals.
But I have not seen someone attack so brilliantly well in this FC. Especially like when everyone is complaining about AI defending and agile dribbling not being that good, R1 dribbles being not that good.
Yep.
And then we see Adi, he's just scoring chance after chance, and at least 15 shots if I'm not wrong. Every chance he had, he was through on goal.
He was. And every time you see Saranj trying to defend, Aditya is adapting to it. He's trying something different. He's not always playing that, forcing that through ball behind the fullback. If he's not getting that space, he's trying to, do a player lock and try to, go past the player there. So he's trying multiple things to attack that space.
Well, that is so true. But how the match went, we'll have a look at it again with our highlights. And it started brilliantly in the, I think, 8th minute it is, or even less than that, from Lamine Yamal, and then Aarons with the finesse plus, making sure that he gets crazy advantage. The player nutmeg back to Aarons, and then Vitinha near post. Everyone has finesse in his squad, and he is not shying away from using it.
He's not actually, I mean, that was offside, but then Saranj scored, and then Aditya with a low driven once again. I mean, we've seen the low driven being so overpowered in FC 26. That is the meta. You constantly saw a great turn there from Saranj. First time finish as well. The players don't shy away from taking that opportunity, but Kylian Mbappe once again. That as soon as that space opens up for him, it's very nice for him to just curl back in and look at that through ball, Spartans. This is what I was talking about. The through ball, the chip, everything so beautiful about that entire attack.
It's like so rehearsed. He exactly know when to play it out, and the timing on the through balls matter the most in the 4-5-1. And Aditya, he has mastered it completely. And at this point, I'm not sure what Saransh needs to do in the second leg to make a comeback. Because at this pace, this might look like a double-digit scoreline in favor of Adi.
It could be. I mean, the way Aditya is going about things, I mean, I mean, there are some of you online as well who have faced these pros in champs.
Yes.
And I think the best part about that is that you guys have seen how they play. You've experienced it in person. I mean, at least I have for the longest time. Of course, you have played against them. Such a joy to play against them. It's fun, especially against a player like Aditya, because it's so attacking. It's very positive as well. So for us as casters and for you guys to be as viewers, you're in for a treat for the second leg.
And this is something which is very nice at this point. Like, we have seen so many players who like to keep possession majority of the time and then wait for the opponent to commit a mistake, just recycle the passes.
Yep.
Aditya has none of it. He's like, I have the ball, I'm there to create some more chances and score more number of goals. That's the way to play it properly and more aggressively. Because I think this is the best year for FC when the attacking football has been implemented at the perfect level.
Absolutely it is, and I think if you see how the different patches have come in the game as well. At the start, defending was very difficult. Now the defending has been buffed a little. So I think all these things combined together just gives us a treat every single time the game changes a little bit.
Oh, that is so true. And goalkeeper has been nerfed to the ground as well. But now the first leg from the second game has come to an end. Aditya Chadda is in the advantage from 6-3. But will Saransh will be able to make a comeback in the second leg? We'll find all that out right after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone, right after a very short break to FC26 PlayStation India India qualifiers, or the PlayStation India Cup Season 4. At this point, Aditya Chadha, he has made some incredible goals in the last leg. Winner bracket we were looking at, and the first leg was something where I don't think Saransh has some input overall. He barely scored the 3 goals, while Aditya Chadha, he was just wrecking goals after goals.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare the two of them, I mean, you can see how clinical Aditya has been, how aggressive Aditya has been. Saransh, on the other hand, has had chances. As you said, I mean, he doesn't look that great in front of Aditya right now. I mean, Saransh, of course, his goals were very good.
Yep.
He still has a chance. I mean, 3 goals in a game of FC26 is not that big of a deal. I mean, of course, you wouldn't agree with the fact that there's no comeback possible if this was the first patch. But even after the latest patch as well, 3 goals is not a very big deal, because you're seeing the last game that we saw between Karman and CJ as well.
Yes.
You saw the number of goals that was scored there. So I think for Saransh as well to come back into this game is very much possible.
But that will be only possible when he can make sure that Aditya doesn't score more goals in front of him. Because by the look of things, he has been the better attacker overall. He has been scoring some pretty beautiful goals all by himself. The through passes have been perfect. The finesse are working just perfectly well as well. But now, let's see if Saransh has enough fuel in his tank. Right now, onto the blue kit. He's trying to make some attack. Lamine Yamal from side of Aditya Chadha in the white kit as of now. Finds the player lock, just loses up with the position.
Yeah, I mean, Saransh playing from left to right in the blue kit this time, trying to pave his way through Aditya's resilience defense. Pina now has a chance, dribbles through, gets a free kick in a very good position. Can that L1 power shot sort of free kick fly in? Can we see something incredible from the likes of Paqueta?
He's not using Pina there. Pina has dead ball. Does Paqueta has dead ball? I'm not sure, but he's going for the finesse. Will get blocked out. Wins the header though for the rebound, but nothing. Making sure that the ball goes in. A good attempt though. But again, the scoreline is completely in favor of Aditya at this point. He has a +3 and he is going for even more. Kylian Mbappe just taking his sweet time on the ball, dribbling inside. Player nutmeg, finds some more space, twisting, turning. What a shot! What a dribble! And Aditya Chadha, this guy is built different.
I mean, I'm just lost for words. The confidence and the ability he has to maneuver inside the box with such prowess, and the way that he's taken that touch. Again, a left foot finish from Kylian Mbappe, that too low driven. Just goes to show how confident he is. I think he's definitely one of the contenders. I mean, I have said this at the start of the tournament as well. Aditya is definitely one of the guys who can actually win this. Unless Saransh has different plans, goes for a shot, gets a second ball, but not enough as the goalkeeper catches that ball. But what a goal from Aditya Chadha. Absolutely fantastic.
Baiting out the passing lanes again and again and just making sure that he dribbles around with Kylian Mbappe inside the box. So much, I would say, confidence in those dribbles, making sure that the passing lane does not matter much. And now again, he's inside the box, finds Larsson, finesse, misses out. He wins the ball back with the Costa, who is running as attacking back at this point. But now Zico inside the box, another finesse by Chevalier. Saves the day. Could have been the 8th one, and this is what I was talking about, Lokman knew. Saransh might have some decent chances, but at the very same time, Aditya, he had so many chances that the scoreline might even end up in double digits.
I mean, it could actually, we've seen 7 goals in total from Aditya. He's still constantly on the attack. He's on another attack. Can he make something out of this? Vitinha, great pass there. Just on the edge of it, just heads it back to the goalkeeper, and Saransh gets away with it. Saransh is constantly trying to play those through balls, but Aditya is always there in order to stop that run. I mean, he's constantly reading it. Saransh has had chances, but he really has to buckle up and play those passes. Just when he said that, he does that. And a goal from none other than Khalid is the name of the player from the Saudi League you were talking about. And that gets him back into the game. The deficit is down to 3 goals. Great through ball there.
He needs at least 3 more of those now, and making sure that Carreras does not give an assist at this point. The crazy part about Aditya Chadha is that he is phenomenally well in defense, but at the very same time, his fullbacks are included in the attack. They are not isolated, but now I think there might be a counter. Kylian Mbappe takes a near post shot. Saranshjain, he is making a small comeback. 5th goal to his name. 2 more to go.
I mean, I love the fact that how he's playing those through balls constantly. And Aditya is, of course, taking a small little pause for the reason we all know why. But then again, I think the fact that the commentator's curse is always there, right? Every time we end up saying that Saransh is almost impossible for him to come back in the game. He gets up, scores 2 goals,
Yes.
and just manages to come back into the game, and it's just literally down to 2 goals, and we're only at 25 minutes at this point. I mean, anything can happen.
Well, this is so true, and this is what experience does to you, right? He exactly know how to change the tempo of the game, but now Aditya Chadha at the very same time making sure that he gets at least 1 more back. Aaron, he has the ball, just loses out the possession, but a foul has been committed, at least from a different player, already on a yellow. But finally, a free kick too far to think of it, but now a short free kick has been taken. A play lock, right inside the box, Lamine Yamal twisting and turning, trying to find the final third. Zico is there inside, finesse! He finds yet another shot on target, and guess what? It is the 8th one now.
I mean, it's almost like a boxing match that is going on. It's so fantastic because every time Aditya scores 2 goals, Saransh comes back with 2 goals, and Aditya starts scoring. I mean, I love the back and forth jabs that these guys are having in terms of the goals, and what a fantastic finish that is from Zico. Again, so clinical. He had to go near post there, had no other option. Great touch, great finish, and once again, Aditya right off the bat trying to attack. Saransh has to press up. Still in the game though, it's just 3 goals, right where we started off, to be honest, Pardus, with the second leg. I mean, that was the same deficit we had, 3 goals. And we're still back at the same time after 30 minutes in the game. Can Aditya extend it with this attack? Has a chance from Zico. He's going to be patient to try and play that pass. Sorts of force it in. And now Saransh is going to build up once again.
Just taking his time in the mid. Offside trap. Does not hurt anything at this point, and now final third could be a play. Pina, she's already on a yellow though. Klosterman just intercept the ball right away, does not have much of a threat. And now, oh, that is risky there. The fullback loses out the possession very cheaply, and now Aditya Chadha might create a chance of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's constantly looking for those gaps, as you can see. Every time Saransh loses the ball, he tries to capitalize it. Great attempt there from Saransh to play that first time through ball. Very well switched to the last man by Aditya in order to stop that. Again, a player lock, looks into a first time through ball. You look at the switching, the timing of it.
Yes.
Last second, I mean, it's incredible because usually it's very difficult to defend those if you're able to switch at the last second. I mean, that is quite an incredible skill you have as a pro player to stop those through balls. Saransh tries to go through, but Stam like a brick wall, one of my personal favorites. And that too, again, the Manchester United reference. While I say that, Vitinha now has a chance to score another one. And a fantastic goal from Aditya Chadha to extend his lead by 4 goals. And what a run from Vitinha again. That formation that we keep talking about, the runs from the midfield. And
Yes.
who better than 90 rated Vitinha to get that goal for you?
The man of the match card, and the upgrade he has received, they are phenomenal. The pace has gone up to 80. He has a finesse plus, intercept, incisive, tiki. You talk about the play style, he has all of them. And for sure, Aditya using them to perfection as well. And now with 9 goals to his name, keeping in mind that only 3 halves have been played. There's just 1 more half yet to be played, but Saransh might get a goal at the end of it, but has been intercepted. No threat whatsoever, but Aditya Chadha, 3 halves, 9 goals.
It's incredible, really. Now, I think I would just want now that commentator's curse to come back again so that Saransh is able to score 2 more goals. And we are in for a treat because the deficit now for Saransh to make up, to avoid the loser bracket, is 4 goals. And he
Yes.
has, as you said, 3 halves are done. 1 half is left. Can Saransh score these 4 goals and come back in the second half? It's not going to be easy, but here we go. And to all the viewers who are tuning in just now, welcome to the FC 26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4, where it's the winners bracket second matchup between Saranshjain and Aditya Chadha. Saransh playing from right to left in the blue kit, trying to attack and cover the deficit of these 4 goals, whereas Aditya, ever so confident, is looking for those through balls constantly. Has another chance there, but very well defended from Saransh.
I think Saransh has figured it out that quick switching is the way to stop those through balls. Because a second too late and the striker might be just directly straight on goal. And yes, finesse might be incoming, but what a tackle there. I guess it was Klosterman yet again, making sure that he is fast enough to intercept the ball right in front of the goal. But now Paqueta dribbling inside, finds Kylian Mbappe on the wings. Claudio Pina making a run inside the box, loses the possession, and Aditya Chadda, with every second going away, Saransh is moving closer to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher, isn't it? Unless he does something here, tries to play an attack. Claudio Pina now has to twist and turn, plays a pass to Khaled, and that's a great finish there. What a cheeky goal out of nowhere from the man from Saudi. Great finish there, and that gives Saransh that hope
Yes.
that he's looking for in this game at the moment. But right when I said that, Aditya once again threw on goal from Vitinha, and I love this boxing match between the both of them. It's constantly back and forth goals. Right when Saransh had that hope of coming back into the game, Aditya sends Vitinha on a run and gets the same goal, just in a different half, and extends his lead again with 4 goals.
And 16 goals have already been scored, Loki.
That's
16
incredible.
goals, that is crazy. These two players are just playing the perfect attacking football possible at this point. And now Aditya, he's looking to score the 17th right in the second half. Hansen Aron find the path, and what a touch, what a pass. Zico finesse all the Chevalier. This time he's able to use that far reach. But man, oh man, I don't think Saransh has any time left to make sure that he overcomes with a 4-goal deficit with just 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I mean, if that last chance had gone in from Vitinha, which I think he took a little too early, I think he got a little bit impatient. Had Vitinha scored that, it would have put like Saransh in a very, very difficult, almost an impossible position to make a comeback, because that would have extended Aditya's lead to 5 goals. And he still can do that because he's not stopping. He's so relentless, constantly trying to attack in every opportunity that he's getting. Paqueta now, Saransh has to make something out of it. Just forcing it a bit too much now. Aditya barely giving him any space whatsoever. Great pass there. Can this be the final nail in the coffin? Yes, it is. And what a goal there from Aditya. And that pretty much would settle it. I mean, it's almost impossible for 5 goals to be scored in the last 35 minutes in game. I mean, kudos to him, man. What a fantastic attacking display he's given us today.
Pure attacking FC. And I don't think I've seen anything better than this. This is elite level of attacking FIFA. Man, this guy is so clinical in front of goal. He exactly knows what to trigger, when to send the players on the run, and just look at that play log. Finds Jamal, finds Aaron yet again. Ball roll. He wanted another finesse there, but Hume this time around just intercepting it. But this is just killing the clock, because now the game result is pretty much over. Saransh is looking for one more. He will get one more back, but the thing is, he still needs to turn 4 goals deficit, and he barely has 20 minutes remaining.
It's incredible, isn't it? Like 18 goals have been scored, and if you look at the score line as well right now, it's 5-4. So Saransh has actually turned up a lot better in the second leg, if you see in hindsight. But it's just that Aditya hasn't stopped attacking. He's never tried to hold on to possession.
Yes.
He's never tried to waste time. He's constantly going for those attacks. He's not scared of giving spaces to Saransh as well. He's not worried about conceding goals. He's like, I don't care. I'm just going to keep attacking. And if I give a lot of spaces to Saransh, it doesn't matter. But just when I say that, hold on, there's a chance. And Diego Dallo out of the blue comes forward and gets that goal for Saransh. And hang on, it's 3 goals in 75 minutes. Do you think a miracle is possible, Spartus?
Oh man, 15 minutes, 3 goals remaining. You need a quick double, I believe, if you want to make a comeback from here. This is a nail-biting thriller at this point, and Saranshjain, he is definitely not backing out. He's trying to win the ball. Yeah, he surely will. Kylian Mbappe has the ball now, and if Saransh is able to score one more, things might take a little toll on Aditya Chadda's mental. Claudio Pina has the advanced roulette, finds the pass, finds the final third. The finesse, or rather the incisive, just not working out well. And now, because of that, a quick counter has been unleashed, and Kylian Mbappe should receive a pen for that, but nah. Chevalier just collects the ball.
Yeah, I mean, should have just played the pass there from Kylian Mbappe, try to force it, try to overthink that situation. Shouldn't have done that. would have honestly sealed the game. I mean, pretty much it is already. 3 goals in the last 8 minutes plus stoppage time is very difficult given the fact that Aditya still has possession. He's constantly still attacking. Look at the way he's turning. He's still onside with Yamal. Player locks it. Extra pass to Vitinha. Hits the post. Not that it would matter too much, but that was a great chance nonetheless. I mean, Saransh, of course, he's going to try and reduce the deficit. He's just going to try and get something out of these attacks that he has in the next 5 minutes, because 3 goals is very, very difficult at this point.
Man, this is definitely, oh man, one of those games where it is just pure attack after attack. Both the players know the more goals you can score, the better for the game, because we both know FC is not a game where you can defend even a 3-goal scoreline. So the better, more goals you have, the better you are in the advantage. But 11 goals is a bit too much, to be honest. But on the other side, Saransh scoring 8, and by look of things, should over my, I think it is 90th minute at this point. Yeah, 90th minute is already up. So on to the last attack of the game. The winner is already decided, and another upset incoming, and Lamine Yamal will take another shot, another assist. 12-8. 20 goals have been scored in the upper bracket round 2. And it is Floppy Penguin taking the victory home, and Saranshjain has been thrown down to the lower bracket.
I mean, that last goal just shows the kind of confidence Aditya has shown in that game. That extra pass, great attacking display. I think one of the best I've seen in a while. I mean, in this tournament, you were destined to see all these top players anyway. Every player has a unique play style. Every player loves to play a certain way. Saransh, great display, commiserations to him. But he put on a show. He did not give up. It's not like Aditya kept scoring and Saransh did not. Saransh kept coming back, close. As you can see, both of them having a debate about, you know, I don't know. I mean, I just scored more goals than you, but both of us were trying to score. I love the fact that how they discuss games after that as well. So, I mean, of course, given this small, beautiful community of FC26 there is in India, there are a few pros that you can sort of look up to. And you can, you know, I mean, as you can see, what is that score line? 20 goals, Potters. 20 goals in 2 legs. That is just, that's what we came here to see, no?
And this is like, keeping in mind, after all these patches, everyone is like, the game has gotten more defensive. And with those defensive patches, these guys have scored 20 goals in full halves. It has been just crazy attacking football all around. And let's have a look at the game yet again with our highlights, because this upper bracket matchup was just a complete goal Goliath.
It really was. I mean, when you look at the highlights, I mean, if you see so many goals, Aditya, beautiful skills there. I mean, look at that. That was one of the best goals I've seen. Great drag back in, scoop turn, and then just tries to play. Saransh, of course, create that extra touch to create that angle to be able to finish that off. Play through ball as well. I mean, at one point, I did think Saransh is going to come back in the game. That finish from Mbappe's part was very impressive.
Near post, under pressure, completely being bruiser away, but managed to be able to score a goal. But these through balls, man, how do you even defend that? If you are a bit second late in switching to your centre backs, the ball is gone, and there is nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to react much faster than you are doing in these situations. But again, we're watching it as a replay, so of course, to sort of be there in that position, it's difficult to sort of master it, and these pros constantly try and do that. You have your off days as well, but as you can see, I mean, the highlights are just never ending, and that was that goal from Saransh that was scored, and probably the last goal from Aditya, where look at that confidence, that extra pass, absolutely exquisite. I mean, I fell in love as an FC player with Aditya's attack over there, and if this man ends up winning the title today, I think that would be fair, because that is the attacking FC we want to see.
For sure, man. He has been the best player till now. The 4 people have played on the stage, and Aditya has been class apart from everybody else. Be it CJ, be it Karman Singh Tikka, be it Saransh. The attacking football that Aditya has shown, I have not seen from anybody else.
Yeah.
The amount of chances, if we had the start sheet of that, must be above 40 or like 50s. Like, he was scoring 12 goals, but the amount of chances he has created in the 2 legs, that are phenomenally well.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, as in when you say, I think that let's have a quick look at the brackets as well, given the fact that there are other players who've, I mean, performed so well leading up to this tournament. So many players participated in this tournament, and the top 8 were to come down for the PlayStation India Cup FC26 Season 4. As you guys can see, TikkaTown having that win over Saranshjain at the end, that was quite a game, very dramatic. A lot of moments in that game. Then Floppypenguin, which is Aditya Chadda, 12-8 against Saranshjain. What a game. And now we have TikkaTown versus Floppypenguin. What a game this is going to be.
Incredible one. But now it is time for the lower bracket matches. Because in those lower bracket, we have Warsi versus Silento. Silento being a new name for us, competing for the very first year. But at the very same time, winner of that match will face CJ.
Yeah.
And then the other lower bracket matchup where we have Jahaan taking on one of the another new lads. He has to face Saransh there.
Yeah.
Saransh and CJ being in the lower bracket. When was the last time we saw that?
I mean, we have seen that quite a lot of times, to be very honest. I mean, it is there. I mean, we've seen this in South Asian tournaments as well. But here, in front of all the people here at Comic-Con, and for us to see it online as well, I think it's fantastic to see the players being, divided in upper bracket and loser bracket. We've got like Aditya and Karman in the upper bracket. Warsi is no pushover. Warsi has played really well to come to the stage. Jahaan, as we spoke to him as well, an upcoming name. So all these players, when they collide against likes of Charanjot and Saransh in the lower bracket as well, I think it's just a delight to watch every game at this point now.
Yes.
And I think it does get to you as a pressure as well as a player. I mean, I could see the tense faces. But yeah, let's just see how it goes going forward.
Man, it will be a really interesting watch because the upper bracket matches have come to an end. But now the lower bracket matches will begin where there is no second chance. You lose and you are out of the PlayStation India Cup Season 4. How the lower bracket matches go, we'll find out after a very short break.
My goodness, guess what? The action continues on the PlayStation India Cup Season 4 FC26. Lokman, you were here for the previous game. And I think so we both can really say and stand out to the point that this is literally the tournament of upsets. First in that game 1, where CJ eventually conceding that last one, and the second Aditya Chadda making that humongous play. 11 or rather 12 to 8. That just blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible indeed. And I think as I was telling this to Spartus as well, we are in for a treat because
True.
it's a goals galore that we're having right now. And the fact that we have seen that upset, as I would call it, because Charanjot was the tournament favorite.
Yeah.
But then eventually when Karman beat him, I mean, then of course that game between Aditya Chadda and Saransh always was going to be a close affair.
True.
But now, coming to the losers bracket, we have a very interesting game because Warsi, of course, one of the very popular names in the scene,
Yep.
has qualified for so many lands. And as you can see the bracket, I think, Sked, I would like you to take over this at the start because I have gone through this. I mean, the fact that ChelseaCJ12 is in the losers bracket and the winner of this game that we're going to be witnessing right now, Warsi versus Silento, who's of course a new name to the scene.
Yeah.
Popular in the Delhi circuit, but for him to be at the EAFC 26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4, I think it's a big platform for him to play on. It's a big game.
Yes, that is one of the big things, right? Yes, he's been really active in one of those local circuits, but making yourself up on this big stage is the next name, or rather, your next hurdle that you have to cross. And I really want to see what he's ready to put up forward to. Because considering all 4 of the previous players were the ones who we've already seen previously, they've constantly been competing till now, we kind of knew that those games will be close. This is an entirely new entry. Just like Jahaan last year when he showed up for the very first time, Silento this time is that one underdog which I really want to see how he's going to perform. But we can't really undermine Warsi as well. You talk to me about him. Tell me a bit more about his history, man, because he's been on the stage multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, Warsi has been a very known player even in the EISL. I mean, we've seen Warsi, who's represented. I mean, he's played for 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Out of all the 3 seasons, he was there in all 3 seasons. So of course, he's one of the top players. He's qualified for the biggest of stages in India.
True.
And if he's coming up against the likes of Silento, who, as you said, is an underdog. We had a couple of underdogs last season as well, if you remember. We had a couple of players who are very good and gave a good competition to the likes of Genesis as well in the first game, if you remember.
Yes.
So I think that is sort of what we can see from Silento as well, because Silento's play style is very interesting. He likes to hold on to the ball a lot. Warsi, on the other hand, is the same sort of a player who just tries to, integrate the opponent in a way that he gets frustrated. So I think tactically it's going to be a fantastic game between the both of them.
And since for the players who like to hold down a ball a lot, right, we know that there's not going to be a lot of goals being scored. We know it's going to be chunked down, not a 12-8 that we saw previously. That was an absolute carnival for all of you, and you were super enjoying it, man. Just like the audience out here, walking all the way around, having their own fun time. If you guys want to show up as well and enjoy this entire scene, meet with the pro players, meet with Lokman, make sure you hop on at the NSIC Exhibition Center, Delhi. You do not want to miss out on this action. Now, coming back onto the same topic, yes, we saw a goal carnival in the previous one. Now, both of these players being a bit more tactical, it brings down those numbers, but my whole point would be, are we going to see some new cards, just like how Tikka was pulling like the Hazard and Madoka on those wings? Are we going to see those, or do you think he's still going to stick to that main meta?
I think we are seeing a mix of both. I mean, if you see both the players, the way that they play, we can see some players who use a lot of left stick dribbling, which both of them do. So I think probably like someone like a Pina in attack, because they would want those through balls to go through. And they would want quick left stick and turning and shooting, because low driven is the meta in FC26.
Yeah.
So I think given the fact that both these players are getting ready, we are seeing a lot of different cards, because there are restrictions, not mine. I mean, the reason why we're not seeing all the top players in the game is because there are restrictions which make it very interesting as well, because they have to be on a budget. And as you said, the buzz is crazy here. I mean, you look at young kids coming, parents are coming and seeing their games, all these players playing under so much of pressure. We're seeing some new cards in the game. I mean, we're in for a delight for this game.
I have to say, when I was walking around while you and Spartus were taking over the desk and delighting everyone, I had an honor of a few people hopping up to me and asking, how can we participate in these events, right? And I was like, you have to be very active online to see where the events are going on, so that you can eventually participate in those open qualifiers. And maybe if you clearly win, hop on to play the game just like the one we've got in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, it's going to be a new man, Silento, up taking against the experienced man, Warsi. We'll have to see which one of them will move out forward at this match number 3, lower bracket round 1. As for now, Look at the sweet corn soup. That's an absolutely nice name though, but I'm not quite sure if I do really like it. Guess what? That's an opener in the first few minutes of the game itself. And who better than, if I'm not wrong, Warsi to start it?
Yeah, I mean, Silento gets the first goal. He was playing from left to right in the black kit, as you can see. Sweet corn soup. I love the names that these players keep as their team name. Of course, Warsi playing from right to left in the white kit. The name is Rubber Band GG, as most of the players watching are familiar with it, with the rubber band being put in all these game modes where the players just wouldn't quit. Warsi is taking that way too seriously. But at the same time, great start for Silento. Getting that first goal, much important. You can see the player logs coming in, the confidence flowing. Rafinha has the ball now, tries to play a pass, but Warsi gets a grip of the game, tries to attack now.
Yeah. You talked about Claudia Pina early on, and guess what? She's the one all the way in the center. Rafael Yao as well onto the left wing, looking for a cutback out there. Sends to Zico, goes in for the finesse as well. What a catch by Courtois. You cannot cross that keeper that very easily, but that was a very good opportunity, and Silento cannot offer a lot of them right outside the box.
Yeah, you really can't, because, I mean, if you were to see, I mean, the finesse shots are the meta now, especially post-patch. And we are seeing a lot of them flying in, as we saw in the last game as well. Rafinha, great bit of heel to ball roll skills over there. I mean, different skill moves, of course, in different angles work really well for players. And both these players fancy doing those skills. I've seen Warsi doing incredible skills.
Yeah.
That's what makes him a special player as well. Silento, on the other hand, loves to do a lot of player log. I mean, he's quite a mechanical player, I have to say, more than being a fundamental player, which is what we're going to expect, right, when we say that. Conseao plays it to Schweinsteiger, plays a pass to De Bruyne, but of course that was offside. Love how he just stood there, knew that there was nothing happening over there.
Yeah, that was a humongous off there though. But I really like the fact that both of these players are now using those faster paced wingers just to make sure that they send out those first touch throughs. And you could clearly see Pina as well out in the center. She was the one who made that first one, and guess what? He almost wanted to do a similar thing out. Maybe it was from Zico to Pina. Was eventually blocked off on the other side now. Wilson sends it all the way in. Guess what? In the center, De Bruyne wanted to go for the player lock. Silento. But it was read well by Warsi. Eventually, he's got a chance for the counter as Zico. He's got the opening. Sends it in. On the wing, Pina. A chance to finish it off though, but Courtois again saving it. This time on the left wing.
I mean, yeah, I think a player like Courtois tries to sort of make up for that goalkeeper movement that is being nerfed, right?
Yeah.
So he's got a big frame. If you try and go for a finesse shot like that, a player like Courtois, the reason why he's put him there, Warsi has a chance now. Neto with a lot of space would try to play that pass, goes for a shot with Unai Lopez, but misses. The chance to come back into this game. That was a great attack because he's not getting those finesse shots in, right? He needs to make that extra pass every single time he needs to go in. Again, Unai Lopez does a player lock, has the chance to play it to Neto's feet. And the entire right wing up open there. I think Warsi panicking a little bit over there. Silento at the same time sending those players forward. It's been quite a back and forth game in the opening 30 minutes.
True. You can see a lot of jitters as well. The one thing that could definitely be said that Wilson had an opportunity, a small one, not a big. Oh, it's going to be stopped in instantly. Taken care of, sent all the way towards Rafael Leao as he sends it back into Zico, the player lock, to move them along. Big opening out in the mid, first touch pass yet again. Neto dribbles it out a little bit more. And he misses out the chance. I think so he could have made a run for it. That could have been a big opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's a term amongst FC players that they tend to overcook in that situation. So I think for that to happen is not the best idea for Warsi. I think he's just exactly overplaying it, if I have to put it in the technical terms. He had the chance to play that pass, quickly move the ball along, or maybe just sprint through that space. But I think he's just taking too much time unnecessarily, which he shouldn't be doing. Otherwise, Warsi could have had like 3 goals by now. He is creating chances. The game is stuck at just 1 goal right now.
I personally feel that he did not really expect that kind of aggression from Silento early on, and it eventually got into his nerves early in this game. So I'm pretty sure we might potentially see a timeout in the middle of the first half itself if you want to cue a pause there, just to calm himself down and maybe make that goal count. Because those are the chances you'd really want to make sure fall back inside of the net though. He's already had twice. Another one. Reindeers onto the wing. Looks for a cutback though. Oh! Almost. I thought that went in, but it's well defended. And it's a corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite the chance, right, in that space where you're trying to attack and trying to get that cut back in somehow, maybe hoping for a deflection, or maybe the goalkeeper accidentally kicks it inside the goal from his leg. I mean, that definitely happens a lot of times. But has a chance now. Wilson takes a touch, but that's a bad one.
Heavy touch.
Really heavy touch. Tries to flick it in, but Warsi instantly on the counter-attack. Now Pina, of course, with that incisive pass, has a chance to play that through ball. Zico, great attacking there from Warsi. Somehow manages to run into traffic. Has been happening more than a couple of times now. Has had the chance to convert, but has been missing out on it. Wilson once again tries to play it on the wings. Rafinha, great attacking there from Silento. Wilson, can she get the ball? She does. Somehow, great turn. Amazing skills over there. What beautiful left stick that was. That would have been one of the best goals of the tournament had that gone in.
Almost pulling this one up, man. Silento is doing a fantastic job till now. And in this first half is still the man in the lead, just by one. A margin separating these two. But it's still not over until it's over. And I'd have to say, I think Warsi would have to do a lot more than to just come back in this game by one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's doing his bit. He is creating chances, but he's just not able to get that X factor, as we like to call it, that final pass to be able to convert his chances. At the end of the day, that's all that matters anyway. I mean, no matter how many chances you create, if they don't go in, you will end up losing. Silento has looked more clinical with his chances. I mean, I would say at least not the first goal, but otherwise as well.
Yeah.
And Warsi has had his chances. It's just that he's just taken shots.
Oh.
Has a chance now. Goes for a shot with Pina, but then again, Unai Lopez gets the ball. Can Warsi make something out of this? Zico, of course, the ever so brilliant Brazilian. Reinders now with the ball. Can he make something out of this? Twisting and turning, trying to find space. Silento defending it really well. Pina driven, but great save there once again by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, Cordua doing yet again a great job for the other side. And now the corner almost deflected though, stolen away. Rafinha sends it all the way up forward. Wilson, counter, possibility. Cansao wants to send it back in though, will be stolen away from the other side. Warsi isn't going to let this one slide through that very easily. And another possibility to try and equalize the score. He's going to send it back in though, back and forth. Lopez slowing it down the pace. He understands that Silento is not moving forward. So he just keeps on moving the ball all the way in. But even after that, Silento is not giving him space to take any shots.
Yeah, I mean, he's closing down the angles really well. Warsi has to work really hard. It's tough to see that Warsi has not been able to get that first goal because he's always one of those players who likes to go aggressive and get that first goal. He doesn't shy away from trying different attacking patterns as well. And whatever that he's doing, Silento has been able to manage it until
this part.
Happened.
Exactly, until this part. Right in the box where he goes in for an extra pass and he kind of misses it up. But it's fine, it's fine. He's still trying to pull it all the way up right now, right? As finally, we're going to see Silento take control a little bit more. Long time, one-touch pass back to Rafinha as he controls it, sends it back into Camavinga. Repositioning was pretty good though, De Bruyne. Back to Camavinga, ready to send it in. Rafinha, very well blocked by three defenders. And on the back of it, Warsi takes it again. Neto cannot really get the throw in. The pressure from the midfielder. This time Silento again stealing it in the midfield. He knows how he wants to defend, but this pass could be deadly.
It really could be because Pina, then again, that's the problem of Claudio Pina, that she's not fast enough yet. I mean, that could have been a chance. Hold on. Silento loses the ball. Zico has that chance, twists and turns, and that's the goal Warsi needed. Beautiful reverse elastico to finish that. Far post, great goal.
Big play coming in, and that too on the back of a small mistake by Silento. This is not the first one. Right before that, he made a pass to his defender, which was deflected by Pina. Luckily, it went back to his own defender, so he could pass it all the way back to the keeper, though. But you can't repeat these kinds of mistakes, and that's where Warsi would capitalize if this continues. Silento, that entire lead he had for the previous 60 minutes of the game, vanishing like that. And Warsi, he could feel the pressure, man, a little bit at least.
Yeah, he is. I mean, we're at that point in time where anything, any moment in the game could change the entire course. Conseja was onside.
Yeah.
But we're at that point, as I said, scared that 70th minute mark, a lot of substitutions are going to come in, tactical changes are going to come in. It's going to shape up how the next game is also going to look like, depending upon how close this game ends up being. Camavinga, nice drag back over there. Wilson tries to fight for the ball, gets it. Conseja, De Bruyne plays into feet of Rafinha. Nice bit of skill there. almost beat Klosterman somehow. And he's still on the attack. Schweinsteiger tries to play. Rafinha had that chance to play to the right winger. Comes back and just runs into traffic. It's just that one extra pass that both these players are missing out on to be able to score the kind of goals that we've seen in the previous games.
Absolutely, man. Like this is the exact opposite of what the previous game was. Oh, a through ball. This could be a nice one. Pina was offside. You could see that Warsi held his ground before passing to Pina. He wanted her to be onside since she was not being marked by anyone. Guess what? Wilson. Oh, this could be a big one. This could be a massive score, though. He moves a little bit forward. And Magnan eventually catches it. Oh, this could have been a 2-1 instantly. Silento.
I mean, that was such a good chance. I mean, he just again overcooked it, as I was saying earlier. Did not need to do that, honestly. And Warsi now has the chance to punish him for that. Still manages to lose the ball. Conceição now tries to go for a run. Great dribbling there. They have to be more clinical in those spaces, as we saw from Aditya Chadda and Saransh in the last game. They were always on the attack. Hold on. Nice player lock, Wilson. But Reinders, of course, one of the best CMs in the game. And can Warsi make something out of this? Because at the 80th minute mark, both the players desperately looking for a goal, sending players forward. You can see those triggers. Plays a pass into Rafael Leao. Can he create some magic on the wings? Twists and turns. Comes inside the box. Looks for that pass to Zico. An extra pass into the feet of Unai Lopez. Beautiful dribbling. And that is the finish you want. And that is some incredible composure from Aman Warsi's kid.
And that too right from the first minute where he was feeling the pressure against Silento. At the last, he eventually gets the second. Big play coming in from Warsi as he wins out at least for now. But this is a two-leg game, man. Did you even imagine that after witnessing a 12-8 score for 2 legs, we're going to see a 2-1 in the next match, entirely different scoreline?
Entirely different scoreline. And I mean, now the players have started to like make the most of their chances in compared to how it was in the last game, as you said. So I think at this point in time, Silento does not need to go all out. He knows that it's an aggregate scoreline. He can be a little bit patient. He doesn't have to be super aggressive and concede another goal, which is going to have a major impact in the next game if Warsi does take a 2-goal lead. So I think it's all about Warsi trying to get that second goal that he really wants, and Silento just holding it off even if he cannot get a goal.
You could clearly see those moments of hesitation from both of these players, right? When they can do something pretty simple, straightforward, but they tend to hold on to their ground a little bit longer than necessary. And that has been a bit of a problem coming in for both of them. So I kind of want to see a more confident play in the next one too, but Warsi, man, even through all of that pressure, making sure that he's cool, calm, composed was the big thing. And now he's got to defend towards this one last attack now. This needs to continue. Hold on, this is a big offside. And now Warsi should be able to easily close this out unless he makes a mistake, which he will not. Sends it all the way through to confirm the win in the first leg, at least with a 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, great performance there. At least good stability that is being shown by Warsi. And we can say that for Silento as well. I mean, both of these players, I can see that they are lacking a bit in their attacking play. But defensively also, I mean, they're taking those risks with those offside traps. If you see Warsi's offside traps, Wilson was through for Silento, like I think around the 60th minute mark or the 70th minute mark, where he could have actually scored that goal, and he just overcooked it over there. Ran into the goalkeeper. I mean, these are the moments that define you if you want to actually be in the tournament. I mean, otherwise you're going home. If you lose this, you're going home.
Exactly, right? It's for the 4 players who are all the way up in the upper bracket that they've got an opportunity to mess up. In the lower bracket, you do not have that luxury. And those were the moments in those scoring opportunities where you knew you needed to score, but ended up just doing a little bit extra where it was necessary. But man, it's all right. It's just the first leg. Now, since they both know how the other person plays, maybe we're going to see a few more changes into the next one. And I kind of like the idea of bringing in some new players, right? Yes, we know Zico and Reinders are a few of the good players that are hopping in, but apart from that, I could also see De Bruyne and Kamavinga being used up by Silento. And I think so that's just to maintain a little more control in mid so that you can find some extra opportunities.
Absolutely. I think for CJ, for example, we saw Larson. For example, for Aditya, we saw Aaron. I mean, we've seen new players. That Khalid was that another player from the Saudi league who was really playing well. Of course, you see the likes of Mbappe and all, but a good mix of that is what changes the game entirely for both these players. So I think new additions to the team, if they have a backup, because they have multiple squads they can switch between, and if they see something's working or not against a specific player. So I really hope we get to see that. And the same, even if they keep the same team, I mean, it's just going to be very important for them to make the most of them.
Absolutely, because as we have a look at the highlights of the previous game, ladies and gentlemen, we know that this was a very, I wouldn't say slow game, but a low-scoring game since the first few minutes. After the 3rd minute mark, we did not see a goal till the 66th minute, and that's when we finally saw that equalizer. A few mishaps happening here and there, some chances being created wherein Courtois saving 2 of those. One on the top right corner, second one on the top left corner. But yeah, this was one of those moments. And you mentioned about that turnaround, right? With Pina, you can do those kinds of things. Inside the box, you can do that left stick dribbling. And he was clearly showcasing it by keeping the ball for a few extra seconds with his player.
Absolutely. I mean, when you see that, I mean, we did not see the final goal as well that Warsi scored, which was so beautiful. But that is because we're starting the game right now. Here we go with the second leg of the loser bracket, round 1 between Silento, his name's Chaitanya Singh, going up against Amanuddin Warsi, goes by the name of Warsi04. Both these players, of course, have a very unique name, which we were talking about, scared in-game. Rubber Band GG and Sweet Corn Soup. For all the viewers, it is going to be Rubber Band GG playing from left to right in the white kit, whereas it's going to be Chaitanya, Sweet Corn Soup, playing from right to left in that black kit, twisting and turning now, trying to get that equalizer which he needs, but Warsi straight up has triggered that run. Can Zico play a quick bit of passing there? Unai Lopez, as the new player scared we were talking about, you know, we can see the likes of Da Costa instead of the usual Llorente that we see.
Yeah.
Zico now plays it to Pina, has a chance to trigger Zico. Is Pina going to unlock the defense of Silento? Can Warsi make something out of this? Nice player lock, Rafael Leao. Twisting and turning, finds the space, but just plays the wrong pass. Great space creation, but just could not play that pass.
Yeah, I thought he kind of wanted to get that player up there in time though, but kind of missed out on that one. Right now, still an opportunity for him to attack as he plays locks yet again to get them in position, but Silento sees all of that happening. He ain't letting that through so easily. It's going to be pretty slow yet again as he's still moving the ball around though, but you can clearly see the pressure now coming on him as Warsi is taking the ball in mid itself. He's not playing in his own side of field that much as he's playing in the opposite. So that adds on to the pressure, and guess what? Right under that, you might want to crumble. An extra pass right now, Zico! He keeps it for a second, shoots it all the way into the top right this time around, and it's a 3-1 on the aggregate.
I mean, to be honest, I thought he missed out on that chance because he overcooked it once again. And he had that shot open from his left foot. If you see in the highlights, he had that chance to take a shot, but turns inside and somehow manages to get the shot away. Not blocked by the defender.
Yeah.
First post, great finish. Zico is never missing that. And Warsi exactly what he needed. Because a 2-goal difference, of course, gives you that extra comfort that you need in a game.
But you can't really be lethargic out here, right? Even in the first game, we saw CJ had that 2-goal advantage through most of the time in those double-leg match. But even after all of that, at the very last minute, 90+1, is where Tikka finally scored that first, or rather the leading goal, which put him in the victory position. So I'm pretty sure Silento could eventually pull something like that up as well, up from his sleeve, but he's got to have the control in the midfield. He's losing the ball there a lot now. Finally, on the back of that mistime pass out here, this time Silento very well tackled up. No passing lines available for him. Good defense from Warsi coming in as he is trying to move that ball around a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to create those chances as well. Pina now has the ball. Once again, we've seen Warsi be in this position before. Zico,
good
great pass in there by Neto. And a beautiful finish. Finish shot, far post. You don't miss those. And Warsi is now running away with it. As you rightly said, though, a 2-goal lead is not enough. And you have to extend that in order to clutch this game. And Warsi has done exactly that. Great bit of shimmy over there to show that he's going to play a pass from Zico to Pina. He did not do that.
Yeah.
He went for a pass to Neto and opens it up. On the other hand, now Silento is pushing for a goal. But once again, Warsi, top-notch defending over there.
Yeah, you can potentially see the desperation, and what a first through already hopping in though. Zico collects it, but a couple of defenders still in front of him as he sends it to Pina. Moves it all the way up Neto though, up close to the keeper, is offside. Or what a first through that was. If that was collected at the very first dribble, I think so that could have been a Zico through, eventually converting it into a goal.
Yeah.
But man, lucky.
I mean, that was a very good pass there. First time, Zico just did not take it into his stride, but Leao now, beautiful ball roll scoop turn, does it again. That could have been quite a double ball roll scoop. That could have sort of given Warsi that 5th goal that he's looking for. Leao, of course, so good cutting in from the wings. Silento now has to get the next goal, because if Warsi scores the other one, it's going to be a tough affair, because it's going to be a 4-goal deficit. And I don't think so Silento would want that for himself, which is why you can see he's extremely desperate to get that goal at this point of time, making quite a lot of mistakes as well in the attack as well. I think he should be a bit more patient. He has time on his side. It's just been 30 minutes in the game.
True. The only thing is that he's got to score 3. And at the same time, he's got to stop Warsi from scoring any more. But with these kinds of attacks, I'm pretty sure Warsi is going to be looking in for his next one. Another pass to Pina. Still holding it. You can see that defensive wall now as the players move up. I think so he could have taken the shot there. Maybe he just waited extra. I can see that from your reaction, Lokman.
Yeah, I mean, had that chance, but hang on a second. Rafinha now has to convert this. Takes forever to take that shot and is not able to get that goal that he needed. Rafinha was so through on goal. He got scared. He got scared to take a shot, which is kind of freaky, because, I mean, he just had to play that pass. Nice pass there from Warsi. Can he make the most of it? But, yeah, I could see that being offside.
Yeah, that was a trap again being set up by Silento. He's been doing that multiple times. That's why we haven't really seen so many of those first through balls coming in. It's mostly the ball being moved around over towards the right side of the pitch. That's where Warsi has been constantly getting those openings. And this is one of the big reasons, right? Because Silento is pulling back his defenders a lot than just stopping it out here. Finally, a bit more aggressive onto that defensive line, just able to take it away. On the other side now, there could have been an opportunity. Sends it. Cuadrado, Rafael Leao steals it away. The possession still with Warsi right now, but a good aggressive press coming in. I like it. Silento finally realizing that he has to change to offensive if he wants to come back in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he has to be a bit more aggressive with his manual pressing as well, because all he's doing right now is just being caught up in that midfield position. Great pass there again from Warsi. Leao is going to get to that. Can Pina make something out of this? Unai Lopez, one more chance. Zico on the ball. Reinders being super patient. Pina, great skill over there. Turns in the wrong direction, but still has the ball. Great left stick dribbling of Claudio Pina. The player that everyone is using.
Yep.
The player that haunts your defense in FUT Champs. But can Zico make something out of this? Rafael Leao. Reinders tries to play a pass, but once again, very well defended by Silento.
Yeah, but it's still half time now. And I'd have to say 45 more minutes remaining for you to make this comeback. 3 goals in 45 minutes brings out an average of somewhere around a goal in every 13-14 minutes. So it's going to be a bit tough for him to pull himself back up. But it's not just that, right? He's got to stop Warsi. For now, he's been doing that pretty well. Considering previously, when the goals that he conceded, you could see his defensive line right even inside that penalty box, halfway inside of that.
Yeah.
And that gave opportunities for Warsi to score by going in for those finishes. This scoreline should have been a bit more in favor of Warsi, considering he was just standing there a couple of times with Claudio Pina, not really shooting the ball.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Silento, he's got to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see the fact that Warsi has been a better player in this game. Collectively, if you see overall his defending, his build-up play, the chances he's created, Warsi has been a much, much better player. It's just that Silento has his moments in which he goes forward, creates a chance, and then just, I don't know, he just stops himself only from scoring, as we saw Rafinha did not convert that chance for himself. That would have changed the entire game, Scared, if that Rafinha chance would have gone in.
I agree, because that would have not only reduced the lead by 1, would have also given the momentum in favor of Silento. And we saw that in the first leg itself, where when he controlled the ball more for the first few minutes of the game, Warsi was making those mistakes.
Yeah.
That's why there was that first goal that was conceded from him, though. That was a pretty fast one, yes, but after that, there's still a chance, maybe. Points out, but yeah, it's going to be sent back. Zico will hold it. Pina moves it to Rafael Leao now. Reinders, couple of members on top of him. Can't really hold it down for long. Wilson sends it to Rafinha. Lovely tackle at the last second. Uma Lopez on the other side. Could be a chance for the counter. Play on the wing. He's running it down. Could we send the through? No, decides for left. Reinders controls it a little bit more, but there's not a single player inside he could pass to. Finally finds Balde. Moving all the way in, a little bit far forward. Leao sends it back to Uma Lopez. Outside the box, stolen away. And the pressure relieved from Silento.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the attack that Warsi was making over there. Great dribbling there from Reinders as well in order to create that chance. But at this point of time, Silento has to do something better. He cannot keep playing the same way that he is. I mean, you can clearly see it's not working for him as well. Warsi, on the other hand, constantly trying to trigger runs. He's even baiting those runners. He's sending players forward. He's not even playing it to them, which is giving him more space to dribble with the ball with the likes of Zico, Pina. Look at the amount of space he has.
What a through.
Great chance there, Rafael Leao. Nice pass there to Zico and a beautiful first-time finish. That pretty much puts this game to bed at this point because we're almost hitting the 60th minute mark and the lead is 4 goals. Silento has to do a lot better in order to stop those chances and come back into this game.
He's got to make sure that his players are not offside. That's the first steal of the game itself, right? I've been, as you rightly mentioned, loving the fact how even though we're seeing a few runs being triggered by Warsi, he's not really using that. That is opening up the spaces on the other parts of the map, and he can keep the ball around for a little bit more, keep the pressure going on. And he's finally showcasing that experience which is built up over the past few years against the rookie, who's showing up on the stage for the very first time, though. Impressive performance, and I don't really want to give up on him right away, but he needs 2 goals in quick succession to at least show us a glimpse of hope.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised, though, that Silento hasn't even queued a pause yet. I think he's just basically accepted his fate, sort of. It just really comes across like that in moments like this. Whenever you're playing an experienced pro like Warsi, right, you got to cue a pause, you got to break his momentum, you got to push up your team, change some tactics, change player instructions. We've not seen that in Warsi again, as you see. The good thing that I like about him, he's constantly looking for goals. Zico has another chance, great bit of dribbling. At this point, I think he's just trying to have some fun with Zico because of that Brazilian flair that he has.
Yeah.
Because every time I see that scoop turn from Zico, I am
What
thrilled.
a through.
Great chance there, Neto. But Courtois once again has him saved from the ultimate closure of this game. I mean, Silento still has a chance because of that save.
The big thing is that, yeah, I'd have to say Courtois has probably saved 3 of his goals till now.
Yeah.
So you could clearly see that big difference in terms of the goalkeeper. But on the other side of the spectrum as well, I'd have to say Silento, he's had his own chances too, but it just feels now, yeah, he is under the pressure. Not a lot of time to play around with.
Yeah.
I'd have to say, if he had a few more minutes, maybe I could see another comeback brewing up, considering now he's still getting the ball at least towards the penalty area.
Yeah.
Just not able to finish it up. And that, I would have to say, is the defending brilliance coming in from Warsi.
It is really, because, I mean, if you're seeing he's, as I said in the last game as well, attack is the best form of defense. So he's constantly trying to attack in those spaces where he does not want to keep the ball too much. That gets him another chance now. Balde plays it to Reinders straight up from the corner. Great dribbling there from Reinders, trying to make the most of his dribbling and that tiki-taka that he has. Desperate tackle to somewhat just close down Silento as soon as possible, not going on the back foot. Has a strong player in Da Costa as well, which is the right back. Super solid there. Pina now tries for a through ball. But Silento, I mean, he has to trigger players forward, Sked. I mean, I don't see too much happening at this point. Or maybe this attack is going to change quite a lot.
This one had to go. But again, Warsi defending with the last line of defense. That's really been a little bit more aggressive. 73 minutes in already. You could clearly see the big position that's already in favor, but it hasn't really changed the fact that Warsi is still leading big time in those numbers. And we are not seeing that aggression being built up from Silento. Finally, after such a long time, you could see him putting pressure in, but now that is vulnerable for these throws. And guess what? Kabal eventually taking it away. This could have been another one into the scoring. Well defended, well read, and now well sent onto the right wing. Coinsao ready to send it back. You got one more to play around with, but it's been stolen away by Balde. He's been doing so much for Warsi.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a... that's an incredible notice that you've seen. Like, the left back has been fantastic for Warsi. He's always tracking back, and the upgraded version of Balde from the gold one, of course, just shows as to why you have a fullback like that in your team. You can even see Nico Williams has come now to just for Warsi to just, you know, push those passes through the wings and try and see this game out and try to get more goals. Because as you can see, Silento is just giving away the ball. Warsi constantly doing that offside trap in order to close down the players over there. And as you can see, there's no space for Silento. He's just giving away the ball constantly. Yet another chance. Great skill move there. And that finesse shot is as beautiful as ever. No replays to be watched. Warsi just wants to get the job done.
He's just farming those goals at this point now, and you can clearly see. I love the fact how he had a chance to trigger the player a bit more forward too, but realized that Silento is bringing the keeper back in. So he just stepped a little bit back and got his player ready for another finesse.
Yeah, I mean, that confidence to be able to do that half track back and to be able to cancel that out and then go for a finesse shot, it's beautiful.
What a through.
That's offside. But yeah,
timing.
I mean, yeah, it's the timing as well. But that finesse shot, again, from Rafael Leao, right, where he just curls that in beautifully. That is the meta right now. To all the viewers watching, you know at this point of time, the players with finesse plus or even the grey finesse is really good at this point. Silento, though, one last hurrah for him. Can he make something out of this? Kamavinga just does not have the ice. I mean, you can see the fact that he is a new player to this particular tournament. He's never been here before. But he's played in some tournaments where this he should have finished at least for his own sake, knowing that he's created a chance and he should be closing that out. But with Kamavinga, it does not. And Warsi, of course.
Beautiful.
Can he put the icing on this cake? Again, the same skill. Again, the finesse shot. It's like almost I watched the replay. I have to ask the production if this is even live. But with that being said, great matchup. Congratulations to Warsi for advancing into the next round, and commiserations to Chaitanya, also known as Silento, losing out, and he will unfortunately be going home. What a fantastic performance that was from
I agree.
Warsi. Yeah.
At least for the first few minutes, I really thought that the competition was literally on, because both of them were just controlling the ball so much, slowing the pace down entirely, and it just felt like Silento probably had to make this another upset in this entire tournament on this day one itself. He tried his level best though on the other side, but man, Warsi, the way he just pulled himself back up, the way he kept his calm, the way he was so cool throughout the game, I really enjoyed it. On the other end of the spectrum though, I'd have to say a big learning curve for Silento. Yeah. Yes, he's been in the local scene for such a long time, but it is absolutely fine. You're slowly stepping into those big leagues, into those pro leagues. And this is the kind of experience and the contacts which you eventually make, which will help you grow further in your scene.
Absolutely. I think he's learned a lot, as you rightly said. He's learned a lot from Aman itself in this game itself, that he's shown as to why he is a player who's a seasoned pro, as you might call it. I mean, 3 seasons of EASL, as I said, that brings a lot of experience playing in, day out against some of the best players, right? So I think for Silento, he did play well. He just didn't take his chances, panicked a little bit. And with Warsi, as you can see, he's got his friends all around here supporting him. So that also adds to the value, right? I mean, when you're sitting at a LAN tournament, so it just helps you with the confidence for the next game.
I agree. And to be honest, with the kind of play that Warsi was able to make, specifically in that second leg, that is a big confidence booster, which you rightly mentioned. And I'd have to say, he studies the opponents first in that first leg, and then creates a counter in his mind to play along with that play style, and eventually win that game outright. He's been literally enjoying this entire evening, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the highlight one more time. You could also say that this was mostly a montage of Warsi eventually scoring those finesse directly through the penalty box. But man, most of them were literally the same ideas, just rinsed and repeated.
Yeah, exactly. The word is rinse and repeating. I mean, he was doing the same thing again and again. As you can see, the same goals, the same angles that were created by Warsi. That is simply because, of course, quite a lot of, I would say, aggressive defending from Silento, which did not work out for him. Warsi taking his chances properly as
Yes.
well. So I mean that scoreline justifies him, and it's almost like a montage because every time Warsi goes ahead, he's scoring.
That's the big thing out here. Warsi moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the brackets itself. He will eventually face Saransh. Man, it's tough.
I mean, this is quite the game that is going to be there, right? As you can see, Warsi winning this last game 6-1, and he has to face Saranshjain, one of the best players, not just in India, but in South Asia. As we all know, Saransh has been a 2-time EASL champion.
Yes.
And he's been a 2-time FGS champion of South Asia in the past. He is the player you don't want to face in a tournament like this in the loser bracket. And on the other side of his is Saranjot as well. So Jahaan is, I mean, in contention of playing against the likes of CJ. But to see, again, this is what I was talking about Spartus as well, to see Saranshjain and ChelseaCJ12 in the losers bracket where we've got TikkaTown and Floppy. I think this is what I was talking, the top 4 that are quite literally there. Yes, I think for Jahaan and Warsi, this is the chance for them to prove their mettle as to if they can beat these 2 pros, which are household names in India,
Yeah.
to be able to get back to the grand finals somehow. Because everything else is quite pretty much predicted.
These 2 are the legends. These 2 are those gods which you eventually touch once you conquer the land of the mortals,
Yeah.
right? And that's what now Warsi and probably Jahaan would have their own chances, their own opportunities. But it's tough, which you rightly mentioned. It's a big surprise seeing both of them all the way down in the lower bracket though. But I'd have to say big improvements coming in from both Aditya Chadda as well as Tikka, right? Every other time you would have thought that maybe, yeah, they would eventually go to the top 4, but not really in the top 2. But one of them is definitely going in that top 2. That's 100% sure. Ladies and gentlemen, and we've got another confirmation right now. Paraboy unfortunately couldn't make it here, so we will have Jahaan moving forward in the lower bracket. No surprises now left unchecked out here. It's Jahaan versus CJ in the lower bracket, while Warsi will face Saransh.
I think the conversation we've had with Jahaan, as he himself said, which of course I already knew, that Jahaan, when he entered the scene around last year, he said, I started taking coaching sessions from Charanjot. And now he's the one who's giving coaching sessions to other people. So it's basically the master versus the student now. I mean, quite an incredible fixture, this one. I will personally watch out for this. Saransh and Warsi, of course, they've played so many times with each other. That's going to be a fantastic game itself. And of course, the upper bracket, we're going to have a look at that later because that is the game to reach the grand final. So all the players that we see here in the top 6 at this point of time are quite fantastic, really.
And experienced ones as well.
Yeah.
Now we can count Jahaan as well, one of the experienced ones, as this is his second show up in the PlayStation India Cup. So I want to see how much he's learned previously. Yes, a big task facing CJ. We've been constantly yapping about the same thing. But you have to face him at some point, right? Be it in the grand finals, be it in the lower brackets or the upper brackets, you'll have to face him eventually.
Correct.
And if you want to be the best, you will have to take down the best. And I 100% agree with you now. It's the master versus the student, yes. And you know, this could be an opportunity for CJ to be like, you know, everything I taught you is not really the entire thing that I taught you. You only know the amount that I have told you so. So there could be some cards in his back pocket that he could eventually use up. But that's also a conversation which I'd like to have with you. Before that, I want to talk a bit more about Saransh and you know, his opponent, because let's be honest, Saransh is a goal-scoring machine.
Correct.
So how is he going to stop him now? That's the big question.
I think for Saransh, tactically, what I've seen him is like he understands the opponent really well.
Yeah.
And the fact that if he is playing against the likes of Aman Warsi, who likes, as we saw, likes to play those through balls in behind, Saransh might not be able to give, Saransh might not give him that much of space. So Warsi has to re-rotate possession.
Yeah.
And Saransh, on the other hand, is very good at pressing those passing angles. So it's not going to be an easy affair for Warsi in the first place, whereas for Warsi's defending, he was pretty solid with his offside traps, if you noticed, right? And for Saransh to be able to break them is going to be a challenge for Saransh as well. So it's all about tactically understanding each other, seeing how that game works for you. And for Warsi, he just has to be a bit more, I would say, professional in terms of every situation that he's been in before. He has to do a lot better in order to clutch this game, because this is a loser bracket. You've got a lot of mental pressure as well. You're playing Saransh. And if you win you might potentially face CJ
Yes.
to eventually go to the grand finals and face one of these guys. I mean, it's not an easy path to go ahead for any of these loser bracket players.
It's going to be an absolute tough battle, ladies and gentlemen. But all of that battle will finally commence again after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Action right after this one.
वेलकम बैक एवरीवन, स्वागत है सभी का एक और बार फिर से इन द FC26 प्लेस्टेशन इंडिया कप सीजन 4। मेरा नाम है स्पार्टस और मैं आ चुका हूँ एक और फन सेगमेंट लेकर जिसका नाम है मेटाटॉक विद द प्रोज। तो इस सेगमेंट के लिए मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं विनर ब्रैकेट के टॉप स्कोरर मिस्टर आदित्य दा। सो आदित्य, फ्लॉपी पेंगुइन, आपका मैच वाज अगेंस्ट वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्लेयर।
हाँ जी,
कैसे 12 गोल, कैसे क्या चल रहा था उस गेम के अंदर?
आई थिंक इस साल मैं अटैक में काफ़ी अच्छा हूँ फर्स्टली, और सेकेंडली आई वाज जस्ट प्लेइंग वेल, लैन पे कनेक्शन अच्छा था एंड आई वाज जस्ट फीलिंग माई सेल्फ आई थिंक।
बट सारांश को हम लाइक कंसिडर करते हैं वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्लेयर्स। बिफोर द गेम स्टार्टेड क्या कोई प्रेशर फील हो रहा था कि सारांश शायद मैच है, अपर ब्रैकेट का है, अच्छे से खेलना है, कुछ समथिंग लाइक दैट?
नहीं, प्रेशर तो एज सच नहीं, बिकॉज अब मैं भी 6 साल से कम्पीट कर रहा हूँ। आई हैव बिन इन दिस एनवायरनमेंट, मेरा 3rd इंडिया कप है, तो प्रेशर तो नहीं था। आई जस्ट न्यू अगर मैं अच्छा खेलूंगा तो आई विल विन, सो दैट्स व्हाट माय मोटो वाज फ्रॉम द स्टार्ट।
एक चीज़ जो मैंने नोटिस करी आपके गेम प्ले में, एंड आई थिंक ये ऑडियंस के लिए भी बहुत ज़्यादा क्रूशियल सवाल है क्योंकि हम सब वीकेंडली खेलते हैं, एंड अगर आप 2-3 गोल अब चले जाते हो गेम में देन एवरीबडी गेट डिफेंसिव, बट आपका प्ले स्टाइल चेंज नहीं हुआ थ्रू आउट द गेम, तो उसके पीछे क्या रीज़न था?
बिकॉज आई नो सरांश अच्छा अटैक करता है एंड ही कैन स्कोर एट एनी टाइम, और अगर इस गेम में इफ़ आई कीप द बॉल एट द बैक एंड आई लूज इट देयर तो बहुत अच्छा चांस है फॉर हिम टू स्कोर। सो माई मोटो इज ऑलवेज इज टू आउटस्कोर द ओपोनेंट एंड कीप अटैकिंग द एंटायर गेम।
ओके, नाउ सिंस वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट अटैक, द फॉर्मेशन 4-5-1 टिपिकल मेटा, या फिर आपको अभी भी लगता है कि 4-4-1-1 से ब्रेक डाउन किया जा सकता है?
नेवर स्विच फ्रॉम 4-4-1-1, मैं 4-5-1 खेला हूँ बहुत कम, बट not a fan of that formation, not a fan of playing against it, so I don't use it myself, and I want to use Zico at cam, वो मेरा favorite player है इस game में अभी तक, so I stick to the 4-4-1-1 attacking gameplay only.
Now since we are talking about players, आपका राइट बैक वेरी यूनिक कार्ड द कोस्टा, कोई यूज नहीं कर रहा है, वो कहाँ से आपने ढूंढ कर निकाला है उस कार्ड को?
So, मेरे पास ब्रूजर प्लस की वो थी, and Bruiser Plus is the best play style on a fullback. I have switched to advanced defending अभी 1-2 दिन पहले ही. So testing it out in the tournament थोड़ा risky है पर कर रहे हैं, and Da Costa को 99 physical मिल गया on the ultimate scream upgrade. तो now he's I think the best fullback right now to use.
Now क्योंकि अब अगला आपका मैच है करमन टिक्का से, एक क्रेजी कमबैक हुआ है सीजे के सामने उनका, so your thoughts on that match के सीजे should have won it, क्या चल रहा था उस गेम के अंदर क्योंकि वो मैच इतना इंटेंस था क्योंकि समझ नहीं आता कौन जीतने वाला है?
तो ये गेम बहुत एंड टू एंड होती है एंड कमबैक्स, बिकॉज इट्स वेरी इजी टू स्कोर गोल, स्पेशली अब कीपर मूवमेंट भी नहीं रही है एंड थ्रू बॉल्स बहुत अच्छी हैं, तो आई थिंक कमबैक्स हो जाते हैं एंड इट्स वेरी एंटरटेनिंग फॉर द व्यूअर्स, दैट्स ऑल।
कोई स्पेशल प्रिपरेशन टिक्का के खिलाफ? क्योंकि उनका अगर हम अटैक की ब्रेक डाउन करें तो इट वाज वेरी बेसिक, सेंटर से ब्रेक डाउन करे थे, विंग प्ले बहुत कम था टिक्का के पास, बट देन वो थोड़ा स्विच ऑफ प्ले, कोई स्पेशल प्रेप उनके लिए?
स्पेशल प्रेप मैं किसी ओपोनेंट लिए करता नहीं हूँ एज सच, फॉर मी इट्स जस्ट मैं अपनी गेम खेलूँ एंड इफ आई एम प्लेइंग वेल आई विल विन, दैट इज व्हाट आई यूजुअली डू, आई डोंट वॉच अदर पीपल्स गेम प्ले, आई फोकस ऑन माय गेम प्ले ओनली।
ओके, नाउ सिंस वी आर इनटू द अपर ब्रैकेट, सो आपको तो अब थोड़ा ब्रेक है, लेकिन अब थोड़े लोअर ब्रैकेट की बात करते हैं। सारांश और सीजे दोनों लोअर ब्रैकेट में, गिव मी अ प्रेडिक्शन कि कौन वहाँ से क्वालिफाई करता हुआ आगे आने वाला है अपर ब्रैकेट में?
I think CJ will qualify. CJ and Saransh both will qualify for tomorrow. Yes. And then tomorrow उनकी game is a coin toss. I have no clue कौन जीतेगा वो game.
I need an answer कि कौन आ रहा है उनमें सब पर?
I think I'll go with CJ winning the game. Okay. Because from what I've seen.
CJ is still one of the favorites, but एक सवाल हमारा ऑडियंस की तरफ से, and everybody wants to know, especially from the pros like you, कि आप division rivals के अंदर you are in the elite, one of the finest. उस एरिया को आप कंट्रोल कैसे करते हो? हाउ डू यू प्ले दोस हाई इंटेंसिव प्रेशर? बिकॉज मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द प्लेयर्स वी आर स्टिल स्टक इन डिवीजन 3 and 4, तो वहाँ से बाहर कैसे निकला जाए?
आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट प्लेइंग रेगुलरली, प्लेइंग कंसिस्टेंटली एंड प्लेइंग विद अ पर्पस। आप मतलब इम्प्रूव करने के लिए अगर खेलोगे तो बेटर रहेगा। यू नीड टू नॉट प्ले जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ प्लेइंग, वॉच योर गेम प्ले, सी आपकी मिस्टेक्स क्या हैं, जो बेटर है आपसे देखो कि वो क्या कर रहे हैं गेम में एंड ट्राई टू इम्प्लीमेंट दैट इन योर ओन गेम. दैट्स व्हाट आई डू.
Well, thank you so much,
Thank you
Aditya.
so much, Parth.
And these are the great insights. Like watching your gameplay, सबसे हमें crucial part मिला है इस पूरे टॉक से. जहाँ ने भी मैं ये चीज़ें बताई थी. बट खैर ये बातें तो चलती रहेंगी और फन सेगमेंट लेके आएंगे जरूर. लेकिन खिलाड़ी समय रेडी नजर आ रहे हैं मुझे. दोनों प्लेयर्स रेडी हैं फॉर द लोअर ब्रैकेट मैचअप. बट हम मैचअप पे आगे बढ़े उससे पहले बढ़ते हैं छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए.
Man, with the first elimination out here on the line, it is a battle of survival, ladies and gentlemen, as the lower bracket matches will continue in the FC26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4. This is me, Scared Yet. Alongside me, we've got Spartus out. And man, can we really talk about, Warsi not really making those shots with Pina, or do we move for the next one?
I think we should move to the next one because I just had a word with the lad and he was like, yeah, I know what I was doing wrong. I was just dribbling a lot too much and that happens. That nerves taking on you into the game and you are like, whatever chance I'm creating should be 100% conversion. You're not taking any 80-20s, even a 70-30. You just want a clear angle onto the goal. But sometimes you have to take the 70-30 opportunity and that's where the pro players differentiate themselves from the casuals. Because those 70% chances, you will score them if you just try them. Those finishes do work, especially with the goalkeeper movement being out of the picture. But now, who thought that this will be a match we will ever see? A lower bracket eliminator where we have CJ taking on Jahaan.
Exactly, man. That's the big thing out here. You facing CJ out here in the lower bracket, it's going to be a bit tough. And I'd have to say, man, this is one of the toughest battles for you in this event. Right? You win this one, then yes, potentially you face some new boys out there, but CJ is a man who's always been absolutely impeccable. Yes, we never really see him lose his composure, but after that last-minute goal that was scored in the previous one against him, I'm pretty sure he might want to, calm his nerves down again just so he could be fully focused in this game.
I just want to say our Wounded Lion is 10 times more dangerous than anybody else.
Yeah.
And at this point, the game has already begun. We have Jahaan in the blue kit and CJ in the red. They kick things off from left to right. And CJ, he has the possession right now. Takes the first touch with Vitinha. Dribbling around. Finds Zico. Takes around the ball. Finds Aaron. Zico. Just twisting and turning. Finding some key passes. Back to Zico. Finds Usman Dembele, he has a chance for the finesse, but now has been blocked off. And now Jahaan just trying some quick attack, and keep that in mind that Jahaan is probably he's using the less played formation, the 4-5-1 for the day, because everybody else, he's on the 4-4-1-1.
Yeah, right now though, hold on a second. This pass could be beautiful as Neto scores in the first one. Jahaan, impeccable performance out here from him. The counter, and he converts it in the very first try.
The 4-5-1 strikes, and oh my god, that Pedro Neto is not the Thunderstruck card. That's an Evo making his way on the scoreboard. It took only 7 minutes for Jahaan to open the scoring in this 4-5-1 structure, and at this point, Saranshjain9, I really never thought that I would say this, that he's trailing in the lower bracket matchup, but he has been offside. The equalizer came, but as an offside, but CJ, he will knock on Neto. It is a double-legged affair, so there is plenty of time remaining on the clock, but a big switch and to a player lock.
It's a big
the
off.
Mechanical skills, it is an off, doesn't matter at that point, but a grand switch turned into a player lock. Jahaan is in for a matchup.
I'm really liking it, man. And before Lokman hopped off, he mentioned that Jahaan took some advices from CJ. And guess what? This is literally a teacher-student battle out here, and the student is for now leading in this one. I know that this could be a big narrative out, but if this happens, this could be the biggest upset in this event. I know I've been saying this multiple times, but CJ this time wants to turn things around. Mbappe looking for a cutback, sends it back in though, but Park Ji-sung takes it away. Alexia will send it back as well. Good control coming in, man, and the player lock is just brilliant.
Oh man, Jahaan has the ball back to Vitinha. The left winger inside Rashford, the Evo. The touch was just not good enough.
Yeah.
Although, he's still into lead. Passes attempted, 42-35. Pretty much accurate from both the sides, but CJ, he has not made a single tackle till now. And now, there might be some issues. As we can see, he is calling for some support, I hope. And I am pretty sure the admin team will work on it as soon as possible. And yep, we can see the players getting things fixed up. And we know it is a tough matchup from both the lads, but CJ, he is under a lot of pressure. Lower bracket matchups are never easy to face, especially when you are the defending champion.
It's tough for him. And you could see that. And now considering that he is the man who's actually trailing behind, it's a big problem out here though. Oh my goodness, right from the corner as well. And Jahaan, he could very well be the one to move forward in this lower bracket if things continue like this. And CJ really needs to lock in at this point. That's what he's trying to do as well. But a lovely steal yet again. Look at the pressure this man is applying by the midfield.
This is really, really good. And now, Pina finds the ball back to Pedro Neto. Dribbling inside, he has Alexia there. Back to Pina. Finds Neto. He has been called offside. Close call there, but Neto was just caught behind the back lines. Now Carreras finds Kylian Mbappe. Player log, gets the ball back. CJ, he wants to get a build-up done. Kylian Mbappe finds Zico, twisting and turning. Finds the wing, but nah, Marcos Llorente just too strong on the wings. Wins the ball back.
Big one out here yet again. And for as long as he controls this ball, the pressure is going to build up on CJ. And the fun fact is that he's not really letting that pressure down as well. Not the best collected pass out here. So CJ is still going to move it around. Back to Zico, moves it all forward. To Aaron, sends it back in. Dembele one-touch passes though. Marquinhos is in the right position to take it away. Llorente tried to keep it in, but it's fine. It's okay.
100% mark for the effort.
Yeah,
And efforts are what matter at the end. But a match which nobody thought would happen so early into the stage. It is happening right now, and Jahaan, he is in the lead. He's looking pretty much calm and composed with his headset on and the music banging on his ears. But the thing is, how long can he keep his head cool?
For now, he's winning it. That's all I'll say. He's winning into that momentum battle as well as he's winning in the mental battle. Sending it through towards the left wing now. Rashford, he has the pace. He's got the timing. He's got the control. The dribble was good too. One-touch passes. Sends it back in only for CJ to collect it back. Now Zico back to Dembele. We'll move it back into Zico as well. Wants to position him right. But the pass went in a little bit too fast there. Couldn't really connect it, and on the back of it, now the possession right back into the hands of Jahaan. Moving his player around, create some space. Rashford had to send it back in.
Getting closer. But now CJ, he's still not able to get a clean shot on target, and these through passes are just not working well. Marcos Llorente has the ball for Jahaan. Player lock, Neto finds it. Pina onto the next one. Pretty solid build up there. Pina,
Good pass.
strong enough to hold on the ball. The perfect passing lanes, the finesse should be on the way, but how? Marcus Rashford could have taken it from his strong foot, just missing it on the first touch.
That was a big opportunity. I saw the 3 passes in line. I did not notice the 4th one. And that is what separates normal people with the pro players, man. Absolutely fantastic. But on the back of it, it wasn't really a big score. Now, Llorente will send it all the way back. Marquinhos. Neto. Ambitious.
Ambitious.
A bit ambitious.
Or maybe he tried a fake shot and it just didn't register properly.
Probably.
Happens a lot, but now CJ is onto the attack. Hansen Arons has been just bullied off the ball, and Sol Campbell. And this guy is pretty solid on the defense, although despite the fact he does not have jockey, he does not have intercept, if I'm not wrong.
Oh.
But despite all the lack of play styles, he has been pretty solid at the back.
Exactly. And you can clearly see the pressure coming in from Jahaan by that left wing, also the right wing, which we really saw in that previous attack itself. And that showcases a big vision around the entire field as well right now. Hold on, Zico. Mbappe back to Zico as well. He tried to steal the pass away. Larson has got an opportunity, but Oblak will catch it. The pressure from the defense not allowing him to take a free shot.
Claudio Pina finds the wings, gets onto a pass. Ousmane Dembele. Larson back to Dembele and CJ. The tempo is getting slower and slower. And this is something which is not a good sign at this level, because the slower the tempo gets, the defensive structure gets even better. But now CJ inside the box, Kylian Mbappe being shoved off the ball yet again, and Marcos Llorente, he has not put one wrong step.
Finally the halftime. Finally some breathing room for both of them. But Jahaan having a game like that is a big thing. That man is absolutely enjoying his time. CJ trailing behind 1-0. That was the
Pretty rare side, I would say.
That was the difference from him being in the upper bracket versus in the lowest.
Lower bracket always brings a lot of pressure, and CJ can definitely feel it this time around.
True.
Keep in mind that for Jahaan, this is one of the few LANs that he has played in his career, while CJ has grown up playing LANs. That's a big, big difference. But man, oh man, the guy who took training from his opponent right now is dominating him. Although the scoreline is just 1-0, but Jahaan's defensive structure has been pretty much rock strong.
This dude showed up last year, if I'm not wrong. But then this time around, Jahaan, he's been doing a fantastic job.
For sure, man. He is definitely one of those players where you don't expect what are we going to see into the game. But when you see him play, you can see it is the classic example of how to play the meta.
Big run.
Agile dribble on the wings, R1 inside the box, but you have the passing play style just lacking too much, I suppose. Not good enough on the pass. Now onto a counter. CJ can find Kylian Mbappe in the passing lanes. Twisting and finding, but too much predictable there. Could have cancelled the play lock. Tried to play it through, could not get it happen, but now Zico finds Hansen. Back to Zico. Hansen, Zico, another play lock. Intercepted by Marquinhos. Another chance goes begging, and Saranshjain9, he is still to find the back of the net.
Big defensive play coming in out there. Just making sure that he's not really losing the track of which the ball is going to go to. So now just holding it down. Should be enough. That's a big one. Wanted to get the player back in the right position though. Took his own sweet time, and eventually that offside trap coming in from CJ. Working out well now on the back of that counter attack. This could be big. The triangular passing going in. Single Vitinha controls it, sends it through as well, but Larsen is in off. That was pretty close, I'd have to say. I kind of want to have the replay on that, but that was really close.
Oh man, he is definitely knocking on the door, but the luck factor is not going in his way at all.
Lofted through.
But now Jahaan just playing on the wing. There is a possibility of a finesse from right here. Takes a touch. Rashford should finish it things off. He will. Composure and brilliance at the very same time from Jahaan. Took his sweet time inside the box. Find that extra pass. Found Rashford in the making. And then a perfectly timed precision strike. Marcus Rashford. He gives Jahaan the 2-goal buffer he needed.
1 goal in the first half and the second one in the second. And man, it hasn't really been off just one-off goals. It's been proper build-up with the constant attacks coming in right now. Look at that again, stealing the ball back in the mid, moving it around as you're constantly sending in. Alexa not really able to control it that very properly. Now it's going to send it back in, though through from Pina. Was read well. CJ eventually taking control back in his own hands. An advantage going in. Vitinha controls it, but not a lot of options available for any kind of fast-through plays. And I'd have to say, I was about to appreciate the defensive structure, but guess what? CJ breaks it 5 minutes after he concedes the second one and brings the game back into contention.
Still trailing by 1 goal though. A kickoff attempt into the player log will not work out. Carreras could not find the header. But now, back to Due. Larsen, back to Zico. 1 step at a time. CJ, he's slowly building up the attack. And Jahaan, he needs to defend it out. He misses the tackle, and this could be an opportunity, but Usman Dembele, he's caught offside yet again.
This game is far from over right now as CJ slowly and steadily taking the momentum only for Jahaan to steal it away back again. Maybe another one building up. Vitinha passes it in though. Militao is able to stop, but guess what? It still goes out.
What just happened?
Conundrum.
Goalkeeper gives away the pass to the attacker and he lobs it over the net. Well, if you make a blunder, I'll make a bigger one than that. That was the theme of it. But now CJ is onto the attack. Zico needs a low driven and he will strike. And Saranshjain9, he is back into the game.
He ain't missing that one whatsoever. You could try and lead 2-0. He still will make that comeback. And what if this momentum train that he rides on eventually leads him to the victory in this first leg as he still moves it around. Militao now back to Vitinha as he sends it towards the left. Mbappe holding it. Zico, Vitinha. Back to Carreras. Zico eventually taking control of. Finally, you're going to have a bit of a breathing room coming in for Jahaan. As the game equalizes now, he's still trying to catch in a player. Wants to make a play from the wing. Neto with the player lock coming in. Controls it. Is not able to send it back. Larsen anticipates that pass.
CJ onto the counter-attack. Kylian Mbappe reads the end of it. The quick step is working in his way. First touch pass. Aaron's finesse. Dembele. Oh, block.
What a
The
save.
far reach coming in handy. But now, the player lock tactic wins the ball. Has a finesse. And CJ. Finally, the corner has been converted. Everybody was trying it throughout the day, but it is Saranshjain9 who is able to convert it for the very first time.
And what a moment finally to get that conversion as well. Trailing behind in this game 2-0. Now finally having the lead of 1. On the back of it now, he still continues that aggression. Zico, you can clearly see Jahaan losing the entire composure now. Finally takes it back eventually. But can't really make it into any big conversions on the other side. Wants to make a run on the wing. Rashford can't really keep it for long with the pressure going on. Park Ji-sung moves it forward yet again. Sends it back. Carreras all the way back to Campbell. The defensive line now being brought up. 83rd minute into the game. Jahaan wants to keep control to make the one last chance in attack.
I'm not sure if that's the right tactic at this point.
He'll get the ball.
Knowing this might go against him, but now he finally gets the ball inside the box. Turning with Puteas. Finds Vitinha inside. Pina trying to turn, but nah. Could not happen now, CJ. He can unleash another attack. 5 minutes still remaining on the clock. He finds Aarons in the meanwhile. Kylian Mbappe making a run. Player log inside, takes a touch, keeps the momentum slowed. But now Park Ji-sung is there for the defensive duties.
Oh, hold on a second. It is 7 on the clock. You've still got an opportunity. A chance to make a play from the wing as Neto moves it back in. Now no chance for cutback. Reyes on the other side. Easily able to tackle it down though. And now CJ, he's got his own chance. Offside trap eventually broken up now. Bringing the player back in. Gets him passed on. Aaron back to Zico. 1-2 passes coming it back to Aaron. Could be another one. And guess what? At 90+1 this time, it is Saranshjain9 to increase his lead to 2. 4 goals to 2 is the answer from the man in yellow as he closes this first game out. One last chance for the cross. Can you?
Nah, has been cleared away.
It's going to be cleared up.
2 goals down to 4-2 at the end of the first leg, and this is what experience brings on the table. Saranshjain9 knew how to control the game, knew how to build up on the attacks, and at the end, he showed the composure, he showed the resilience, scored some good goals, whereas the very last one was pure mind tricks. He was controlling one, sending players left, right, and center, keep on tracking them while I just R1 dribble inside your box and take a shot. If you try to press me, the runners will hunt you down on the wings. 2-minute decision to make from Jahaan, and he took none of it. CJ, we wanted him to make a good result in his favor, and he surely delivered.
I taught you everything you know, but not everything I know. Is what really happened out there, ladies and gentlemen, as that first game was an absolute cinema. Literally cinema. I mean, I really wish, man, that could have been a 3 at least, right? Because that ball went in over the net. That could I could hear all the people around in the arena as well shouting and just absolutely flabbergasted by what happened. And guess what? We've got the highlights ready to look at just those moments and also the ones in which the ball went in the back of the net.
Oh, for sure, man. But also at that very same incident, it should not have happened at the very first place.
True.
The goalkeeper take a pass on the player who is free on the left wing or the left back, somewhere down the line. Not directly at the opponent face. And those instances sometimes hurt you. But hey, Jahaan was, I would say, easy on CJ at that point to chip it away over the net. He doesn't want easy goals.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna score tough goals, right? I don't care about the easy ones. That's fine.
Just look at
Everyone.
how can Park Ji-sung miss a tap-in from there?
I don't know. I think so. And this is not even a chance where he kind of went in for a chip itself, right? He just simply pressed the shot. And that should have gone in under every circumstance. I mean, but again, deciding just to play around with the emotions of him right now. But still wouldn't have changed the result that much. Eventually, it's still a 4. So CJ having that advantage. Now he's making sure to meet a few of his fans out there as well. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to meet him, make sure you hop in at the NSIC Exhibition Center, Delhi. If you want to know, it's near the Govindpuri Metro Station. You don't want to miss out on this action because the vibes are absolutely fun.
For sure.
And man, I've been getting a lot of goodies for myself. Have you been buying something for you?
Quite some. I have
Liar.
a hat. It's in the storeroom, which I'm not going to show you since I am pretty much afraid that you're going to take it away.
Sure.
But hey, the first match has been taken away by CJ.
Yeah.
And it is a lower bracket fixture. So the very next match is a decider for Jahaan. If he loses that out, if he's not able to make a comeback, his journey will come to an end in the very first match that he has played.
It's a battle for survival right now, and you have to bring yourself back, right? And I'd have to say, in the first half at least, he was having a good composure. Even in the starting few minutes of the second half, when he scored the second goal, you could see that, yes, he was handling the ball really well. He was making sure that he's moving it around the pitch itself. But overall, it still was CJ finally answering back, controlling the wings, making sure that the mid was back in his control, stealing it all away. And on the back of it now, it is 4-2 in favor of CJ. Yes, Jahaan still needs to win one game. He's got an opportunity, but man, it is going to be tough.
Oh man. Especially when CJ is playing like he wants revenge on everybody else.
God mode.
He has turned the rage mode, I would say, at this point. Like,
True.
He is pretty much angry at himself for losing that first very game in the winner's bracket. And now, from here on, he was trailing by 2 goals.
Yep.
So, has not been the start that he was looking for. But, hey, this is FC for you. Things do go against you, but you have to be skilled enough to turn the bad things in your favor.
The comeback arc is going to be absolutely precious for him from this point onwards, right? Losing into the upper bracket, then being down 2-0, but eventually moving forward in the entire game. That is big thing happening in for him. And I'm pretty sure, I know there's going to be a lot of whispers in his head as well about what if things don't go right. But he's got to ignore all of those whispers, just like you've been doing it pretty well till now, and move forward in that. And Jahaan has to do the exact same thing. He had the control, eventually lost the momentum, and then could not grab it back. It will happen in the next game too, but you have to learn and evolve in order to understand how you're going to gain back that momentum for yourself.
That is so true, because that next matchup will decide the fate of Jahaan and the fate of CJ, of how things will move on from here. Because by the look of things, CJ, he is in control from second half itself. He is looking pretty strong, but again, you cannot underestimate Jahaan with the type of performance he has delivered in the very first leg that he has on the LAN.
And I think so this is again a good opportunity for him to try and showcase the world as well how much he has grown as a player itself from all the previous few years, right? How much he's learning, and in general how much he can implement all of those learnings, because it's all about implementation. You can learn 10 new things, but if you're not able to perform or use them under pressure, then that becomes a big problem for you. And I think so, at least in the starting of that game, he was doing that pretty well. He was implementing all of those things too, stopping CJ from making any kind of moves. But man, CJ, we know this man to have an ability to steal all of that calm and control. But let's see if he can do that in the next leg as well, as it will happen after this short break. Man, oh man. This has been absolutely nightmaric for the side of Jahaan out here. Again, CJ leading and then dropping the ball. Now there's an opportunity for him to make that comeback.
Yes.
But he's trailing behind by 2 goals.
Oh, keeping in mind that he started the leg with 2 goals advantage in
Yeah.
the first half itself. It was just perfect from all around the corner. But then Charanjot gets one back, and then the second, and then the third, and then the fourth. He kept on banging goals after goals. Although there was some movement where Jahaan could have scored, but unfortunately he was not able to take that final touch inside the box.
Yeah.
But Charanjot, he's finally finding his footing.
That's one of the big things, right? Bringing himself back from that mental crumble which he was facing on after that first game, conceding at 90+1. He's finally bringing himself back in, and that is what's more crucial for him, but also problematic for the rest of the people, because you don't want full power Charanjot, let alone an overpowered Charanjot who's playing in rage. That's been mind-boggling right now. And for all the people who are wondering why my entire attention is on this side as well, because there's been some cool tricks being performed there too. And if you want to catch all of that action along with watching these pros live, make sure you hop in at the NSIC Exhibition Center, Delhi. Do not want to miss out on this opportunity, because now the players will get ready for that second leg. And the one who wins continues in the lower bracket. The second one will hop back home.
And keep that in mind, it is Jahaan's only game at the tournament. PlayStation Cup Season 4 LAN stage. He played only one game till now. And he might get eliminated from the very first itself. So things are very much on the line from side of Jahaan. The kits have not changed. Red for CJ, blue kit for Jahaan. And let's see how things will work out from here. CJ onto the attack from left to the right. Founds Militao, get Vitinha. Just trying to find some space. He is not able to get anything right now, but finds Larsen in the process. Kylian Mbappe first touch, Aaron's inside, takes a driven, and CJ, he takes the opening in his favor. 5th one on the board.
Continues right where he left things off in the previous one. This man is an absolute menace to the society right now with the way how he's been playing, and the society is literally the FC community out here who are all witnessing this wrath. Another through pass, what a way, and guess what? Dembele doesn't miss it. Instantly, it's been 5.5 minutes in game. This man scores 2, doubles his lead. And now Jahaan, he's facing 4 times the pressure.
Oh, this is not looking good from side of Jahaan. Hopefully he can just cue a pause, take a breather, and get back into the game, because at this point and at this rate, CJ might just score goals after goals, and the score line will look nasty from here on. Zico finds Aaron, back to Zico, twist turning, finds Kylian Mbappe, another goal incoming. Lorente saves the day.
Yeah, finally taking it back. It could have been a 3-0 right in this game itself. And that too under 15 minutes. Now, you know that this is a high-scoring game, but this is an absolute blasphemy. He's just not letting him have a single room, or rather even a single second for breathing. Sends it all the way back though. Pina want to get that through in Vitinha. Chevalier eventually collects that one without it being dangerous.
CJ, he's just taking a lot more time on the ball, I would say, at this point. But now, thing is, Jahaan needs something on the back lines to break the deadlock. He scored 2 initial goals in the series, and then he is just conceding one after another. 6-2 is the scoreline. Zico finds the pass, goes back to Usman Dembele, trying to find something, finds Zico, back to Larsen, back to Usman. Slowly and steadily, Flair nutmeg, Zico inside, Aaron's finesse on the Viking, Park Sung wins the ball, and now
Counter.
a counter attack could be on its way. But the thing is, CJ is already marking all the through passes.
That's the big one out here. He only had one opportunity in the center. And man, that player was offside. Trapped up perfectly. And you can really see Jahaan now slowing the pace down of this game. Doesn't really want to play on the pace of CJ. Constant passes in the mid though. Zico able to get his leg on that now. Aaron sends another through. Usman Dembele. This time not being able to make that run. But guess what? Park Ji-sung couldn't collect it. Vitinha, he's got a chance though. Sends it in. Is it a pen?
It is.
And it is. It was a pen that started his journey in the lower bracket. And now he's got one for his own. to triple the lead maybe, and it absolutely will go in.
7-2 he leads, and the beast has been unleashed. CJ is unstoppable in this second leg itself. 5 goals advantage from his side, and Jahaan, he does not know what to do from here on. Vitinha, he has the ball, loses though in the build-up, but CJ very quick to mark all the through passes, no counter-attack allowed at all, and Jahaan, he needs to recycle the attack. And the more you recycle, the more defensive structure takes its shape. A good slide tackle though. Concedes the pen, or rather a free kick. At this point, someone has dead ball plus, because without dead ball, I am not seeing that go in. And yep, a short free kick has been taken. Puteas from very far out, tries the finesse, gets blocked.
Not a big difficult thing out there though. Not a normal day to see Dembele on a yellow card, is it? But it's fine. As long as it's not one of your defenders, you still can go in for a few more risks out there though. A through ball opportunity. Tries to place it in, but the offside trap eventually makes that entire run stop. But guess what? Still takes control of the player. Larson sends it all the way towards Mbappe as he moves it around. The double press is absolutely perfect from Jahaan, but not enough to put the ball away on the other side. The pause has been cued by both of those players out here, so they really want this ball to either go one or the other end. But they don't want to throw it away. They want to create that chance. And guess what? CJ is not giving any.
Is Mbappe onside? Bad bit late. Because if the pass was played early, the offside trap almost was on the verge of failing there.
Yeah.
But now, the thing is, Charanjot, he still has a 5-goal cushion. So, for Jahaan, things are looking pretty much difficult from here on.
You don't even have a full 90 minutes to play around with, my man. Dembele, an opportunity, creates it for Aaron, sends it through, another finesse towards the top left, though blocked up, not for long. Park Ji-sung, triple man in front, will send it back, moves it forward, Vitinha still controls it, Park Ji-sung, that pass wasn't really the best. Stolen away on the other side, another counter. Oh, you've got the boost out there. Lorente just gets his feet on the ball to stop it from being collected by the other side. And on the back of it now, it is still Jahaan holding it.
CJ just marking all the through lanes. He's making sure that nobody is able to get ahead of his defenders. Clinical defense there, and now on to the counter attack. Kylian Mbappe is making some runs. Finds 1-2 passes, everybody just flooding forward. And with the goal advantage that CJ has, there is no hurry from his side. If he just plays the similar FC he's playing till now, he is surely going ahead, and the result will turn into his favor. Aaron's trying a touch inside the box, loses the ball in the making. But Jahaan, he's getting a restless.
Yeah.
He's just rushing his passes at this point.
He's missing out on his passes, and that's been a bit of a problem, because guess what? That lead has quadrupled now, and it is not lowering down. And you can see the face of Jahaan.
He has lost hope. And that generally happens when you have to face the best. Happens to the best of us, and Jahaan is no different. Oh, he started the day so very well that the question marks on CJ were raised from everyone.
Yeah.
But now, being a player that CJ is, he just makes sure that nothing goes against him. 8 goals has been scored. Keep in mind that this is something which CJ has been scoring regularly in the previous games.
It's a 4-0 for this specific game. A 4-2 for the previous one. He hasn't conceded a single one yet. And the big reason for that is his constant attacks, his constant pressure. He's just making sure he's not letting ball through from that mid. And after all of those opportunities, it is inevitable that he will score a few extra goals out there. And all because of that right now. Jahaan is just kind of losing his all hope, as you rightly said. He's got to bring something back right now. No chance for cutback, so he pulls it back. Vitinha in the mid, controls it. Tried to go for a one-touch pass though. Stem will take that one. No problems whatsoever.
Aaron finds the pass. And look at that build-up. Just look at that tiki-taka on the final third. Taking his sweet time on the ball. The 5-star skills on Aaron is working phenomenally well as well. Magedi spins, cancels, everything just flowing like a river. And CJ, he is so comfortable on the attacker side now. He knows that he has just finished the game already. 8-2 is a scoreline that is very difficult to overturn. But now CJ, he just want to keep a clean sheet in this leg.
Good through. That's a nice chance. Pina wants to go for the finish. Oh my goodness, that loader in. Right into the bottom right. It's actually pretty good. But is it a bit too late though?
Oh yeah. He still has good amount of goals to be scored. And I think the clock is just 40 minutes away, if I'm not wrong. Just 40 minutes more remains. 50 minutes are already up.
Even less than that.
Less than 40 as well. Keep that in mind with stoppage time. On an average, you have 40 minutes to score 5 goals. Too much to ask for, I believe, but
Yeah.
anything is possible if Jahaan plays his cards right.
But not if the ball keeps going out of bounds like that. But I like the idea that I think so slowly and steadily CJ will move to the other part of the pitch.
Yeah.
If this goes
Baby
on.
steps there.
Yeah, right. Baby
Throw
steps.
in after throw in instead of a through ball. Works around, man. That perfectly fine. But now,
Off.
Kylian Mbappe, he's on side, takes a touch, finesse loading, near post, Oblak, good save.
That was a nice save indeed. I thought that maybe he'd want to go for the far post, but no, that's not really the case. Wanted to get that ball right towards his midfielder there. Didn't really happen. And on the wing, a chance, maybe stolen away. Guess what? Vitinha steals it. Ousmane Dembele sends it forward. Zico can't really keep it for long. 1-2 passes between Zico and Vitinha. Aaron in the center sends it all the way to Mbappe. Back and forth. Marquinhos with the steal. Easy peasy. But it ain't lemon squeezy for now.
I think the game is pretty much over from here. The time is slowly ticking down and Jahaan desperately needs a goal. Can he find one and bring action again? But nah. Takes a first time shot. Chevalier is never letting those type of shots in. And now, head down. CJ wins the ball back. Quick counter is possible. Finds Kylian Mbappe in the process. Back to Aaron. Twisting, turning. Sol Campbell. He wins the ball back. But CJ, all he needs to do is just time play. The more delay he can make in the match, the easier it will give for him to qualify for the next lower bracket match. Vitinha doing his defensive duties and the clock ticking 65 minutes. 5 goals still remains.
He's got to score at least 3 in the next 15 minutes, man. That's 1 in every 5. You got to pull a play just like how CJ did. But none of that is happening for now. It's going to send back Rashford. Back and forth to him though, but Due isn't really letting these passes through. Those 1 extra passes are all he needs to make those through runs, but none of that is happening. And on the back of it, hold on a second, another opportunity. Dembele with a bit of a dribble, and guess what? He scores the 9th, and maybe he can become the 2nd man today to score double digits as CJ move up to 9-3.
He's just banging goals after goals at this point. Zico still has the ball, still dribbling around. Carreras intercepted. Player log Jahaan. He knows his tournament chances are far, far ahead now. There is no way he can survive from here on. 72 minutes on the clock. 6 goals deficit he has to overturn. Pretty much impossible. And even in that regard, CJ, he's still not giving Jahaan an inch of hope.
Sends it all the way far forward. Mbappe back to Zico. It's a 1-2-1 coming in. Oh, Mbappe with a bit of a dribble. Lovely sliding. Marquinhos keeping that one from going in the back of the net, though. There's still 15 more minutes of in-game play time remaining. How much more can CJ do? How many more can he get? Maybe with this dribble. Vitinha says no as it passes it around. Rashford stolen away. Advantage being played. Vitinha tried to send it back, but guess what? Advantage time already over right now, so CJ can control it for a little bit longer.
Larson.
Yeah.
The ball, but Claudia Pina, man, she's not getting any space. And just look at that. Those centre backs have narrowed the space so much that there is no passing lane open whatsoever. And Jahaan, despite the fact he is using the most meta 4-5-1, and he himself claimed that he has practiced his formation a lot. Despite all this, there are no chances coming. Finally, he had a shot on target, but off the woodwork. But even after that, this chance came after 80 minutes.
It just feels that CJ was done playing around. Yes, he's using the meta formation as well, but CJ knows what he wants to do out here. Another shot tried, but it's deflected easily, no problems. And as you rightly mentioned, yes, after 80 minutes is a bit too late, and this is not the way you'd want to give the ball away right now, because CJ, he will not let through. A double press coming in, passing lanes opened up as Williams will try to make that run though still. Oh, lovely double press, bringing the player back, stealing it away. All right. But
Stumbling players.
Yeah, stumbling players, true, but Pina sends it to Elixir, not for long.
Yep. Attempted first time through. Lob pass did not work out as intended, but CJ still wins the position. Still looking for the 10th one of the series. Finds Vitinha in the process. Back to Larson. Back to Nico.
Oh, what a
he has the
pass.
ball. Perfectly done and dusted. 10th one on the scoreboard. Jahaan just able to score 3 in front of the GOAT.
No problems coming in for CJ by reaching the double digits, apart from just one other player here. And that was Aditya, back when he was playing against Saransh. And does he want more? No, he doesn't. It's fine, it's all done. It is CJ who will survive in the lower bracket though. Jahaan tried his best, but he could not pull himself back in that second game. Only able to score 1.
Yes. 10-3 is the scoreline, man. This is a humongous lead from Charanjot. This guy was barely able to score goals in the first leg itself, but when the second leg began, man, hot shot form. 6 goals scored in the second leg, by the way.
Yeah.
4-2 was the score of the first leg, and then 6-1 in the second leg. So, goal Goliath, goal fetch, I would say, from side of Charanjot, and
True.
he makes sure that he might have dropped to lower bracket, but that is the lowest he can go.
That's absolutely the bottom, right? You can't really move anywhere below this, because that's going to be
Out
all
of
the
the
way back
tournament.
home. Yeah, exactly. You not really want to go further. So I like the idea, right? At least in that first half of the first game, that's where Jahaan was constantly playing pretty good with that pressure that he was applying onto CJ. But man, CJ just flipped up in that second half, and he continued that throughout the next 2 halves of the second game too. That was absolutely diabolical.
I think CJ has some switch inside his brain, and he was like, yeah, let me just switch to the another attacking mode. The other presets aren't working so well. Let me try something different, and the second leg, he flew by. 5 minutes into the game, he already scored 2. So that is something which is a very rare sight.
True.
Because if you have a bad day, you have a bad day entirely. But then at the end, CJ, man, guy is built different. And we are saying that because he is the defending champion.
True.
He has won this tournament back-to-back twice. So we know what he's capable of. He has been India's finest player for a very long time, and seeing him in the lower bracket was a big surprise, but he made sure that he will make a star comeback.
Absolutely. And with this performance, I'm pretty sure that he might actually move in towards the lower bracket finals and even move forward in the upper brackets, considering who he faces down in the lowers. Now, I'd have to say, this is one of those moments where, you know, we are at Comic-Con. It's all anime people around here, right? You know, I'm in my community. But the fun fact which I wanted to mention, there's always those moments in animes where the main character, he's raging out and everything, and then there comes a moment where he's just silent.
Yeah.
And that is when he unleashes his true power. And CJ faced that moment. He was raging out and everything in his own head, and then he just went silent. And he went absolutely maniac, man. We'll have a look at the highlights as well. I know that I mentioned that it was probably Warsi's montage in the previous game which he played, but this time around, I would have to say it is literally just CJ's montage. Goals after goals after goals.
And man, all were scored in a very similar fashion, I would say. Because this is the way you need to attack. You need to use the wingers as much as possible. You need to score the perfect through passes, and he was able to create those chances.
Yeah.
The second goal with Usman Dembele was a thing of beauty. You exactly knew where to send that incisive run. But the initial goal with Danny Arons, or rather Hansen Aron there. The thing is, he L1 dribble back post, and then with R1 dribble went inside. all he was doing was just turning left, right, and center,
Yes.
and Jahaan was just standing still, and he could not do anything about it.
Exactly, because you don't know what CJ is about to do right now. He's got opportunities on both the ends. He can go anywhere. So Jahaan is just stuck there thinking what might actually happen, and CJ utilizes that second of hesitation and scores in for his hill. But man, after that one, CJ will move forward into that lower bracket, eventually waiting to face if Saransh or Warsi will face him out there. Another game out in the lower bracket. This is going to be tough, and I never thought I'd see Saransh and CJ in the lower bracket semis.
Exactly, and this is something really interesting, and that will happen if Saransh wins the very next game, because keep in mind, the Saransh opening match against Untitled Chapter was not a great sight, to be honest. Yes, he made some good comeback in the second half itself, and he was able to make sure he scored at least 8 goals to 12 and bring a deficit to just 4 goals there.
True.
But the thing is, that slow start cost him the entire series of the game.
And one of the big things about Saransh is that, yes, he takes his time in starting his engine, but once it fires up, then it becomes difficult for the other one to maintain that pace and momentum. Now with that, considering how Warsi likes to play it slow, how more he likes to pass around with his players, he's a bit more technical in those terms. Look, when he was mentioning that. I think so there could be a big opportunity right now to eventually utilize that and force Warsi onto your own play style.
Yes.
And you've got to dodge those bullets right now, just like we saw happening. But that is going to be the main key for Warsi to, if he wants to win that game.
Well, it will be a really interesting watch, because one of the things that I was with the players and we noticed was the tempo of the game is very different between both the players. But at this point, who will run riot? That is a very thing we want to know, because
Exactly.
the loser goes home.
The loser goes home, ladies and gentlemen, and the pressure is at an all-time high. Who will move forward in the lower bracket? We will find that out after this short break.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the PlayStation India Cup Season 4. And we are here with a very special guest, one of the players of this tournament amongst the top 8. Now he's sitting in the winners bracket final. Karman Tikka, welcome to this segment. Now this segment, guys, is about an insight in a pro's journey. Now I have seen Karman ever since he was a kid, and I have seen the passion he's had to play this game throughout all these years, different versions every year, and to be successful in that is not easy. So Karman, my first question here from you would be, you've done a lot of media already.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of stories, and I think you're well media trained, I was going to say, but I want you to have a heart-to-heart conversation with me about the fact that how your journey has been. So my question to you is, what is the most difficult challenge you faced to reach the position you are now and that people know you as an FC26 pro player in India?
The most difficult challenge I would like to say is being logged in 24/7. Like, the game is like that. Like, if you go casual for a minute, you'll start conceding goals. To like have the tendency to lock in throughout the game is very tough, I think. And if people miss out on that, then yeah, calm mode is not for you then, I think.
No, I think that's true. I mean, to be able to have that sort of focus throughout is not easy. And as Karman said, I mean, there's a lot of competition as well. And if you make one mistake, then the opponent is going to capitalize on that. That brings me to the next question, though. What is your goal going forward? Now, there are a lot of people watching, and they always ask that, how do we get there, right? So, two questions in one. One is, what is the path that you see? What is that you aim कि मुझे यहाँ से यहाँ पे पहुँचना है? And what is the ultimate goal, which I know everyone knows that, but how realistic do you think it is?
It is quite realistic, I think. Like, I think every player wants to just represent India at the World Cup for EAFC. I think that's the end goal for everyone, and it's quite realistic. Like, if you work hard enough and the luck will favor you eventually. If you work hard enough, then I think everything will fall in place and you'll just make it there. You just need to work hard enough, I think.
Yeah, I think that's very important. I mean, it's not that difficult according to Karman, which he also knows it is. But of course, he's a very positive person. I've always seen him talk less and, prove his skills on the pitch. Now, Karman, given the fact that India is growing and the fact that you have represented India at Asian Games, I mean, that's a big feat. So massive congratulations for that. But to be able to play at that level, you need to tell the viewers who are struggling in, say, FUT champs or rivals, right? What is it that they need to do to sort of become not a pro, obviously, because that's a different league altogether. Not everyone wants to be a pro, but how do they improve? What are the basics of it that you could tell the viewers who are watching you today?
So I have a very different opinion than the usual one. I would like to say just have the X factor in you, something different than what everyone is doing. So that makes you different from the lot that we have in the community. That can help you shine out more, I think, from the rest.
Yeah, I mean, when you say different, could you elaborate a little on that? Like, what is it that they have to do, say, for example, in-game that they're doing wrong? What are the basic things that they should correct?
Like, mainly you have to be very good at the right stick switching and all, but these are the very common things that's the basic fundamentals of the game. But I am saying you need to be either very good on the left stick or like your basics are strong, as in like the first touch that you take in the opponent's half, that is very important. Or you got to abuse the meta like very badly. Just use some Haaland ball or something like that, I think. You just got to have some X factor in you that will make the opponent think that this has this is a strategy.
Right. I mean, it's incredible to see like how the attention to detail the pros have to give. I mean, doing this for so many years, you're used to the fact that how you have to sort of work on different aspects of your game. So Karman, now that brings me to a question a lot of people I think must be wondering, right? Who is the pro player in the world that you look up to and you want to be like?
I look up to Emre Yilmaz, to be honest. Like, I've been following him since FC23. The way he beat Anders, he was just beaming throughout the game. Like, he didn't even slow down for a single second. He didn't even give like player like Anders a chance to breathe. Like, straight up power shots and straight up like just random stuff. Whatever he like feels like doing, he just does it in the game and proves everyone wrong. Like you can't do just random stuff in the game. Like, he proved everyone wrong there. Like, he beat Anders. He was the best player in that game by doing like whatever he feels like doing. So I think Emre Yilmaz is my go-to player.
So as you said, Emre Yilmaz. So I think it's fantastic to know that there are pro players that are, local players in India look up to, and India was at one point at the highest level, with Saranshjain, of course, being in the top 32. So with that being said, I wish Karman the best of the luck for tomorrow's upper bracket final. I hope you make it to the grand final. It's a tough game. That being said, this was a small segment with Karman Tikka, also known as TikkaTown, and we'll be coming up with more insights like these. Guys, stay tuned, because up next is the final game of today, the loser bracket round 2 between Aman Warsi and Saranshjain. What a cracker of a game it is going to be. We will be back shortly.
Man, the action never ends, but it's got to come at a halt out here, because this is going to be one last chance for Saransh and Warsi to continue their journey in this tournament. It is the lower bracket game, and ladies and gentlemen, you all are watching the FC26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4. Lokman, you've been witnessing this journey throughout the entire day. Did you ever, in any of your reality, expect Saransh to win the lower bracket?
To be honest, I did, because the competition is such. I mean, one of
Fair.
them had to be. I mean, if it was a game between Aditya and Saransh, one of them, we would have said the same thing for Aditya as well.
Exactly.
Because Aditya is now that player who's up there, who's had so many achievements as well. Saransh, as I said, with a lot of background, a lot of achievements, 2-time EAFC champion.
Exactly.
But I get the shock, because him being in the loser bracket is mentally a little bit more challenging for him. Even though these players take it in their stride, they thrive under pressure. But can he beat Aman Warsi, who's a seasoned pro? I mean, he's no pushover. He's performed so well at the highest level. So, I mean, it's going to be a cracker of a game.
And one of the big things that Warsi has shown is the fact that he adjusts and adapts on the fly. He knows what mistakes he makes in the previous one, just so he can, you could say, improve onto them and learn from all of that, learning curve which he normally gets. So that adaptation on the fly is the big thing for Warsi. The question is, can he adapt fast enough for this game, ladies and gentlemen, as Saransh will be going in the blue kit from all the way left side of the field towards the right, while Warsi in the white kit out here from the right to left. Let's see the first attack out there through that. A big time Pina will close it out. Another goal. And that is the fastest one that we have seen today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic goal. Before we could even tell who's wearing what kit, Saransh in the blue kit from left to right just goes to the kickoff and gets that first goal, which is very, very important. And I think it's fantastic for him to get that. But hang on a minute. Aman Warsi trying to create a chance, give a response from kickoff itself. Zico on the ball. Can he get a chance in? Pina has to be clinical. Looking for a pass. Great drag back there, but Saransh was on top with his defending. What a cracker of a start we've had to this game.
I mean, this game is going to be very aggressive out there from Saransh. We know that, yes, he conceded 12 goals. He scored 8 as well in that previous game. But on the back of it now, you could already see that aggression building up. Warsi feeling that pressure. He likes to dribble around. He likes to slow down the pace of the game. But that is not how Saransh is playing. So he's got to either force Saransh to play his game or has got to adjust on the fly. And guess what? He's trying to go fast on his own as well. A chance for the through. Pina is moving forward. No other opportunity. Went in, but Carlos Alberto able to take that one. Not the common right back we normally see.
Yeah, I mean, Carlos Alberto, of course, one of the best, actually the best right backs, but it's not common again. Saransh on the run. And that's another goal for Claudio Pina, the player that haunts your defense ever since the start of FC 26. Right when we were talking about Alberto,
Yeah.
the quick transition from Saransh, right, that pass through to Pina once again. And Pina, mind you, is not one of the fastest players on the pitch.
Yep.
She has only 79 pace, and at best the 87 version has 80 pace, 81 pace rather. But for her to be going on runs like this is just incredible. And Saransh, 2 goals up, perfect start for him. Can Warsi come up with a response? We'll have to see. He has a chance there, tries to just make that pass through, not enough to be able to beat the likes of Saranshjain over there. Once again, Yamal on the run.
That's a big one. Trying to move it forward though. Shot cancelled, it's fine. No one's there to fake it either ways. But now it's going to have a tough time out here. Guess what? Khalid moves it in, and that's the third one in succession. He is not stopping. And Warsi, he cannot slow the pace of this game down. Saransh has taken control right in the beginning.
Yeah, it's almost like at every attack that he goes, he scores. And Saransh has learned a lot from his loss against Aditya Chadda. You can clearly see he's been more aggressive. Here's another chance for Kylian Mbappe, but yeah, you could see from the likes of it that it was offside. Very aggressive approach though from Saranshjain.
The pressure continues, man. That is the main thing. You don't really have any breathing room for yourself. And that's why now Warsi. I was having a word with him as well along with Spartas, and he said that he is now going to shoot more. Now since he'll be playing with Saransh, he will focus more on finishing. He'll not move that ball around and keep it for as long as he was doing it previously. But man, that is if he reaches the penalty box.
He has actually tried though. I mean, Saransh has been very solid at the back, and every time Saransh is attacking, he's trying to get that angle in. As you can see, Khalid, once again, the goal scorer, trying to create that space. The best part about Saransh is that he's very clinical around the box and inside the box with his finishing.
True.
And I think with the fact that how much space Warsi is getting and he's still not able to open up, just shows that Saransh with his switching, even though he leaves gaps open, he's able to close down exactly like that. So he puts the squeeze in from the centre backs and the CDMs, and that's where Warsi has nowhere to go.
Exactly. And that is where the struggle is now. It's again back into the midfield as it was stolen away by Warsi. Going in for those one-touch passes, not really the best one. The possession is going to be given up yet again now, and Carlos Alberto sends it back in mid as Khalid will push it forward. Pina easily taken away on the other side. Hold on a second, Pina. That's an offside though.
Yeah, but you're constantly seeing the aggressive pressing, right? I think that's the most important thing that Saransh is known for. I think he is the player who likes to attack, and we could see it's just that Aditya Chadda was just outscoring him. Now Warsi is not able to do that yet, which is why Saransh is striving. Great pass there for Warsi. Can he score this?
Beautiful.
And he does. That's a great goal. That extra pass shows the ice in his veins to be able to get that chance in, and that's exactly the goal he needed to make a comeback in this game.
Finally, the bit of a patience which we were expecting from him showing up now, tracking back with his midfielders out there. Easily able to take this one away as well. Hold on, a long pass over towards the wing though, stolen away by Vitinha in mid. The transition isn't really that clean though, but a pretty smooth one-to-one passes there coming in. Balde will take it. Unai Lopez. Pakita. It's Saransh now. He's slowing the pace down as well. He wants to make those openings, and guess what? Kylian Mbappe found the right punch chip. No need! As he goes in, another one with a driven to the bottom right. And guess what? The lead is back to 3 goals.
It is indeed. I mean, that through ball, perfection. And Mbappe is not missing that. Because as we saw in the last game as well, the way Mbappe was used was absolutely fantastic. On point, in fact. And Saransh timing that pass right, timing that finish right. Goalkeeper coming out for Warsi, but not having a chance. And this is on the 45th minute mark that we are in the first leg of this game, where Saransh has absolutely dominated this game. There's been a couple of chances for Warsi, but he's only taken one. And once again, for the last attack, can Saransh make something out of this? Yamal tries to twist and turn, but Klosterman using that strength. He still has a corner though. And that is a corner that could actually seal this first leg in itself. Yamal goes short. Can Saransh extend his lead by dribbling over there with Yamal and creating space? Look at that dribbling.
Man, the R1 dribbling on Lamine Yamal is literally one of the most broken things for that card. I have to say, man, I don't want to share this experience, but yeah, my friend thrashed me with just Yamal in his hand and an R1 dribbling. I could not stop him at all.
Yeah, I think the aspect of that technical dribbling also comes into place, and I think the game has its sort of balance now. Earlier in the first one, it was the very first version of the game. If you played at that time, you would know that the R1 dribbling was actually broken.
True.
And this time now, it's a bit more controlled, but if you use it in the right places, you'll be able to thrive in that. So, as you rightly said, players like Yamal, players like Hansen also. We can't see Hansen much because there are restrictions in this tournament.
Yep.
But these people love using cards like that. But here we go. First leg of this match between Aman Warsi and Saranshjain. The loser goes home. And I think that is the kind of pressure that both the players might have. Not so much for Saranshjain at the moment because he's comfortable. He knows there's another leg. He can extend his league. But for Warsi, he has to do something. He has to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Otherwise, against a player like Saransh, seems like a very daunting task.
Absolutely. And that is one of the big reasons out here right now. There's still a bit of pressure. Saran sends it. Lamine Yamal. Now is the time for the technical dribble. Slowly and steadily using it. Sends it back. Pakita. No openings out there though, but finally found one. Guess what? Another steal coming in on the other side though. Warsi not really letting any loose threads on his defense. At least not for now. But we know Saransh. He is the pocket picker out there. He creates those gaps. He creates those openings. And maybe this time Warsi though on the other end could do the same. Not really allowed for a longer time. And there's this opportunity. Claudia Pina, right, sends it all the way to Mbappe. He wants to move in a bit more center. Khaled there. Can he go for the through? Absolutely not. And that's the brute strength which you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, those are the tackles that help you in that situation. As you saw, Vincent Kompany, of course, one of the legends of the game. A rare card to be used, though. I mean, I would just like the viewers to pay attention that Kompany is a very rare kind of a centre-back that you're seeing, given the fact that there's Stam, there's Klosterman, and all these combinations players are using. Warsi with yet another chance. But Saransh's team looks solid as well. I mean, he's I think, put all of that together within the restrictions very well, I feel. The combination that he's playing. Correas also launches that ball out. Yeah, great ball there.
Another one. Yamal. Is he onside though? Yes, he's actually onside now. Pakita. He's got a time to control it. But no other opportunities out there. Sends it back in the center. Khalid holds it down. No chances for any cutback. Easily taken control of by Warsi. Not crumbling. As you said, ice cold in his veins though. Pina wanted to send it down. Not quite the right place. Saransh. This game has finally slowed down. Saransh has decided not to pursue his attacking playstyle any further than necessary. All he needs to do is defend properly.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's just focusing a lot harder on his defense now. You can clearly see that he's not taking the approach that, for example, Aditya Chadda did in the game against Saransh. Here's a chance for Warsi. Twists and turns. That last second tackling is what defines you in these moments. because Warsi did really well to dribble past the entire backline over there. But Saransh knew just who to switch to at the last minute and get that tackle in.
The game that Warsi won, right, that against Silento, that was also by the same way. Hold on a second. Zico, lovely play. And finally, he gets another one on board after the first half. But he's still 2 away to eventually claim that equalizer in this game. But if he keeps on doing stuff like this, then I think so it's not far away.
Yeah, I mean, shows the composure that he had in that moment, even though he knew he was down by 3 goals. As you can see, Saransh, of course, ever so locked in. Almost like a poker face every time he has.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be moved. Warsi as well, you can see the cam of the players just locking in. And Warsi has to, as you rightly said, 2 more goals for him to come back into this game. And the fact that there are 20 minutes left of the first leg and an entire leg left afterwards, Warsi shouldn't be too worried unless Saransh scores another goal. Because a 2-goal deficit is easily manageable, even if you're in a tight game like this, which we've seen until the last goal happened.
Exactly. Now with the 4-4-2 formation that I think Saransh is running with as well, he's going to get a lot more control out there in mid. Guess what? He wanted to go in for a shot right from outside the box, though. Warsi ain't letting that through. He won't allow those kinds of shots to happen. And at the same time, that mid control is going to be crucial now, because you'd be tracking back with your left mid and right mid constantly, making that defense line even more thick, and which will help you to slow down those attacking plays that are coming in from Warsi. But for Warsi out there, he's doing the exact same thing which he was doing in the previous series too. Holding it down in the back line, getting a few extra touches too. There have been a few through balls as well, which has been converting really well. But on the back of it, no other changes. Zico. Back to Neto, to Pina. Zico sends it through. But both the defenders out here blocking that attacker.
Yeah, it's quite the back and forth game happening at this point of time. And I mean, there was a goal that we've seen, but the game has been super cagey ever since. Both the players just trying to create spaces. There's no outright space that either of the players are giving it to each other unless a through ball is triggered. Somewhat like this, which ends up becoming almost a 50-50. I mean, that was a close one as well. And Zico, of course, is the best player for Aman Warsi, as you can see.
Yeah.
And he's always on the run. But here is Saransh now, trying to attack from Xavi Simons. Great pass there. And that is going to be Kylian Mbappe. What a save from the goalkeeper. Has a second bite at the cherry. Can Kylian Mbappe create some magic here? Paqueta now plays it to Vitinha. Back to Paqueta. Xavi Simons tries to dribble away. Warsi is relentlessly pressing in that moment. Saransh holds off the press really well. Khalid trying to get through, but just on the edge of the box.
Talk to me about the strengths of Khalid as well, right? Because we don't really see any other player using that one card. But when it comes to Saransh, it seems like he's been relying on to him a lot.
Yeah, I think the good part about Khalid is that he's got that pace, he's got that shooting as well that you're seeking. I mean, in terms of the player in general, he's not one of the most popular cards, but he is one of those cards which in the game have become suddenly quite popular. He's very useful as well. Quite a good super sub as well in the game, if I was to put it that way. But Saransh using him ever so well.
Exactly. And he's been making sure that it's not just a super sub, but rather the main playmaker of the team too. And that is what really led to that very first goal early on. 90+ fun already. Can Warsi get one more? He's got an opening. Dribbles it around for a second too, but I believe that could have been an off. Oh my God, I think so. He held on to the ball a little bit longer yet again when he had an opportunity in between, and that smile tells the exact same thing. That reaction tells you the whole story. This could have been a 3-4. This could have just been a 1-goal game, but even after that, it's still just 2. And I personally feel he can make that comeback in the second game.
Yeah, he can actually. That last chance shows how he should start the second leg. I mean, that's really important, because I think the fact that he missed that very last chance just goes to show that Warsi is still locked in the game. He's still looking for those extra passes, which are very important against a player like Saransh, because you can't just expect to run past like that and score.
Absolutely.
So those extra passes are coming in clutch for Warsi as well. So I think the game's very much balanced right now.
I'm really liking the way how Warsi was able to control the pace at least towards that later part, right? And at the end of the day, it was Saransh eventually losing his own footing. In the second half, the scoreline was, what, 1-0? Because in the first half, it was a 4-1 scoreline. In the second half, Warsi did not concede even a single goal. If anything, he scored one. So that is the kind of momentum he would want to continue with. As we have a look at the highlights too, there were some good opportunities, good openings. After that 3-1, yes, we saw one more hopping in. On the other side, this was a tough one, I'd have to say. All right, it's Mbappe. Yes, he was able to finish it properly. This could have been a potential save too had he just not allowed him to run through that wing. But this is the strength of Mbappe, man. He can run like a rocket.
Correct. He can run like a rocket, and that's how players use him as well. Because if you see the goal, the difference in goals, like how 3-0 was the score for Saransh. From a 3-goal deficit, Warsi has got it down to 4-2, a potential 4-3 as well.
Yes.
Now the fact that Warsi is going with a positive mentality compared to how he was, say, when he was down by 0-3 at that point of time. So I think all he has to do is just keep his cool, lock in, forget about the scoreline actually. I think that's what a two-leg strategy is as well.
Yes.
And I think for a lot of people who are watching this and playing tournaments as well, would want to have a fresh mindset knowing there's just 2 goals. I got to lock in a new game and just get those 2 goals back and not think about it.
I think so. That is going to be the main strategy for him as well. Reset fully so that you can make the best performance in that second wing and showcase your truest potential out there. And we both know that Warsi is capable of that. Even though, yes, Saransh is the hot favorite of everyone out there, Warsi has got that ability. He has been a man for such a long time who's been, let's just say, really good and experienced in this entire scene. He's been one of the, I'd say if there are 4 different pillars, Warsi could be one of those pillars if we're not really including all the people who are in the upper bracket for them. So I think there's an opportunity, but you've got to break through that attacking strategy of Saransh too. If he again starts with a very aggressive note in the second leg, then that could be trouble.
That could be trouble, and I think that's how Saransh likes to start his games as well. The way we saw, 3-0, right? If Saransh goes on a scoring spree right after the second leg has begun, then it's just going to be very difficult for Warsi to sort of come back into the game.
True. But we have a look at the score as well. Saransh 4, Warsi 2. Right now, that is the score of this leg, ladies and gentlemen, is the lower bracket round 2. Saransh losing the upper bracket matchup against Aditya Chadda, if I'm not wrong, then hopping down to the lower bracket to now having that 2-goal lead. It still is not enough because this was the main reason why he is in the lower bracket, not being aggressive enough in that first leg.
Yep.
But Warsi, this man won the previous game in the lower bracket against Silento. With that too, in the second leg, he just absolutely destroyed him. So that is the momentum we know he brings in the second leg.
Correct.
It's even more crucial for Saransh to keep a hold of that.
Yeah, you're right. And I think given the fact on what you've said, he wasn't that aggressive. And now that he's dropped down to the loser bracket, he has to sort of, be as aggressive as he wants to be if he wants to stay in this tournament, because whoever loses is out. And this is the last game of today that we're seeing. So if any of these 2 players wants to see tomorrow and they want to be in the tournament, they have to somehow win this. It's just that X factor, what Karman was talking about in the interview that I was taking before this match started. He said you got to have that X factor in you. Sounds very cliched, not that easy to implement, but this is the moment where you implement it.
And that X factor eventually comes in from your hard work and consistency. You will have the bad days. You will face those struggles, those problems. And yes, it could be possible that you might fail 100 times. But getting back up at 101st try is what makes you and is what helps you find what your X factor is, right? That is what helps you build up on that. And this is one of the big reasons why we say that the 2 GOATs of the Indian FC scene are definitely Charanjot and Saransh. But I'm really liking how after losing those 99 times, all the other players are now starting to get back up, right? Both the upper bracket games, they were absolutely mind-blowing. And this shows you the storyline that regardless of what happened last year, it stays there. What's happening here is the story that we are creating. And that mentality is of winners.
Exactly, and I think the same goes for Charanjot as well, because he has the chance to win this back-to-back, even from the losers bracket.
True.
So that is the kind of motivation that Saransh and Warsi should be looking for, that even though
I agree,
they drop down from the winners bracket, they're dropping down to the losers, yet they're locked in and aiming for the championships. That's the whole point of a double elimination format, that you reset you don't give up. You know is this, you don't have any more chances.
True.
But that mentality is anyway there for the winners bracket as well. Because
True.
whoever wants to win the championship does not want to lose.
Absolutely. This game is grabbing the attention of a lot of people, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're anywhere around the NSIC Exhibition Center, make sure to drop by out there in the Sony PlayStation booth. We are having the India Cup right here, right now. Last game of the evening. Yes, we've got one more day remaining for tomorrow too. You might not want to miss out on that action as it kicks off again with Warsi this time on the left to right in the blue kit, while Saransh and the white kid out here going from right to left. Same squad, no changes. It's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, it's that approach that we were talking about, right? I'm very curious to see how aggressively Saransh would like to start about this, because as you can see, like, I mean, Rafael Leao, of course, one of the players that are being favored in this game as well. And to be honest, I mean, Leao has been a favorite of Warsi, right? We have seen that in the last game as well.
Oh, what a through. What a through. Khalid is running it all the way down, but there's no support in mid. This could be big one. Lamine Yamal eventually taking control out, and Paqueta will fizzle it out. Mbappe got a chance to maybe shoot, maybe not. Defense line pretty thick, not being penetrated at all. A good defense coming in. Now back to the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Leao and he's back on the ball. Great attempt there by Saransh to be in that position. But players like these, I mean, you got to use them to their best effect. As you were talking about, Khalid, however you say his name, is there in that situation. And the thing that is worrying me a little for Warsi, though, is that he is doing a lot of offside trap.
True.
And Saransh is very good at exploiting that. So he has to be extremely careful, even though he's down by 2 goals. But still, he has to be careful because he's still in the game. With that being said, ball day on the ball. Passes it to Reinders. Can Warsi make something out of this? Zico plays it to Pina. Has a chance to play it past inside. Neto goes for a finesse shot. Great chance that was. And that could have been the start that Aman Warsi was looking for. Great attempt there.
Big jump from Chevalier as well to keep it outside of the net. But guess what? It goes all the way wide. Unai Lopez now turns around. He's got a chance now. Defender blocking the way. Zico sends it in. Reinders eventually stolen away and fizzled out. Carlos Alberto wants to send it through. Hold on. The attack is not over because it's building up on the other side. Now Laman will it through. Can he send it back though? Absolutely. But the one last pass will be stolen away. And Warsi not giving up.
Yeah, I mean, that was the chance that Saransh had, but very well defended by Warsi. Now, as we say, Zico close to the game again. Stam is always there, the brick wall for anyone who uses him. My personal favorite as well. But again, Warsi being a little flaky over there with his defending, somehow manages to get it. Neto plays it to Unai Lopez. Just losing the ball way too cheaply sometimes. I mean, that happens. I mean, of course, that is part of the game. And Saransh is one of the best players in terms of manual pressing as well. So it's not easy, mind you, to be in a game against him as well. But Warsi has done fairly a good job. But now Saransh on the attack has a chance. Kylian Mbappe tries to play a pass inside. First time shot, great block. And look at the transition. Look at the speed of the game, just going from one side to another. It's like both the players are not sitting back. They're not rotating possession in their own half. They're trying to go for the attack directly.
That's a big play out here. Not really putting the pressure off, not even giving a single second to breathe out. And that's what will get Warsi back in this leg. He still needs 2 more goals right now. If things stay leveled up, Saransh is moving forward. So we've got to try and build on back of it right now. Pina, no space out in mid, man. That's the big thing. We've seen Warsi trying to focus on mid a little bit too much. And this time Saransh is just not giving him an edge whatsoever. Throughout the game against Silento, Warsi was just playing the ball around in the penalty area because that's how deep Silento was defending. So he had the opportunities to make those shots, take his time. You do not have that luxury against Saransh. And guess what? There's an attack on the other side. Balde, though, on the left back, easily able to take it away.
Yeah, I mean, as you rightly said, that Silento was defending that deep. And I mean, that's great. Actually, that's great analysis, Ked. Very impressive that the fact that Warsi, for example, likes to press high up the pitch with those offside traps. Saransh also does the same. His switching and trying to squeeze players in between is, of course, Very good. Warsi now has a chance. He has to make the most of it. Neto
lovely.
dribbles away, takes a shot. He should have scored that one. Maybe a low-driven would have been a much better decision here. But that was the goal that Aman was expecting for it to go in, but just not enough. And just when we say that, Saransh on the counter-attack is going to play a
what a
ball
through.
to Kylian Mbappe. He's through on goal. Can Saransh get that goal that he was wanting to? But great save there. The angle just wasn't there.
Oh my goodness, for a second I thought this could be the first one, but no, says the keeper. But Saransh doesn't really want to let it go through now. I mean, Yamal moves it around, but no space being given to Yamal. That is the big thing out here, right? Because we've seen a lot of times Yamal making a big difference out here. But none of that happening against the defense of Warsi as he transitioned it into another attack. Reindeers. Pina trying to get in the position as well. Nico Williams, will he be able to make a run for it? Or rather, it's a Rafael Liao. Can move it around to Zico. No chance to passing it back in the center, so has to send it back. Reindeers, again, that slow hold, which is famous for Warsi. Tries to send with a finesse, blocked by the players, eventually collected by Carlos Alberto. Pressure still on. Stam, with the entire back line now passing it around. Finally, they'll relieve themselves off of it as Mbappe sends it to Pina.
Yeah, I mean, right after whatever that has happened, so quickly things are moving back and forth. As I said, the game has been absolutely frantic.
True.
And when you see the attack that Warsi had, he's working really hard to break down Saransh's defense. And this is the 45th minute. Great through ball again. Neto, what can he do in that possession? But just, as I said, loses possession in that particular place.
Yeah.
Last play of this first half. Pina plays it to Zico, has to turn, has to be extremely careful, not make any missed passes to get something out. Zico dribbles away, ball rolls scoop, and that was quite predictable for a player like Saranshjain.
Yeah.
So that was not happening. But what an end to the first half of the second leg.
Absolute back and forth. That is what's going to define the entirety of it. Not even giving the breathing room to the other side. I'm really loving it. And you pointed this out as well, that this will be pretty chaotic considering how things have been through. And I'm absolutely loving it right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you notice, like, Aman has been very solid defensively in this leg, right?
Yes.
Compared to the first leg, he's not letting Saransh create those obvious chances that he would want. Just when we say that, to all the viewers tuning in just now, this is the final game of today where Aman Warsi is taking on Saranshjain. Just when I say that, Warsi with a chance with Pina. What a goal that is. Exactly what he needed to come back into this game. The start of the second half of this second leg has been phenomenal and exactly what we as neutrals love to see.
He is the clutch moment player out here. That's what he's turning out to be as Warsi. Not just one, he wants to try and make it the second as he gets the advantage through. No chance for through ball. All passing lanes cut off. Pakita passes it all the way back to Vitinha as now on the transition, Saransh wants to send it forward. Pina, not a lot of pace though, but everything else picture perfect. Khalid got a chance, but everything's been stopped perfectly. Hold on, Yamal. You cannot move forward. It's Balde who's defending you. As Warsi, the player lock didn't really work out right well though. Pina still able to steal that one away. Zico will still be keeping it in control. Pina gets in position so very fast, and that is the reason why people are using this card a lot. As Zico still controls it, a couple of defenders to beat too. He still gets the ball as well, wanted to make it in. But the last tackle with the centre back works out perfectly.
Yeah, it just got too chaotic there for Aman. I mean, he had the chance to dribble inwards from Zico, but I don't think so. He was reacting too soon in that position. Of course, the pressure does get to you, but the resilience from Aman in that position has been fantastic. Great shot cancel over there. The power shot cancel, always beautiful to the eye in those situations. Saransh now looks for a through ball. What a pass that is to Yamal. Is he onside? He is. And Kylian Mbappe, what a fantastic goal that is. That extra pass just shows all that experience of years and years of competing. I was not expecting that for a second. I thought he's going to turn inside. But the way Mbappe ran over there, Scared, was incredible.
I genuinely thought this was a shot from Yamal. I thought he would not go for that pass as well because, again, the defender was right next to Mbappe too, but creating a little bit of that gap. That's where the strength of that card lies. An extra bit of pace, which he eventually carries. And guess what? On the back of it now, Warsi! The precision shot didn't really go that well, did it?
Yeah, it's just bad luck, isn't it? Over there, precision shot. Sometimes it gets locked in to a certain angle and then you can't really do anything. But Saransh, man, what a goal that was. Just when we thought that Aman is coming back into the game, he had a chance to dribble with Zico as well at one point and get that equalizer. But Saransh on the counter, those through balls, Saransh is a master of that, I feel.
And with the transition coming in by Saransh's player, he's going in for a lot more control in the defense to then send those throughs on the counter attacks, right? It kind of reminds me of the Real Madrid's gameplay, which a lot of people like. Sometimes they'd like to play all defensive, they'd be conceding a lot of attacks, not really having a lot of possession. But even after all of that, they eventually move forward on those counters and score the goal. That's what Saransh is trying to do right now with, again, 2 goals lead in this leg, ladies and gentlemen. This man is currently the prime candidate who would be moving up forward. But will that happen? Will Warsi allow him to do that? That is where the big question lies as the game resumes now. A few subs. Please show me who hopping in.
So I think we're at that stage now, Scared, where it's the 65th minute mark. It's almost the business end of this day at least, where the loser goes home. Just when I say that, Warsi, hang on a minute, nice chance. But back to the conversation, where the loser of this match is going to go home. And interestingly so, if Saransh ends up winning this game, it is going to be Saransh versus Saranjot. So, I mean, can Saransh do that? He's going to do that because Kylian Mbappe, what a finish, great pass. And that pretty much might seal the deal. I think it's the commentator's curse, as I would always say. Just when I said that for Warsi, it just worked in Saransh's favor, and he gets that third goal. The third goal advantage, rather. Warsi has to get a goal from this attack, otherwise he is pretty much out of this game and would not have the chance to eliminate Saransh. Rafael Leao there. Great step over boost, takes a shot, and that is exactly what we wanted to see. Warsi with a fantastic goal, and the deficit is back to 2 goals.
4-4-2 out here for both of these players in the formation, and that's where now finally Warsi is trying to move front. Rafael Leao, Nico Williams, or rather Williams Jr. Zico out on the other side, still wants to move the ball around a little bit. He was just threatening for a power shot. Now he's got an angle for the cutback, gets it back in. Williams still controlling it, an extra pass right in the back of the net. Warsi is not bowing down. Gets the third one too, and now just 1 goal behind in the aggregate.
I mean, I'm lost for words right now. What a game we have on our hands. Literally 2 minutes by the clock. 2 minutes ago, I was just saying that Saransh is on his way to be playing Charanjot in the next round. But Warsi was having none of it. He came back, and he's still there in the game. He has the chance to equalize this now and turn the game on its head. As those 2 goals were absolutely fantastic.
Slowest first half of the second leg, and then into an instant turnaround in the second half. My, oh my. And guess what? The attack never fizzles out. Still sends it through all the way. Williams can't really do the exact same thing for the cutback. Can you double, or rather twice in a row? Saransh ain't gonna allow that. Frankie de Jong was in the right position to steal that pass away right now, as again just 8 minutes onto the clock. Saransh is trying to run the clock down. Lamine Yamal will be able to take this one away. Passes it back in the center. Khalid there, back to the wing. Lamine Yamal, he is controlling. He is the technical dribbler who does not give the ball away, but hold on for a few more seconds right now as Saransh will pull it all the way back, and Warsi can't get the ball.
I mean, it's the commentator's curse, isn't it? It's just when you say that he gets the ball, here's the chance for him to equalize. Stam is in the front. Great pass there. Rafael Leao, twists and turns. That's a bit too much. Warsi, you have to shoot over there. What are you doing? You have to get that goal. That is too much dribbling over there. I missed out on a chance to get that goal. What a game this has been. Zico, again a turn, gets it. Oh my God, what have I seen today? That is just absolutely mind-blowing, this game. Warsi is playing with every player as if he was prime Messi, turning in every direction to get a shot away, but just not getting the shot. And what an equalizer. The game has completely changed. I think this has to be my favorite match of the tournament, Sked.
True.
Unreal composure, ice in his veins. Incredible.
If it's the second leg, always bet on Warsi. Mind-blowing performance right now. And with that, the scores are leveled up to an aggregate of 6-6, ladies and gentlemen. This series is far from over, and no one wants to go back home so soon. Warsi is just insanely good.
I'm sorry to cut you off there, Sked, but look at the number of people that are here at the PlayStation booth suddenly watching this particular matchup because it's been so exciting. But it's not over until it's over, right? Because Saranj now has the last attack of this game. Can he change all this hard work? Or could Warsi be doing that? Not enough, couple of back and forth passes. And we are going into extra time. What a fantastic ending it's going to be for the final game of day one at the PlayStation India Cup Season 4. We are into extra time between two of the very best players in India.
True.
And what Warsi has done today is magical indeed.
This dude has started in the lower bracket. Can you even think of that? It's not the upper bracket game that he eventually lost and moved down here. No, he started in the lower brackets itself. Every single one was probably thinking that this might actually be a pretty slow game out here. But guess what? These boys are not letting it go. 4-2 for the first leg in favor of Saranj. Now 4-2 in the favor of Warsi as we move in the extra time, people. Just one goal can separate both of them, and maybe Warsi this time could concede. Hold on for a few more seconds. It's going to be an Mbappe moving all the way down. The Costa steals it away. Williams to Pina. Back to Nedo. Sends it all the way up and forward. But Carlos Alberto eventually able to take this one home though, as Khalid in the white kit out here from right to left is Saranj. Sends it all the way back. Pina, cut back option. No, none of them available. Very well defended. He still opens it up, but Company even able to brute forcefully steal that one away.
I think it's just crazy how Warsi has been so locked in to defend that. Just when I say that, Zico now has a chance. Can he cut inside, play that final pass that'll get in the goal? Nico Williams twisting and turning inside the box. Great defending. Both the players coming in with those clutch tackles right at the end. Once again, Kylian Mbappe on the run. So dangerous when he runs away. That's the same for Nico Williams. Burst pass, takes a shot, and that he misses. That's unbelievable.
My goodness, at the last second, the precision shot going out wide. This could have been the decider. Maybe we could have seen Saranj winning all of that out, but that ain't happening right now. As Warsi still in that blue kit out here, moving it around. Slow, steady. Zico wants to push it forward. No, stolen by Vitinha. Mbappe is going to send it all the way back into Pina now. No fast counter-attacking opportunities. You don't really have a lot of pace apart from just Khalid there. And that's why he dribbles it around a little bit more though, but a proper defensive line now being set up. No openings. He's got to create some. And that's why Vitinha is coming in onto the wing. Mbappe back into the center. Sends it all the way to Nick Williams Jr. Khalid. Still a couple of defenders on top of him. No openings given yet. And a perfect tackle by Warsi to steal this one away.
My goodness, what an end to the first half of the extra time in this loser bracket round 2, where the loser of this game goes home. Now, I so wish that I could keep both these players in the tournament, because both of them have been phenomenal. But unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. As you can see, how locked in both these players are. The chances, the number of chances both of them has had. The left stick dribbling on point. I mean, to be honest, the way Warsi has defended ever since the second leg has been super impressive. As you said, though, It's surprising to see this guy in the loser bracket final.
True.
I mean, at least the loser bracket, my apologies. That just goes to show the quality of this tournament that we are witnessing here with the top 8 players in India.
With the way this game has been going on, you might as well want to call it a losers bracket finals, right? And I wouldn't even call it a losers bracket, call it a lower bracket finals. Because these all players, with the way how they're playing, all of them are definitely winners out here. As we will move all the way back into the second half of this extra time, ladies and gentlemen, second leg going on. And now we have got Saransh in the white kit again, moving from left to right. Warsi in the exact half where he started that comeback. The comeback king for real, as rightly mentioned by Spartus. Lokman, you were there bearing witness to all of that action too, as this man will take control. He will take charge and he will not give up. Not now, not today, but guess what? Saransh is still not stopping.
Yeah, I mean, over there, as you can see, Saransh is constantly looking for those through balls. He's going to look for that pass. He does. Claudio Pina, can she finish? She does, and that's the goal that Saransh needed. Exactly the moment, and there was too much space that was given by Aman Warsi in that space, and Pina is never missing that chance. This could be the goal that changes everything.
Those throughs have been the big problems, my man. And I know I'm getting a bit too excited out here, cutting you off as well. Apologies for that, but jeez. These plays have been insane. One stop and then eventual conversion right on the back of it. A counter play working out perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest now, Warsi has very limited time. And as you said, those counter-attacks from Saransh has been there. And it is a game of nerves. It's a game of experience at this point of time. Saransh having plenty of it. He's been there at the highest stage, at the global level in these scenarios. And Dumorne is also out for Warsi. What a fantastic card that is. Could come in clutch. Nico Williams tries to cut in, but that is obviously going to be defended. Warsi had to improvise over there, and now Saransh is just going to try and run down the clock. What is he going to do? Is he going to keep the ball? The press is out. Zico wins the ball. Hang on a minute. Warsi. Messi is onside. Can he get through? But great defending there. This could be the last chance that Warsi would have got. It's incredible the last 2 minutes. Can Warsi somehow get the ball one more time to push for that attack?
High press.
Presses with Demorne. Stam has to get the ball away. Successfully manages to do so. Alberto launches it out. And I think Khalid is going to see this out. Saransh has to be very careful keeping the ball. Javi Simons holding the ball there. And that is a save. But that would pretty much be it, because Saransh is not going to let that possession slip away in this position right now.
Yeah.
Because if he does, as a straight-up counter.
You don't really have a lot of time now. Just 2 minutes remaining on clock. And he should take it short. Either take it short or send it all the way back. There's no other option for you. And look at this man. He just takes it full time. Slows the game to as much as possible. And Vitinha sends it back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the survivor in the lower bracket. A fantastic match between Saransh and Warsi, eventually ending in a 7-6 decider. But man, you could see the respect between both of these players. They are like, all right, this was literally a good game.
As you can see, the look on Saransh's face, I mean, he has that cheeky smile in him right now. He's waiting to have that. Yes, that's for the camera. Of course he deserves it. Yeah, of course he deserves it after all that media training that was given to them yesterday. But what a game. I mean, to be honest, there's always mutual respect between both the players, as always. They're friends as well outside of the virtual pitch. But this game has to be my favorite game, Sked. I mean, I have not enjoyed a game so much on this desk with you before. Even last year we had some cracker of games, but this was quite the game. And the way it was played by both the players was just incredible.
You could tell me this was the grand finals, I'd believe you, because that was the back and forth happening. The second leg going to the extra time. This is the only game where it has happened. None of the other games had this kind of back and forth action, people. And yes, we've seen some dominations today, some one-sided action coming in, once by Warsi himself in the previous game against Silento, and then CJ showing the exact same thing, right? But after all of that, it is Saransh versus CJ in the lower bracket. And in the upper bracket, we have got two other dudes as well, ready to duke it out against each other, the ones who sent them all the way back down here. And we do not want to miss out on the action of Tikka taking on Aditya Chadda too.
Yeah, I mean, this was the prediction, right? I mean, a lot of people said that it's going to be Saransh, CJ, and Aditya Chadda and Karman Tikka as well in the top four. I think I also agreed with that. But here are the highlights. What a cracker of a game, as you saw. Warsi getting that first goal, then that great through ball from Saransh. That extra pass. Of course, that in that moment, we thought he sealed it. And then he got another goal, great pass over there. And this was the moment when we thought it's all over. But just when we thought that, look at Warsi just turning up the show. Great finish there. That layout finish was quite classy over there.
I mean, it was a 3-goal deficit at after 70-minute mark in the game. And then it was an instant conversion into those two chances. This was the moment where I thought, all right, this is on. This is absolute game on. And then we went in onto the extra time for that last one scoring. And it was impeccable. You knew that was coming because of the high press that Warsi was also doing side by side, and those through balls, which have given a lot of success to Saransh, eventually resulted in him winning out that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, indeed. I mean, if you see the magnitude of this tournament now has gone up a notch, right?
Yes.
We were hoping for a couple of underdogs to sort of get to that point, but then at the same time, we knew that these are the 4 players who are going to end up facing each other.
True.
Coming to the game between Saransh and Saranjot is, as we have a quick look at the brackets. In fact, at one point of the time, I was excited for penalties. I was waiting for penalties because everyone was so locked in. And as you guys can see the bracket, of course, the first match tomorrow, we're going to be starting off, of course, with Saransh versus CJ. That is going to be the big game there, Scared, because the loser of that goes home. And then the winner of that is going to be playing against the loser of TikkaTown and Floppypenguin. So it is quite literally a brawl out there if you look at the brackets. I mean, close games. Saran 7-6 against Warsi. ChelseaCJ a little more comfortable against Jahaan. And all the other matches that we've seen, just been a goals galore.
Give me your prediction for tomorrow.
Quick. I don't know, probably, man. I can't say Saran, CJ always the two OGs of the scene, but I would say I think CJ might just be able to get the edge by a goal or two. And I think I would let you have the one between Tikka and Floppy.
I'm going to go Floppy.
Wow,
12-8. That kind of aggression, it was just absolutely mind-blowing. And you and Spartus were the ones who were constantly mentioning it as well, right?
Yeah.
You rightly said it, that this was the kind of attack that was necessary in FC 26 to make sure you have that commanding lead. He was not at all scared of conceding the goals. And that is what eventually became its strength, right? That's what gave him strength to constantly push forward and take those advantages, get those goals into the back of the net. That kind of aggression is what I'm looking forward, ladies and gentlemen. But all of that aggression and all of that action will continue tomorrow. It was Lokman New alongside me, Scared, and we also had Spartus. And ladies and gentlemen, when the NSIC Exhibition Center, you know the action is still live for FC 26 PlayStation India Cup Season 4. We'll continue all of that tomorrow. Make sure to tune in, and maybe if you're around Delhi, hop at the arena. Till then, bye-bye. Good night.
There's a place where this really happens and that really happens, where adventure, resilience, and impossible comebacks happen. Flying fish, it happens. Creepy heads with tentacles, yeah, it happens. A place where what the just happened happens all the time. It happens on PS5.
PlayStation.